Hello, everyone. Welcome to another rousing Tuesday night of pain, torture, and misery. Who is excited? I'm so excited.
This guy. Yay. I love pain and misery. This city's chock full of it.
Yeah, we're doing Mill Street again, folks, for the 5th, 6th time. Whoa. Look at that.
Yeah, figured we're talking Mill Street. We needed Nico on a bike.
Yeah, these are the three issues for sure. Mill Street redesign, ShotSpotter, and the fact that we don't fund our schools out of the city budget, out of the bare minimum. All of those three things are related. I'm going marry the school budget, fuck ShotSpotter, and kill the Mill Street issue because I am tired of hearing about this stuff.
Yeah, I guess I would only switch killing ShotSpotter and then fucking the Mill Street, but for all the same sentiments.
Yeah, right.
Because both don't need to exist in our city. Well, I mean, the redesign needs to exist. The haters don't.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you for sending that email. Despina? What? I can't read right now. Despina on the run.
Despin on the run. Yeah.
Despin. Yeah.
Cool name.
Cool name. Yeah. Here is the agenda for the regular meeting. I'll check in a second, but I believe the city council is still in budget review. Very, very, very pointless school department budget review for which the city council has no power. It took up an hour, and they're just starting on the fire department, and they still have to do the cops. I hope that they punt this stuff because there's a lot going on this this actual council agenda where they actually have stuff to do, but we shall see.
Air Hadoken, I feel you on today. Worcester drivers were especially onerous. I don't know what the hell was out on the roads today, but everybody's
just in the air. Oh, and there was a garbage truck on fire on 290.
Is that what it was? So a whole bunch of people got off the 290.
West. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
The budget meeting is public. And I mean, we could here's the link for that. I'll send the link to you too, Travis. But I don't know. I've made my feelings on these budget hearings pretty well known. They don't ever lead to anything. Like the city council doesn't augment the budget at all. They're just chatting. They're just talking about stuff that's interesting to them.
Oh, we lost Bill. Just me, but it's all good.
Whoops.
There he is.
We got George just nitpicking at the fire department.
I can't hear his voice and not want to mimic it.
Right. It's such a distinct, unique voice. Yeah, so I'd say we're buckling up for a long one today. The big thing is Mo Bergman's order on Mill Street, which would have all future road redesigns go through the council for approval first, which is such a disaster because none of those councilors know anything about road dieting, like best practices of the industry, what street design should look like, what's safe, what isn't. They just are cranky. They just want something to be cranky about.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand a perspective of being powerless, hearing all these complaints from constituents, but it's up to the engineering department to educate the public as to why this is better. The fact that report after report keeps coming out that no uptick in infractions. Sorry, I got to turn off George is in my ear. There's no uptick in infractions. There's no uptick in accidents. If anything, there's a reduction in both those things within the project area. Like, it's just so frustrating. And I worked for a civil engineering company for a little while. So I worked kind of hand in hand with engineers to educate public and to literally kind of take what their engineers speak, this highbrow bullshit, and convert it to normal people speak.
Right.
And a lot of what they're doing. Yeah. And a lot of what they're doing makes sense.
Right.
And like, that's the most frustrating bit. Mill Street is what we want all of our major arteries to look like, because just a 35-mile-an-hour limit in the city isn't going to do shit. But actually doing the stuff where you're playing on people's own understanding of driving or their own habits, that's what's really going to affect change.
Right. And it makes It makes the city safer for everyone. And
100%.
the two major accidents that we've had with this Mill Street redesign, I mean, unfortunately, one of them was fatal, and you can't discount that because that stinks. But both of them were the result of, like, let's just be honest here, like negligent, like destructive driving.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not the road's fault.
Certainly not. No, and I travel Mill Street. Like yesterday, I traveled Mill Street probably 10 times because I was driving a bunch of stuff over to my studio.
Right.
No issue. No issue.
Right,
I set it to 35. Here's the secret. You could go 35 and no one's going to complain. It's a nice cruising speed.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm admitting to breaking the law, but that's the traveling speed on the
35 is a fine speed. That's really not an issue. Yeah, so we'll be joined later by Brendan and Brian, I believe. We'll see when they get here.
Yeah.
And
I think Brendan's trying to make public comment.
Yeah, we might see Brendan on the other side of the screen, as it were. So that'll be cool if that happens. And we might have a special guest coming in. We might have Neal McNamara from The Patch coming in to talk Mill Street and such. So it's going to be a fun show.
Party.
Yeah. Yeah. Neal's done really good work on Mill Street, so he'll be a good person to talk to.
And it'll help reduce the pain, with a few of us here. None of us have to feel all the brunt of this horrendous meeting. Right.
It's all about not watching these horrible things alone, because that'll suck your soul right out of your body.
From experience. I can't imagine you having to sit there and watch these by yourself.
I used to have to go in person. It was terrible. That's the whole genesis of this entire program. Hi, Molly.
Molly
is like trying to figure out a way to make this less terrible. Because for me, it's part of my job. Got to do it. Got to watch the city council. Otherwise, I'm not doing my job. But goddamn, does it suck. So outside of Mill Street, we got a couple other interesting things. Go down to the orders section 11 of the agenda, and we have a ton of orders. We have the Mo Bergman order on Mill Street, of course, and another order by Christian King that's in the same vein. Mo Bergman and Christian King, very strange bedfellows in this anti-Mill Street fight. Because, long-time watchers of the show will have observed that, 20% of a given council meeting is just Christian King and Mo Bergman secretly fighting with each other and, using whatever.
In really passive-aggressive tones.
In really passive-aggressive tones. But on this one, they are aligned. I wish King wasn't doing this, but here we are. We also have a few orders on ShotSpotter, which will be interesting. On the bad side, we have Kate Toomey, of course, requesting that the police chief expand ShotSpotter coverage to other areas in the city. And then on the good side, we have two. Where is it?
It was less than a year ago that we did this, right? This isn't like a holiday type thing where we've waited a year and now we're bringing it back up. I feel like we've talked about it recently.
The last time we talked about ShotSpotter was in the context of the predictive policing AI that sends patrols to, quote, crime hotspots, which is it's so much worse than the ShotSpotter gun detection microphones. It's even removing it a layer further from perceived usefulness. It's literally just a piece of technology that justifies sending the cops into the neighborhoods they're already going.
Right.
Why can't I find this? Oh yeah, 11J from 2. Request city manager provide city council with a report concerning ShotSpotter and ShotSpotter Connect. That's the AI. and they want to know about the cost of it, which I think is quite a bit. I think it's like $600,000 a year. Data concerning predictive policing, which we have almost none of, and the disparity between ShotSpotter activations and evidence of a shooting. I already have numbers on that, and they are not good. And this is the interesting part: what types of arrests they have led to. So there's only been like 12 arrests from ShotSpotter activations, but in 2023 alone, they sent cops out 517 times for ShotSpotter activations. So that's a lot of times that they went somewhere looking for a shooter and didn't find one. What happened when they were there? Who got arrested for something else? That's the whole criticism of ShotSpotter. Yeah, it's 517 dispatches versus 70 confirmed shootings. And there were 116 confirmed shootings in the city last year, and only 70 of those were like confirmed via ShotSpotter. So that's like
roughly 14% confirmation rate.
14% confirmation rate, and yet you have the police chief, every time he's asked, he says it's 95% accurate, which is just cribbed directly from the marketing brochure that ShotSpotter hands police departments.
To the surprise of no one.
To the surprise of no one. So we're not having a productive conversation on that, but maybe we'll get some interesting answers, because ShotSpotter's been in the news across the country lately. Chicago is parting ways with it. Not as quickly as some people would like, but they are parting ways with it. And Boston just renewed their contract, and people are really pissed about that.
Of course.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. And then up in the first section of the agenda, we have a petition from Melissa Verdier, the president of the Educational Association of Worcester, the teachers union, requesting the city council request city manager to make up the financial shortfall of the past 4 budget years of the Worcester Public Schools. And I need to actually pull up like a screenshot or something of this graph that the EAW president attached, because it's pretty remarkable. Like it's like really fucking absurd that we spend $600,000 a year on ShotSpotter, but we're not giving the schools as much money as we're legally required to, like by like funding formulas and such. Yeah, got the screenshot there. Go to brand.
We're still on firefighters on the budget, so
yeah. I don't know how long they'll go on finance, but it would be really obnoxious if they went like very far past 630. It's already 630 now, and they haven't even got to the cop budget yet.
They haven't gotten to the cops yet. Yeah.
Right. So this is the net school spending from City Hall to the schools. In FY21, it was high because of COVID, and they had COVID relief money. And then ever since then, it's been down. So the EAW president is asking them to fix that. Fixing that would require they come up with, let's see, some quick math here. 3 million, rounded up to 2 million, run it down to 1 million, 5 million, 5.5 million. So that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, that was a fun detail. If you look at the FY25 numbers, there's like a
little fudge in.
It's like from like a, yeah, it's like a typewriter punch in over whiteout. which is like,
We don't like these numbers. Let's fix it.
we have computers, you can do that with a PDF reader and not have it look like it's a 1950s FBI memo that somebody FOIA'd trying to figure out who assassinated John F. Kennedy. Yeah, I forgot about that. Me and South Mom. That was such a bullshit line. He was like, "Well, you could have just asked me, and I would have done it." It's like, I don't know, dog. I don't know about that.
I'm with you. Everybody needs to learn on typewriters now.
Yeah, I mean, typewriters are cool. Don't get me wrong.
I liked this comment from Facebook.
Hello, Ann Berkowitz.
It says
Nice
it right.
of you to
right
join
there.
us. Yeah. So this is going to be quite the time. I don't know. So we're still.
Christian.
I was listening to the budget meeting earlier, but I didn't catch the beginning, so I didn't catch if, like Petty said, that there was a hard cutoff to start the city council meeting. But these councilors will just go on and on and on if you let them. So I don't know. We shall see.
How about you, chat? What are you excited for in tonight's meeting?
Yeah, what's everyone looking forward to?
Or we can take bets on what Fred Nathan is going to be pissed off about first.
Oh, he's Mill Street all the way. Fred Nathan is a Mill Street guy. I have a feeling public comment is going to be long tonight. But that's good. I mean, like, hello, M. Santos from YouTube.
Yeah, hell yeah. We got YouTube viewers. We got Facebook viewers tonight.
Yeah.
You guys all rule. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. We're much more active on Twitch as are our commenters. So hop over if you'd like to. Same handle.
Someone's going to cuss.
Yeah.
You think so?
We'll get a cuss there. The cranks are going to be out in force tonight. But I think they will be effectively counteracted because there's been a lot of mobilization to get people to come out and talk about this. Yeah, I imagine Petty cuts public comment short at like the 2-hour mark. That's what he usually does. But I have a feeling we're going to go right up to the 2-hour mark. So
I'm going to watch the clock tonight. I'm going to have my stopwatch going just to see who he gives more than 2 minutes to. That's always interesting.
Yeah, we shall see.
We're stuck staring at a bunch of bald guys and Christian.
Yeah. Asking purely informational questions.
I can also unmute it if anybody really wants to hear what these knuckleheads are talking
Yeah,
about.
we might as well. Just like quiet, though, I guess. Right now I'm posting Ashland's next WPS in brief, which will be coming out tomorrow morning.
Excellent.
Yeah, very good. Very good breakdown of the specific impacts of the budget, of the school budget shortfall and all that. People are getting laid off.
That sucks. That sucks real hard. They go through these things line by line.
Not really. They just ask, like every counselor's allowed like 10 minutes to ask whatever sort of question they have.
Gotcha.
If you're playing it, I can't hear it.
Oh, it's low.
Oh, okay.
Overtime is
now
How's that?
subset, and then transfers occur when needed from the salary line item back to overtime to cover any overtime.
Sorry, they were just talking about 2.3 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that there might be
Yeah,
some
it's
savings
whatever.
that we can realize at some point. I don't know how.
This is big tune
I don't
out
know if this
energy.
is something that our.
Well, they were talking about overtime. It just sounded like they were going line by line, and
Through the chair, if
going
I
line by
could-
line through anything like
But if I
this with a
could
group
just,
of people
I think
would be
that
brutal.
Right.
Throughout the city, there might be some savings that we can gain from taking a harder look at overtime. Mr. McGarthy had something.
Through the chair, and I'll let the chief speak to this, but one of the items within the budget is transition of 8 firefighters up to lieutenants in order to provide a floating lieutenant pool that will help address overtime. Chief?
Ooh, I love
Lieutenant
Lieutenant Pool.
I was gonna say a lieutenant pool sounds fun.
Through the chair to the councilor.
Lieutenant
Council,
Pool
this
sounds like
year
a
in
cool
September,
guy.
we, implemented the second phase of our staffing policy.
This guy on the
that
right here of our
provides
screen
for
does not want to be
minimum
here.
at all times. And
He looks miserable.
officer for officer, chief for chief.
I mean, this is pure punishment
There's a
for
lot of
any
variables in that. So
like,
with the defined benefit with the benefit
like,
time that's available to
department official that has
members,
to go,
vacation,
because you're just getting asked the
so
dumbest
forth.
questions of all time.
At the officer in above rank, that's
I
pretty
feel
much
like
being
firefighters are hard
available.
people to be like, don't
The
take more
floating
overtime.
that, Mr.
Be like,
McGarthy
all right,
mentioned
we'll
is
stop
going
going to
be something like
fires.
that. That's gonna give
Right,
us
yeah.
a little flexibility where
Fire department's
in
having
2024,
some issues
we
right
can
now
keep people
internally.
available to fill 2 vacancies. And then
Union
above and
members,
beyond
there
that,
was just
we're gonna
a
have to
study
do
got
that.
put
So that's
out,
gonna take a little bit of
or not a study,
time.
like a
This
survey,
was originally part of
where
our staffing
all the
plan
rank and
when
file has like
when
no
we
trust in the
created it.
leadership. So
But back to our ability to bring on recruits and to get to
don't
that
know
number
where
of
that's going. I've been meaning to
452.
look into it.
That's all assuming that you have that 400.
Yeah, Worcester hates me.
So these are all aspects that are being put
We
in
kept
as
us loud because
department
it's not really that
heads'
interesting of a
ability
meeting. We also
to
can't
implement
do
them.
closed
So that
captioning
we
until the
shall
actual city
reduce
council
overtime,
meeting. But this is just a
as
finance
well.
meeting. We're leaving it on in the
Thank
background
you,
until
Mr.
it
Chairman.
starts.
A couple of fiscal years
And we have
ago,
no idea
under
when it
prior
will.
leadership, fire department came.
But sound
forward
off in the
with a
chat. If you want to
request
hear what everybody's
for
saying, we'll
this
shut up and
program
turn this
where
up.
we had a
Yeah.
class
Thanks
that
for being
had
here.
some concerns
Yeah,
around,
thanks for hanging out with us.
training and not having the correct positions and what have you. My question to the chair, to the administrator, or to whomever is, my understanding back then is that we were paying overtime for folks to do trainings.
This is the wrong audience for that, right, Jack? I think there's another guy writing about that story.
Can you explain, are we still paying overtime for folks who train?
Yeah, I haven't been following the trial too closely, I gotta say.
Or new firefighters, or
Through the chair to the
I saw
councilor,
some news
we do pay
story that
overtime,
came up, and I was just like, nah, I want
the
nothing to do with
training
this.
staff is just not big enough to recruit training. So
Yeah, it's
we
just
do bring
gross.
on usually 3 or 4.
The whole thing's
admins
gross.
The whole thing is just
and the
gross.
recruit
Yeah.
there. And then specialty teams come in as well.
And no matter who
training.
loses, it's
there
fine
is
by
an
me.
overtime cost to doing that training.
Oh, the cops
I think
got
you're referring to
fucking
FY20 when we
biggest
for-
scandal
forego to,
in the
recruit
history of
academy.
Massachusetts cops. If they covered it up,
That
that's
was
cool.
the right decision. That was
Aiken
needed
Kearney's
at
full of
that
shit.
time for us to do a reset
That's
and
cool.
to really concentrate on the proficiency training that were not able to keep up with.
Some
the
poor
amount of
photographer
focus
had to
on,
go to his little den
that
and take
paid off
photos of him for some
dividends
story.
to the department.
That's
Yeah,
just what I
that-
can't get over.
But it did
Yeah.
put a lag in the hiring
Yeah.
process. So
I'm reading more about like what's in the background, and can you imagine like the kind of creaky stairs they had to go down to get to the basement setup where that studio is?
That it put a lag on.
Yeah.
Cobwebs.
I
Ugh,
think 4 years
what a
later,
bad
there's an
assignment.
impact.
It's so gross
In
that
addition to
they
with regards to
did a
fire
full photo shoot like
investigators,
that.
can you speak to
Or like, what do you think it smells like? Like you imagine he has to have pee bottles in there.
Is there an issue with
Yeah.
salary range?
Oh God.
through the chair?
He's still committed to the truth. He can't go use the bathroom.
Through the chair to the councilor, we currently have 2 fire investigators, and they basically work day shifts in the prevention division and then are called in to investigate fires after hours. The salary for those positions is part of the collective bargaining agreement, so that salary will result in an agreement being made with Local 1009.
And so we only have 2, we call it FTEs in my world, but so there's only 2.
All right. Well, while this is going, just to remind everybody that tomorrow night over at Wooden Bar, we're doing No Jerks Network,
Currently, we do have-
free
full
casual
chair,
meep.
currently we do have
Come down, hang
22.
out. No
Oh
expectations.
hell yeah.
We have an allocation.
Just come down and
We have
chill.
3 more
The
as,
guys over at
supplemental
Wooden Bar
to
doing
the
ribs
people.
and
We don't have
oysters.
people that,
I don't know.
in that
At one
division,
point, I thought we were
they
talking
just,
about just some
want
light
to do
drinks, and all of a sudden they're pulling out all the stops.
with
So
that too,
I
we're
think it's going to
talking
be a
about
party.
150 investigative
Sounds
fires.
like it's going to be a
So sick.
decent day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know,
So yeah,
this is an
6 to 8,
example,
Wooden Bar. 4 Knowlton
perhaps,
I went to Wooden
Love to
Bar
see
for the
y'all.
first time
to,
recently.
you know,
It was pretty
have
cool.
better.
I love what those guys have done with it.
I don't know if it's considered promotion
Yeah.
or what, but it should be.
Yeah, I like the
This is for you.
rotating menu
better
too.
promotional opportunities, perhaps right sizing of salaries. I know that. Many
Bill, do we have any
departments of
info
our
on exactly
size
how
have 4 to
ShotSpotter
6
works, its
investigators,
volume, frequency, or something else?
150 in
The
size,
company is
right,
very
about 2 people, so it's a
proprietary
challenge
about
fairly, as
how it
based on what
actually
was
works.
stated, it
So
also
no,
requires
we
us to
don't
pay overtime.
have-
due
Of course
to
not.
only having to.
like
I really
details
look forward
about
to
that. We know where the
having
sensors
a,
are,
better way to manage things.
but that's about
perhaps,
it.
Again, there's some savings that we can occur, but I certainly appreciate the leadership that we have here. I know that I have received communication from the union regarding a number of other matters outside of budgetary issues. I'm hoping that those will
Yeah,
be
if Wooden Bar had
addressed
outdoor dining, that would be great.
Administration and perhaps through the.
I feel like they could have the
necessary if
space.
it's
They have that
it's
big ass
and
parking lot.
relevant. Last question I had to the chair. So around that same time, there was recommendations.
Yeah, why don't they do that?
an audit
What the
for the
what?
Mr.
Chicken of the
Director
Woods
Ford.
tikka masala.
How many dollars?
I'm not a mushroom
Ooh.
guy, but
are
I can see
dedicated
how
in this
people would be
year's
into that.
fiscal budget towards realizing any
Chicken of the Woods
additional
is so good.
recommendations from those findings, which was probably 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
ago.
Chris and Spencer are always
Are we
exploring
done
some type of cool
realizing
culinary
and,
adventure.
pursuing those
They did that
recommendations?
event with Chris Michelati where it was like a art infusion thing. That was pretty cool. Where it was like
Oh,
food
sick.
and art inspired by each other.
Oh, that's sick. I didn't catch that.
I don't think we can point to a line.
I mean,
item that
genuinely, I
addresses
love
those
when there's so
other
much
than
cool shit happening in the city because that's the way a city should
continuation of
work.
sustainable
You shouldn't be able to
Right.
get to everything.
What I think was the main
Yes,
recommendation of the
exactly.
staffing policy.
I've heard that about you,
2 years
Mokro.
ago, 2 years ago,
Brink,
our
dink,
staffing
dink.
would have been 70 on a day like today. Today it is 85. That is an absolutely enormous investment that the city has made in fire protection to the
Make
city
Grumpy say
and to
something.
the safety of Worcester firefighters.
Thank you. I certainly support those efforts, and many of us have. Always will support making sure that our firefighters are safe. Mr. Chairman, and I would like a report back by way of a motion, an updated report on where we're at with
God
those
damn it.
recommendations that were provided to us some time ago.
That's a 2 to
So
1
that the
too.
council
For
can
every
reappraise
minute
and
we
then
go
make the
over,
appropriate
it's
course.
2 more minutes
Thank you,
for
Mr.
lives we're
Chairman.
not getting
Thank you
back.
for your service, folks.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
exactly right.
Council Ojeda, you want to wrap it
It's a
up?
very depressing way to put
Oh,
it as
Council
well.
Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the chief.
Mokro, that doesn't seem safe.
Appreciate your time.
I would genuinely advise
Just going over the
against
budget,
this.
just trying to figure out maybe
Maintain that I'm not a civil engineer, but
where are you guys as far as
oh, good
education
call,
goes,
Camber.
within the schools?
I went with coffee personally.
Things like that. That's
Again, I'm not normally on camera. Usually Brendan and Brian are here to.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council. That is actually would be in the fire prevention public.
You know what's
education,
so annoying?
Budget. So we
Google
have
Docs
2
sometimes
positions
doesn't
budgeted in
paste
public
over all
education.
of the images in the
The
Substack.
lieutenant's
So I have to
position
go
being a
through
firefighter's
and make sure
position.
all the images made it
Unfortunately, right
over.
now with the firefighter.
Oh, that's
position is not
frustrating.
filled.
Very
We do have
annoying.
A new lieutenant who is working.
It's like kind of a
on
tough thing to
reinvigorating that
check
division
against.
and really making sure that we have our presence known in the schools and the community.
Yeah, I couldn't
This
agree
year,
more,
I know we're
Squeebo.
Reaching out and participating, and I.
I also had a wild
5 to
Squeebo.
10
I mean, I'm going to see
days
Squeebo
with
way
the
more because we're in the
schools.
same building, but
He's,
I saw wild
planning
Squeebo
to
starting
try to
sighting
get
the other day as I was
third
coming out the
grade,
front
sixth
door.
grades in
Almost ran into the guy.
next year, and we'll augment that a little bit with some availability that we'll be able to.
Yeah, he wanted to be here.
as
He
well
was
as,
trying to go,
some
but they were like,
training that we'll
he's
receive
too much of a big shot. He has to be there.
But we really are working on kind of rebuilding that.
Oh,
area.
thanks, buddy.
Okay, can you for some reason, where can I find it again? Exactly?
Squeebo and I are trying to work on an open studio where we're trying to get other people in our building to all agree to open up our studios at the same time so we can let everybody come check it out.
That's
It works
sick.
in Lowell. Yeah. Some other places do it and it works really well. I don't know, it gives people an excuse to come check out the whole building.
Fire protection, protecting the community?
Through the chair to the counselor, that line item is actually.
He'll have to get over there and check it out.
There are 5 lieutenants. Assigned
Word
to
on the
that
street
division.
is there
One of
might be a
those
little
lieutenants
sneak
is
peek
public
after
education
tomorrow's No Jerks.
So
lieutenant.
then that's
All right.
Correct.
like a separate.
I may have been cleaning all weekend and getting it ready. After the stream tonight, I'm gonna go sweep and make sure that all the.
If that's a different item. So that's added on to.
Nah, I've been like overly bothered by like second chance at a first impression type of mentality. So it's like, no, it needs to be perfect. But at this point, I've had it for 3 months, and I got to start letting people in.
So it's the regular salary in the table.
I had
Yeah,
some
you've been
friends
hanging on to that for a while, hoarding it like a dragon.
That's what I do, man. You know, it's my little pile of gold. But I guess I could share a ducat or two. I had some friends over the weekend, and ducat. These 3 young girls got to paint. They were the first like young creators in the space, and I'm watching them just dump all this paint on paper, and like just feeling that freedom to do whatever the hell they want. I'm like, yeah, that's what this space is about. That's awesome.
This, Mr. Chairman, is a question to the city manager.
I don't think I'm your therapist. I stopped taking clients.
Understand if in 2024 in our budget book, we received a budget for the police chief that said 179.
Oh, thanks, Squeebo. Yeah, that's cool.
And this year here,
I still have
we're
a
looking
bunch of
at
blank space on the
a,
wall. I was trying to fill it in with some friends' art, but I couldn't make it happen.
637. So first, it's hard to understand when did that salary change take place that the manager alluded to? Because
okay, this is
again,
brutal.
if the
This is so brutal.
position
It's like
but
it like hurts.
Right.
It hurts me.
I would rather watch anything else at this point. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna we could show everybody the video that you made.
Oh yeah. Well, it's the same. Yeah, fine. Okay.
Oh, I can't. Nope, can't upload it.
Why not?
Jerks. Because it's not an MOV and we have limitations.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh, that's neat, Squeebo. We can absolutely talk about that offline.
Travis, I don't know if you can throw this up, but I found a video of the truck on fire on 290.
Oh, we can absolutely do this.
It's pretty sick. Lots of smoke.
All right. Working on it. Pa-pow. Nope. Get out of here, Candy. Nobody wants to hear you. All right. Stop screen. Present.
Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah, that's why you were late getting home from work today. Freaking garbage truck. Caught all the way on fire. Hope no one was hurt.
I was gonna say, I hope they got out.
Yeah, I imagine that. I've been keeping tabs on it. Nobody said anything about any injuries.
Golly. That's the right response for you. Hmm. 20 minutes late.
Yeah. Oh man, this stinks. Man, I got to write about it, but I'm getting tired of writing about the city council.
I feel you, man. Tuesdays come around and like I enjoy hanging out with you guys and I enjoy hanging out with the chat. But, whoa, listening to these idiots drone on.
It is brutal.
I saw over the weekend there was a fire truck over at Coe's Pond, right? Coe's Pond's the one next to Mill Street, and
Yes.
there was a guy in full gear wading out into the middle of Coe's Pond, and I've been trying to look for a story to see if, but I don't think anything bad happened. I don't know what he was looking for, if he was just doing some training. But there were 3 people on the shore and then one guy in full gear wading out into the middle.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know.
If I had
Maybe
more
they're just,
time.
yeah. Might have just been doing some training. I don't know.
Which makes sense, right? Like that's what you want. You want them to be ready so we don't have an incident like what happened a couple of years ago. But
Yeah.
it was still unsettling to see. I mean, poop thing demands it, but I don't believe that's yet. That's an August thing typically.
Poop thing gets what poop thing wants. It is known.
It's the Worcester way.
It's the Worcester way. You can't fight it.
You can't fight poop
Don't
thing.
even try. You can't fight.
Can't fight City Hall. Can't fight poop thing.
Listen, we didn't start the poop thing.
Oh my God.
There's
We have
a
time.
cool.
Go
There's
ahead.
a cool demonstration.
Oh, fuck yeah.
on Saturday, June 1st. That's this Saturday, outside the Mass Dem Convention, which I completely forgot was happening until right now, to protest the ongoing blood money fuel of the genocide. So if you have nothing to do, Saturday at 10 a.m., I'll see you over there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. All eyes on Rafa right now.
That's for sure.
Dude, just listening to the reports, fucking chilling.
Yeah, it's really, really bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring myself to tears. I fucking watched the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to. It was dumb. It was fucking dumb, and it's killing me. It's hurting me hard.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have did it. Shouldn't have did it.
It's really, really tough.
Does Senator Warren have a primary challenger?
I do not believe so. No. I mean, there's a reason why we haven't heard anything about the Mass Dem Convention this year. It's like, what's the point? There's like nothing happening. Just like, just hoping and praying that Sleepy Joe doesn't keel over and die. I, however, am hoping the opposite happens. To be perfectly frank and honest with you, because the world is crazy right now.
The world is crazy.
It's kind of nice that we can just focus on our little corner of the universe, and as annoying as it is, it's not that.
You want? I'll give you a choice. You can start to wait it out, or we can probably come back next
Oh my
week with
God,
you. Is that
so-
okay?
Are they going to do the police budget now? No.
I
Yeah,
think
we have a large audience, so I think it's going to be probably an hour and a half before we get to the budget again. And you'll be first on the agenda 5 o'clock next week.
Eric's trying to give him the signal to push.
Okay. And then Charles will play it by ear where you are. We'll see, because you have to stay tonight anyway. So, yep. Okay. Okay. To the audience, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. We'll come back into session. We're going to open up for public comment in about 15, 20 minutes. Okay. So the motion is to adjourn from budget.
It's already 7 o'clock.
Recess from budget. I'm sorry, the recess from budget. Okay. Thank you. And come back into the city council meeting.
Golly.
I am flustered.
What you snacking on?
I got rice and coleslaw and pickled onions. Just a little bowl,
Nice.
little bowl meal.
Yeah. Sounds lovely.
Very crunchy.
I went for the Nature Valley protein bar. It's been my bar of choice these past few weeks. It looks like a granola bar, but it tastes like a candy bar, so my brain's cool with it.
It's a good bar. I back it.
Back the bar.
Back the
Oh,
bar.
hell yeah. All right, here we go. Now it's a party. I would love
What do we got? What do we
to
got?
bring on Mr. Neal McNamara.
Hey, Neil, how's it going?
All right. How are you guys doing?
Not bad. Good time for you to come on. They just recessed from budget, and it's going to be another 20 minutes until they start this meeting that would have got out at midnight if they started it when they were supposed to. So
it was a really great finance committee meeting too. So.
Oh yeah, it was totally. There was a lot of news, a lot of point to it. No one's time was wasted. You know, it was really great. Yeah. But Neil, what's been going on in your life? What have you been up to?
Just revisiting our favorite street in the city. Constantly thinking about Mill Street. Talking to people.
It's stunning how dominant an issue it's been in this city. Like we really are just hill people. Like,
it's because it's on. I mean, my assumption is because it's on the west side. Like these people are. I mean, I don't mean to call them these people. Like, sorry if there's people.
What do you mean those people?
I think
I know what I mean.
It's like it kind of reminds me of the homeless shelter they had over there on the church, Blessed Sacrament Church.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to like 3 of the community meetings they had. Like they had like every like month they had a check-in with the mayor, the city manager, the city councilors, police, officials, and those people were getting extra street sweeping. They were getting, meetings with politicians and stuff. They were getting a lot of special stuff that probably most people don't get in the city, like a lot of service, and they still weren't happy. So I assume that's kind of what's going on with Mill Street. It's just not, there's like really no level of service that's going to make anyone happy except getting rid of these bike lanes.
Right. There's nothing you can do to placate them.
Yeah.
And as soon as you start placating them, they're just going to, it's like a give a mouse a cookie type situation, where they're just going to keep asking for more and more. And it's frustrating because we've been having this same go nowhere debate about this since the election season, like
July. July.
So like coming up on legitimately last year. And I mean, good on the city manager for not buckling to this and just kind of letting this play out. But I really do wish, and I'm wondering what your so what I want to happen is Mayor Joe Petty to just be like, this isn't city council business. Like we don't have any purview over what traffic engineers do to roads. Like that's getting involved in stuff that we are not involved in. And he's just not doing that. So in other places that you've covered, has the chair of their city council or whatever executive body had more of like a heavy hand in like ruling stuff out of order and anything like that you can remember?
Oh yeah. I mean, Framingham and Marlborough are 2 strong mayor cities that I cover Marlborough currently and did Framingham, and yeah, the chair had those chairs are pretty powerful. Like they make sure things happen or don't. I think I kind of feel like I think Petty does, but maybe behind the scenes he's like, if someone comes up to him and says like, oh, I want to hold this, he's like, well, no, don't. I don't know. Maybe I get the impression he does that sometimes, and maybe even sometimes whips votes, but. You don't see it on the floor. I don't think.
On the floor, he's very much like, okay, everyone gets their 10 minutes for whatever they want to use it for.
Yeah.
And it leads to stuff like this. But Molly, this is Neal. This is Neal McNamara from the Patch. Yes, sorry, I'm spacey today.
No, you got a million things going on. And before we get into the crux of what we're really brought Neal here for, the audience wants to know, how's parenthood?
It's good. I'm on my I think my 7th respiratory virus since of 2024.
Sick.
Oh man.
Yeah, daycare sucks. That's the only thing that sucks about being a parent is dealing with daycare.
So Neal, what what is your sense of what's going to happen tonight with Mo Bergman's order, especially? What do you think? Let's get some predictions going.
Hold, but I don't know. I wonder if he'll get to speak before that happens.
Right.
But I assume he's,
already hearing that it's a packed city hall, so I think public comment's going to go a clean 2 hours at least, and it'll be fun. Hopefully we drown the cranks out a little bit, but they're going to be out in force on this one. What do you make of so there's 4 like specific asks in Mo Bergman's order. And the 4th one is that all road redesigns go through a city council hearing process before they get implemented. What do you think about that? What do you make of that request?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's asking a lot. I mean, we've seen the city solicitor like basically tell the council that it can't do anything ever at all, and now they're going to start weighing in on traffic engineering decisions. I think that the traffic and parking committee kind of already has a lot of power, kind of deciding who gets handicap parking spaces and stuff like that. It's like seems like a weird thing for them to do. So that seems like a. I think that obviously like Mill Street is like a if it gets erased, it's kind of that's like setting a precedent for like these kind of designs in the future. But that putting that stuff in the traffic and parking committee is like really even giving council way more power over this stuff.
Right.
I mean, what other department comes to the city council and is like requests they rubber stamp or they stamp on sign off on things. I mean, I guess police did their perfunctory kind of public hearings for the drone and that sort of thing, but I think isn't it? I mean, the city manager is just in charge; he can do whatever he wants. But,
Right? Yeah. Like I should have pulled those memos that we've gotten from the law department over the past year and a half, where he very neatly lays out that this council can't do anything on a given subject. Interesting that we haven't seen a legal memo on this about that. And I think it's just because nobody's asked. But that's a question that I would like to hear asked tonight. Like, can we get a legal opinion on whether the council has any say in this whatsoever?
Yeah.
Because it's very transparently in bad faith, especially with Mo Bergman and Donna Colorio. And I was wondering, Neal, because you've done such great work on this, if you could talk about like what the police department and the data shows us about this redesign.
Just off the top of my head, I think it was something like, since December when, this project was really kind of completed till April or even, it might have even been as recently as May. I think there were, let me call it up here.
It was like 13 crashes versus, I got it.
Yeah. And like, it was, a lot of these crashes, some of them were due to weather, some of them were due to drunk driving and distracted driving, I think. Let's see here. 17 crashes, December to April. 5 were with parked cars. Speeding and distracted driving were a factor into snow and ice in another one. And I guess, on average, and this is something that they've been kind of saying for months, is that there's like 3 to 5 crashes in this corridor per month. So it's 17 is right kind of below that average, but like this is also just that one section of Mill Street. So like if you look at the MassDOT like data on this, you can look at a map of all the crashes, and they're all at Park Avenue. They're all at Chandler Street. There's like it's not this section of Mill Street is dangerous, but it's not nearly as crash prone as those other like terrible intersections.
Right.
That no one's
Park Ave intersection.
It's abysmal. It's absolutely abysmal.
It doesn't even align. It's like you'd like go over a hill and it's like you can't see.
Yeah. You take the left there going onto Park Ave, and there's like right where traffic coming at you from the other side, and there's no way to like mitigate that. It's a terrible intersection.
Yeah.
I thought it was really funny, like the last time this came up, Donna Colorio was fishing around for like a discrepancy in the numbers the chief gave city council versus what got shared at like some sort of crime watch meeting or whatever. And the chief was like, yeah, we gave you the numbers for the part that got redesigned, not the whole street. And like a lot of accidents happen down at Park Ave, which wasn't redesigned. And Donna Clara just refused to accept that as fact. She was just like, the whole street got redesigned. And he was like, no, it's only this section that got redesigned. And she still tried to ask for the numbers encompassing the whole street because it makes it look better for her. So
yeah, it sounds like they're getting a lot of information off like Facebook too.
Yes.
That reference.
Yeah. There's word going around about 2 deaths. I'm pretty sure the only death was the 90-year-old man. But they're up in the ante there. They're saying 2. We might hear 3. We might hear like 4 tonight.
Yes, let's put it at 5.
I mean, you can just say whatever you want, of course, and people in Worcester do. They really do. So that's going to be fun. And yeah, it's just very, very frustrating that in the state of the world right now, with everything going on, we're spending so much time and energy on literally a bike lane, like protected bike lane that like cities across the country have, and it's fine. And I don't know what to do about this, but if you don't fight it, then the precedent set is that like city council gets to weigh in on this stuff, and that's like.
Then we don't get an updated Chandler Street, and we don't get an updated Cambridge Street, and we don't get an update. All these other major throughways, which I've traveled today, are all shit. They're all shit and need to be redesigned.
Yeah.
And through modern freaking driving or modern technologies, we can improve these, but not until these goddamn cranks get out of the way.
Right. Yeah. We just got to get them out of the way.
And like, who drives through Worcester and is like, oh, this is great. I love it. Or like,
yeah, right.
It's not good for driving. It sucks. Like, I don't want to drive. I actively avoid going across Park Avenue because of how much of a pain in the ass it is. Like, I'm just not going to do it. Like it sucks. Get Cambridge Street. Like what, I don't know what these people are like holding on to. These improvements are, I don't know.
Right.
So,
like who loved Mill Street before this redesign? No one.
I see so many cyclists, so many pedestrians up on Mill Street just enjoying the crap out of that ride. I haven't rode it on a bike yet, but it looks like a lovely ride.
Yeah. Oh, Neal, you did do that, didn't you? You wrote a story about it. You rode the bike lane like as part of was it like Mass Bike or?
Yeah. There was like all those people who got free electric bikes and they were like graduating and they kind of rolled in the ride with it. It was like a really shitty rainy day, but But yeah, like I could picture that, if you can get on your bike with your family and go to the beach, like, I mean, what's better than that? Like, I don't understand. Like, why would
I saw a guy wheeling his kayak down the bike lane. He definitely walked it there to Coe's Pond. I said, good for you, bud. That looked like a fun day to spend the fun time to spend it, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just cool. What was your experience biking down it personally? How did you feel about it?
It was like I said, it was pouring rain, so that kind of skewed my view of it. But like it was it was a very like good bike lane. Like I've ridden on bike lanes in the city, Hamilton Avenue, Main Street. The pretty much I guess it was the Lake Avenue, the kind of the only ones. But they were wide where their cars were parked. You were far enough from the cars where you weren't going to get a door or anything like that. The cars were still driving really fast. I felt on Mill Street, and when I left that bike ride, I drove there, and when I left, I was driving up Mill Street to June Street, and a SUV came up behind me. I was trying to stay at 30, and it was just like on my ass, and I was like, they're gonna pass me.
Yeah,
they're gonna do it, and they didn't, right. But
I very adamantly keep 35 and let the people get real mad behind me these days. It's my own little game. I played it myself.
And that's why I have to pass you on the right.
Oh, there you are.
Hi, Brian.
Just waiting for your time. I love it.
You got to pick your moments.
Hi,
Neal. Good to see you, bud.
How's it going?
Lovely. I'm excited that I missed the finance meeting and didn't miss the city council meeting.
Not a minute of it.
No, we're still waiting. I don't know. Maybe another 5, maybe another 10. Depends on when Joe wants to get back going.
Yeah.
But apparently the council chambers are packed, and our very own Brendan is there. Is he there? I don't know.
I think so.
We don't know. We think so, but we don't know.
He left his camera on and left.
Yeah. 290 is completely shut down. So
yeah, we just played a video.
There's no use not going to city council tonight, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Garbage fire. I gotta love it.
Did you see the link, Brian?
I somebody posted it earlier.
Yeah.
And it's right next. It's right near Jess's work too.
Oh no!
Threw her day into chaos.
Wow, that stinks.
Hi, Molly.
Travis, you pulling it up? Yeah. So sick.
So I just drove by there, coming from Ward 146 to Burncoat, a half an hour ago, and it's still completely standstill traffic all the way to Shrewsbury.
That's crazy. Yeah. Katie drove home a couple, like maybe 20 minutes ago, and it was all the way backed up to 190 or whatever. Yeah.
Insane.
So that's fun. Transportation, fun times. So Neal, you want ShotSpotter to be expanded, right? How much do you want ShotSpotter to be expanded throughout the city? And what are you going to do to help Kate Toomey get there?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be glad for an expansion to down Salisbury Street. Yes, please.
Yeah. Salisbury Street. Yeah. Put it up Grove. Yeah. Let's we got to get the west side blanketed with these with these gunshot mics.
We can finally, if we can finally account for all of Brendan's gunshots.
Right. Because he just pops them off like every day.
That's a Tuesday for him.
Yeah, party popping. Yeah. So 2 has an order on the agenda tonight, asking for some information, especially about ShotSpotter Connect, which is the AI that pretends to assign patrols to crime hotspots, forecasts crime, and we have almost no information on this program or like what it does or where the patrols get sent. Just good guesses.
I can say that like there might be I'm not going to like necessarily like defend it or anything, but like the police chief or the current police chief last year like let me come in and like look at the ShotSpotter Connect and how it works, and it's Byzantine. Like they like have these little squares and like it's just like it's completely like I don't even know how they understand how to use it. Like it's incredibly complicated.
They let you see the orb.
Yeah.
Precogs? You got to meet the precogs?
To me,
that's why it doesn't matter how well it works or what it looks like. It's just pretense.
I think, no, you're right. I think it's like it's a software as a service company. It's like, they're trying to just sell you this like solution to a thing, but it's really just a piece of software and you still have to do the work. It's just like, I think that it got sold a product in it.
Yeah, of course. It's a publicly traded for-profit company. So wait, I didn't know about this. What can you describe what the orb looks like? What the command station looks like?
I don't know if it was so they brought me into a huge conference room on the top floor there, and they had like a guy behind like a couple monitors, and he was just like they were just projecting on the screen like ShotSpotter, the gunshots. They were like playing me like audio and showing me how ShotSpotter Connect like puts people in places, because I did this like records request asking for like, well, send me all the locations like of where you're putting these people, and they can't do it. I'd have to like consult my notes from that day, but like it was just a conference room. It just looks like it looks like something that you could probably make with Google Maps, like you could if you wanted to.
And it just looks fancy. And it goes beep beep boop boop. I think there's a lot of reporting left to do on ShotSpotter Connect in particular, and this idea of community engagement patrols and what arrests or actions or incidents come out of these community engagement patrols. It's all very sort of shadowy and spurious to me. And there's not even like it removes like the ostensible like pretense of there being a gunshot to do this. It's just like, oh, we don't need the gunshot to do this thing that we were already trying to do with the gunshot mics. We can just say that the AI predicts it.
They shouldn't have called it ShotSpotter Connect. They should have called it Shot Caller then.
Oh yeah, there you go. Shot caller. Call your shots.
Yeah.
That would have been baller.
They've also changed the name of it several times, which this company kind of likes doing. Finding out.
Resource Router is the current.
Yeah, it's called Resource Router, but when it got approved, it was called ShotSpotter Connect. So two's order says ShotSpotter Connect, and I'm kind of thinking like we're gonna get like what's ShotSpotter Connect? We can't give you any information on that.
We don't even know what that is.
Yeah, right. We don't have ShotSpotter Connect. And you're just like, yeah, you do. But
they're taking their sweet ass time tonight.
I know this is gonna be.
There's a line at Ziggy Bombs.
It's gonna be an all-night affair. They really are just
boots on the ground.
Oh, that's awesome. Give us a dispatch, Sally. What's it like in there?
Is Brendan there?
Is Brendan there? He's not responding to my text.
We've lost sight of him.
Brendan. Neal, anything else going on in the city that's interesting to you that's not related to the two issues that we talk about, Mill Street and ShotSpotter and the rental registry?
Well, there is actually, there is kind of a related issue, which is the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit thing, which Donna Clorio wants to do a survey. I don't know.
Right.
I think you probably heard about that. I don't think that, I guess, apparently the administration doesn't really want to go down the path of doing a survey where they're like, hey, like, do you approve of 25-mile-an-hour speed limit? Yes or no? I think they feel that that's like, that would kind of, that result could be massaged by people, by people taking the poll.
Right. Like, are you going to hire actual pollsters? Or are you just going to put it in like a Facebook group?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want a 25-mile-an-hour history or a speed limit, or do you want to destroy history?
Right. Yeah. Like, she's been holding that one up, and then there's another thing too that she's been holding up in her committee. I can't remember. Latel tweeted about it, which is both of them sort of call to question the sincerity with which she, argues about the safety of Mill Street, because she doesn't actually care. I'll say it. I don't think she actually cares. I think that she is just looking for something to whip her crank constituency up about.
Mm-hmm.
So the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit and safety zones. I don't know what safety zones is, but apparently Donna Claire has been holding it up.
It's like 20 miles an hour, like around like a daycare or hospitals and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Can't have that.
No.
We need to be able to speed.
How would the ambulances get the sick people there?
Right.
Yeah, they would. Yeah.
That was the most stunning question Fred Nathan moment ever, when he looked at the design of it and of Mill Street before it got implemented and went, how is an ambulance supposed to get around? And the traffic engineer was just like, looked like he was having the worst night of his entire life. And it's just like, well, you pull over, same as any other single lane street. Yeah, it was crazy. Damn, they're really sweating out all the people here for this. They're taking their sweet ass time. I feel like it's been like a half hour, if not longer. I don't know. I didn't timestamp when they left.
At least, I think.
It's definitely like 25 minutes. And I just heard recording in progress. So that would make me think that we're going to start soon.
Oh, thank God.
Nice.
Yeah, this is real punishment. This is real punishment for the crime of caring about this city.
No good deed.
No good deed goes unpunished. Yeah, man. And like, I don't think there's even anything else on the agenda that's like all that significant. Did you read any of these reports? Did you read the report from the law department on the rental registry? That was kind of interesting.
No, I didn't. I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, it's like
kinda-
no, go ahead.
Yeah, the Mill Street and like the development stuff was what kind of drew my attention.
Yeah, so there's development stuff in the inclusionary zoning report, right? I haven't read that one very closely yet. And it has to do with like all these delays happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the inclusionary zoning hasn't really been able to do anything because there's no, the banking system is not lending for commercial projects like apartments and stuff like that. So
Right. Yeah, I'm on the report right now. I'll throw the report in the chat for everyone to take a look at. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 100+ apartment unit projects that have been delayed, according to this report. So, and all of those would have qualified for inclusionary zoning, but they're just never going to get built, I guess. So that's great.
do any of you have like a favorite failed development project in Worcester?
Ooh, Polar Park.
Yeah, I went to Polar Park. It was fucking hilarious. It was awesome. They have, I gotta pull this picture up. It is an absolutely psychotic riff on the mascot for a thing they do apparently called a baby race. Like after the second inning, they bring a couple babies out to do races. And that was pretty fun, but take a look at this inversion of Smiley Ball. It is stunning. It's a sexy little baby with antennas and thigh highs. It is truly cursed. It is truly a monstrosity.
Yeah.
And it's, oh my God, I did a spit take of my beer. I was like, that's your logo? That's so funny. Really good stuff.
That's always bothered me about the logo is that he's not wearing pants, but he has like the, I don't know, thigh-high socks. Which gives the illusion to the fact that if he's wearing socks, why isn't he wearing pants kind of deal?
Right. Yeah. No good comes from dwelling on that question.
I want to know what the balls look like.
Smiley.
I would hope. Oh, so sound.
Yeah, Smiley was already a little thoughty, but now baby Smiley is giving him a run for his money.
He's a
ingenue.
Oh man, this is gonna be such a long meeting.
Hell yeah, Yenny's there, another representation of WCT 3000 in person.
All right, Neal, reporter. Do you watch the whole city council meeting every?
Welcome to the Worcester City Council meeting. Sorry for about the delay.
If you kid the next morning, usually.
Followed by the Star Spangled Banner.
I mean, it's easier to skip around, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. When we're sitting in here like hour 4, sometimes it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's yeah.
And they're just so content to waste everyone's time.
It's the only time of the week they get to have their moment. I feel like that every city council I've covered is like that. They're all just like,
the big show.
Yeah.
Marco is sitting at the table tonight because there's presumably no seats in the gallery.
That's awesome.
Do we go for the most major move we can and get him to flex at the table?
Oh, he won't do it. He won't. I feel bad even asking. He's going to be stressing it.
Tell him. Don't say, "Will you do it?" Say, "If you did it, it would be a legendary move," and then just lay it out there for him.
Okay. All right. I'll send him a message. But yeah, Neal. Every time there's Marco's on the camera, I send him a DM on Twitter and ask him to flex, and he does it a little bit sometimes. He's getting more comfortable with it. But
he did double last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where's he going?
I don't know.
Going to check out this flag.
All right.
That's interesting.
Travis, can we get a little sound to see what's going on here?
Is he like trying to do some AV problems here?
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Yeah, he's turning it upside down.
There better but not be a thread missing from that. And I wish they would stop doing the Pledge of Allegiance. It drives me mad. So bad.
You know, having those kids every week come out there and do that song.
I know.
I know. That's crazy.
Yes. Yeah, you have to raise your
Do a
hand.
roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Here. Councilor Caloria?
Here.
Councilor Agia?
Here.
Councilor King?
Here.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Here.
Councilor Nian?
Here.
Councilor Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Basillo?
Here.
Councilor Russell?
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
Mayor Petty.
Oh boy, here we
Here.
go.
Okay, before we get going, just a couple of announcements to make. Some items about privilege. Doesn't mean you can't testify. So even though it might be held the item, you still can testify tonight in any item that you came down to speak about. The items that are going to be held tonight is 8J, which is a crosswalk on Pleasant Street, 8D, 11O, and the
That's Mill
11P,
Street.
which has to do with Mill Street. So we'll talk about those items at the next city council meeting. But if you're here, you can testify tonight if you like. You're more than welcome to do that. Also on held is 8W,
Oh man, I'll be right back.
11J, and 11R held under privilege.
8W.
11J.
Can you repeat those? Can you repeat
read
those?
what they are?
Sure. Okay, let me just read them now. Okay. Yep. So, oh yeah, I should have done that. Yep. So 8J was the following items are held by Council High GI. 8J, which is a Pleasant Street. 10D, which is on Mill Street issue. 11O, which I believe is on the Mill Street issue. 11P, which is on the Mill Street issue. Then Council Toomey is holding 8W under privilege. 8W is
Christian.
That's a petition. 8W is a petition about taking something off the table. Petition submitted by Gordon Davis on May 14, 2024. Then we have 11J.
Oh, that's the police department.
Which is an order. Which is an order on report concerning I was on ShotSpotter, so that will be held until the next meeting. And one for 11.
Can you say by who?
What's that? Oh, Council Toomey. And 11R is.
This will be a short meeting
Toomey
tonight.
requests that the police chief review the current boundaries of the ShotSpotter. So both of these have to do with ShotSpotter. So ShotSpotter and Mill Street, the main ones.
Oh,
are
so
on the privilege until the next meeting.
Toomey held
Okay.
two's order as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Funny.
So
For Ted, yeah. I guess we can go to bed now, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
next item up, we're going to do approval of the minutes for May 7th, 2024. All those in favor?
thanks for
opposed,
tuning in,
supported.
everybody. We'll see you next
Public
week.
Participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. I know we have a large crowd. We have a lot of people online. So if you can keep to your 2 minutes, I try to enforce that.
No, you
So,
don't.
So everybody has a chance to speak within the
Depends
hour.
on what
That'll
they're
be a lot,
saying.
which we might go over a little bit. But if everybody sticks to the 2 minutes,
We were thinking
I'll
about
give
getting
you
a shot
few
clock,
seconds
and
warning,
then we found
we'll
out
go
that
from there.
they have a shot clock.
Okay, just your name. Just ask your
The
name,
mayor
city
just
address,
won't
and
let
item
Nico
number.
turn it on.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Fred Nathan Worcester.
Oh, yes, Fred.
9-36. So the recommendation.
So wait,
is
HME
that
held the
spending
ShotSpotter
limit,
item?
to
And
fund
twos.
Climate migration.
Held both of them.
Revolving
Yeah,
fund
the cops probably
increase
didn't tell Kate what to
to
do yet.
almost
So.
$2 million. What seriously do we really spend out on? Seriously, guys? Seriously. Got to do better than this.
Wait, are you serious?
10D on the Mill Street issue. I think you've heard about it all, and I have a funny feeling that 90% of the people here are here to talk on Mill Street.
All right.
But in spite of
Genius.
one death,
When you're right, you're right.
a motorcyclist who I understand might be paralyzed, and then you got
Wonder
all
where he
these
heard
other
that.
accidents. Exactly how many
Mike
people
from-
have to die or be injured on the Hajar Highway? At some point,
I wonder where you got
and there
that.
are people that are trying to blame the
You can
motorcyclist.
direct your comments here. We're not going to take any I'm not going to allow any comments directed at the city council tonight.
It's
Okay.
pronounced Hajii, by the way.
Okay,
Okay, right here, right
but
here.
at some point,
The
we
Hajra
can't be
Highway.
blaming a motorcyclist. Because if there wasn't a parked car there, they would have just gone on their merry
These
way.
people, I mean, any
It's
other
really sad that
time, they
the
hate
city
both these
government
verses. They
has
hate
come to
those,
this point.
those like
And I do believe I have
know,
one more item here.
fast motorcycle things, whatever they're called.
Oh,
Right.
on the ShotSpotter.
Street
Now
bikes. Yeah.
Now they're like
11
advocating for them.
J.
It's funny how they
know,
all use the same
the
exact
people
lines as
call
Walter
the
Bird too.
ShotSpotter
It's so
racist.
strange.
It's not racist.
Funny.
It's probably saved lives because it has been a shooting. And the police are able to get there because they know where it's. If there are people who think it's racist, maybe, Mr. Mayor, they could put a ShotSpotter up on Salisbury Street.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. Our next,
Thank you, Fred.
our next speaker, please, your name, city of residence, and item number.
Yeah, why didn't they?
Yeah.
Police
I wonder.
chief,
I wonder what that could
Worcester,
be chalked up to.
I'm here to talk about the Mill Street.
Oh yeah.
58 years ago, when I got my license, the Registry of Motor Vehicle Inspector Winkleman, I don't know why I can remember this, picked him up
'Cause
at
you've
Lake
done
Ave.
nothing else in
and
your
we
life.
did Coburn Ave and we did Wigwam.
Do you
did
remember the
three-point
name of your
turn, did the
driving
parallel
t-shirt?
parking, and he went out and measured how far my tire was away from the curb, 12 inches. I've become the
Holy shit.
expert on
They're not setting their best.
traffic law, I think.
What
And
about a driver's license? It's
I was
amazing you don't
given the opportunity on April
have to get more drivers. Like
24th
you don't ever have to get your driver's
to
license.
speak to a
One-
group of elderly
one time.
individuals
58
that
years
have
ago.
changed their route and don't go Mill Street anymore. One even changed their bank and does not go to Bay State Bank anymore. That was on April 24th. And I told them about an accident that was that night before on April 23rd. By the time I got home, there were 2 more accidents the morning of April 24th. That's
Oh, this
3
is Wayne
accidents
Griffin?
in less than 12 hours.
Oh, that's him.
That's not all the people's fault.
This is Wayne Griffin.
Insurance
Oh,
companies
I guess
don't
so.
say, well, it's
Is
the
it?
people's
Oh.
fault. It's
Never-
the fault.
That's
We're
what
all
Jack
paying
said. Yeah,
higher
actually, it
premiums
tracks now.
because of this.
Yeah.
Over 100 cars have been damaged as a result.
This is
of
the
it.
guy
The
who
only ones
doxed a
that are making out are
17-year-old,
early and
calling her a cop killer. You'll remember.
Speedway Auto Body.
When it wasn't even her dad.
The laws of the
The guy
Commonwealth
in the
still stand
sitting down
today.
like, next to him is a crank.
We've had a
over here.
person die, and
Um,
everyone says, well, he was
Oh,
9
yeah,
years
you're
old.
right.
He's like in the Lincoln Street neighborhood
Our
group. He
16-year-olds now.
like threatened me one time. He like came up to me at a
to
meeting and
drive.
he knew where I lived, and I was like,
Thank you.
The Registry of Motor Vehicles
Jesus.
Driver's Manual, which I printed off tonight, so it's current. Let me go right to parking on
This is-
page 91.
Can you wrap
This
it
is
up? right
exactly
after
what
that?
If you park in a business or residential district, your vehicle must be no more than 12 inches from the curb, period. The only
Oh, so now he's trying to make an
exception
argument that's
is
illegal?
Angled parking is allowed. Well, after you get hit, the cars are angled.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, ho, ho, ho.
Wait a
Everybody
Period.
stick to 2 minutes, please. I'm
Imagine
asking to wrap it up.
thinking you got a gotcha.
Whatever. It's
God is
it's
my.
the law. You gotta be within 12
He
inches.
goes, whatever.
It's within 12 inches of the line.
Oh,
Good evening. My name is Holly Montero, and I'm a resident of District 5 here in Worcester. I'm up here to comment specifically on item 11P from tonight's agenda regarding the Mill Street redesign, and more specifically, the bike lane. There are a few things that I wanted to mention, but I wanted to start with the fact that as a driver here in the city and who visits people on Mill Street, it's really awkward and quite nerve-wracking to have to park in what feels like the middle of the street. I understand the
How these
desire,
people
and I
hate
have such a
feelings.
desire as to keep our walkers and bike riders safe, but as a car owner and driver, I also desire to keep myself, my car safe.
Driver's
I have
rights.
teenage daughters that have friends in that area,
Ever
and
go
now
on
that the
one
weather's
lane roads?
nicer and they're out walking
Yeah.
and riding
You
their
ever
bikes
driven through
along Mill
Cambridge?
Street and visiting Coe's Pond.
Every road in this
So,
goddamn
of
city has
course, I
parking
would
lot.
like to
What-
make
like,
sure that they are
why-
safe, but I'm not fully
Just
convinced
get rid of all
that the
street
current
parking.
layout
Then
of
we
Mill
can-
Street is the
then
best
we're good.
layout to do just that. I know that when this layout was proposed, it was done so with the best of intentions, but those of us who may oppose of it do it with the same good intentions. I've been keeping an open mind and have been optimistic since the redesign has been proposed and put
Citation on
into
the good
place.
intentions,
But
please.
the longer that it's been this way, the less optimistic I am. The main reason for my comment is because I really like the idea that Councillor King has proposed about elevating the bike lane. I understand that many cities have implemented this current layout of Mill Street on their
Millions.
streets, and it may be working
Millions
for
of
them.
dollars. If we
But
didn't get a
many of us
baseball
can
field,
attest
maybe
to,
we can have that
Worcester is a
discussion.
different kind of beast. So just to say that it worked in other cities doesn't mean it necessarily
Yeah,
will
we're
work
down
here for
about
us.
150
I'm a true
teachers,
believer in
but
thinking
let's
outside the
elevate
box,
the
and I
bike lane.
think that Councillor King's proposal is doing just that.
There's a
So I
reason
guess I
Cambridge
would say
and
that
other
I'd like
cities
to
use
see
this
the rest
design.
of the
It's because it's not
councillors
deep,
and the rest
like
of the residents of
ain't
Worcester
recent.
try to align with the same kind of thinking. And of course, with that in mind, if anyone else has any ideas that are outside the box that they feel would be beneficial, then we as a city should keep an open mind and entertain those ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your name to your residents and item number?
Yeah, push
My name
forward,
is
you know?
Janice Tebow, and I'm a resident of 319 Mill Street and have been for nearly 50 years. And I have to say, I'm very pleased with this new design.
Hell yeah.
Not what I thought.
And
Gotta say.
the gentleman who died, that was a medical incident. He lost control of his car because of a medical issue.
That was a
The
changer.
motorcyclist, the police have
Real
said,
quick,
had
shout
been
out
driving
Benny Blanco
erratically
for
around
giving
the
out
city and was speeding
tier 1
down
sub
Yellow Street
and for
and
resubbing, and
lost
shout out
control.
Leslie Cohen for giving out a community gift
In my
sub.
years
Y'all
since-
rule. Thank you.
that I've been living there, let me tell you about some of the accidents when it was a 4-lane road. My neighbor's fence got plowed over by a speeder. The house next to me, the telephone pole was hit by a speeder. There was an accident across the street recently. Yes, the guy got out. When the police got there, my husband went over and the man said, I was distracted. I wasn't paying attention.
Look at Fred getting pissed off.
A man in a wheelchair was hit last year. He was trying to maneuver because he couldn't take the wheelchair on the sidewalk because the sidewalks are terrible. And he was hit. His wheelchair was destroyed. He ended up hospitalized. Speeder. I witnessed a young boy.
This is the really brutal
gotten
part
off
for
the
Fred.
bus
It's
At
like,
Washington Heights, walked
that
down
too?
Mill Street,
Yeah.
decided he wanted to go across the street to be with his friends. A car
does
stopped
speak
in the
fluent
lane.
Italian.
A woman decided she didn't want to wait and went around and hit the boy, and he ended up in the median strip. So to say that 4 lanes was safer than what we have now is wrong.
Yes.
And excuse me, I welcome anyone to come any evening and sit and watch the traffic flow. We love it. The traffic has decreased dramatically. In fact, tonight when we came at 5:30, there were hardly any cars on Mill Street.
This guy
We love
left
it.
of her. He's like,
Oh, and also, we haven't had the drag races in the middle of the night, starting down at Mill Swan School and proceeding down. All right? So,
Excuse me, if you let it finish, you get another couple seconds and you can wrap
all
it up.
right, so, and I can't see why we have money to spend to hire another person to come and investigate to see, do a survey or whatever you wanted to do. Why spend more money? Wasn't
Thank-
this money from the government?
Thank you, appreciate
It's
your
not
comments.
good.
Okay, the comments are up here. We're going to our next speaker.
Man, Wayne's starting something.
And
Mine's chirping.
he's, yeah, the guy has emotional outburst issues. He can't control himself.
On 2 subjects of public interest. The first one being the Mill Street design, or the Mill Street Road.
Damn, they got Mike Pence down
I'm
here.
careful when I drive down the road. It shakes me up. My father is 85. He got his license 70 years ago when he was 15. That's how old you could be to get your license back then. he won't go down the street anymore.
Probably good that he just
It's
wasn't going down any street.
People used to
Yeah,
pack
that's it.
and people's
I actually
brains,
agree that
they
he
get
shouldn't go down the
wired to a
street.
certain thing. And when you think of something, I used to park next to the curb, and that's what you want to do.
Okay.
Definitely, I asked the chief while he was here. I said, "Have they changed?"
Yeah, we
the
used to
law?" He
ride
said,
horses before
"Something
cars were
about
invented. What's
the
your
way
fucking
the
point?"
bike lane is that represents the curb." And he said, "Not to my knowledge." So I don't know what that means, but I'm always, you don't park next to the curb.
You're making more of an argument for driver re-education than you are for anything else, my friend.
My wife and I are both fearful going down the road.
You're
The
fearful?
second issue is
You're
she
afraid?
didn't get up yet, but
What are you afraid of, bro?
We need money
Yeah.
for the schools, and this body that shows up at North when you're riding on the floats, and at Union Hill when you're handing out candy. You never ever paid the amount of money, the minimum that the state says. This group has never, or the city council in general. Some of you are brand new. It hasn't affected.
Feeling really complicated about this guy.
Yeah, he's got a good point.
The statewide average is 15.2% over. So if we're spending 145, do the math, 15%. I'm asking you to go back to the city
Oh no, he's
manager's
smarter than
budget
me.
and put 10 million into the school budget.
Too many numbers.
Funds, so there will be 5% over for the first time ever. Statewide average
Oh, you are a queen.
15.2. Don't stand here and say, "Oh, we love the kids and it's for the kids and blah blah blah." Put your money where your mouth is, please, my friends. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker.
What a complicated man.
He contains multitudes.
I live on Irving Street in Worcester. I'm here in opposition of items 7A through C, and in support of item 11L. I was the former chair of the Cable Television Advisory Committee. And if you remember at the last meeting, the attorney that we hired said Spectrum admitted that there was in fact a senior discount and a handicap discount in the license. Now, they did not offer that discount for the entire period from 2013 until now, which is millions and millions of dollars stolen from our senior citizens and from our handicapped citizens. There should be no work that has to be done for the senior citizens of this city or the handicapped citizens to collect that money. Spectrum should have to give a check now. So please unanimously vote for item 11L and oppose Charter's installation items 7A through C. You have the ability to do it. Make them come to the table. They are not going to listen unless you force them to. So start voting on those items which are normally just run through without a vote. You can do this, and believe me, this is something that is going to have to be dealt with. Millions and millions of dollars. Some of the families died. If you go back and look at our committee hearings, you will see that we had
from having cable bad.
Because
the cable company kept taking the money out after they died. This is a bigger issue than you realize. Please unanimously vote for item 11L.
Thank you. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Maria. Go ahead. What's your name? Say your residence.
I am Jennifer Daly. I live on May Street in Worcester, and I'm speaking, I think, on 10D Mill Street.
Yes, that's fine.
So instead of complaining on social media like a lot of people have been doing regarding this, I decided to take the pedal to the metal and really ask the people on Mill Street what their opinion was. Stood out at the Big Y on May Street, where a lot of Mill Street residents and people who use the street. So in probably 3 or 4 hours work, which I don't think is that hard when you petition, because you stand at doors for like 2 minutes waiting for someone to answer. They think you're an Eversource person and they don't even want to answer the door. But I gathered
Wasting
a
your
lot
2 minutes
of
on this?
signatures, 142 to be exact, asking to do the parking on the curb.
142 is not very much.
Visits with people. I
you need
learned a lot
5,000
about
to be a
people
city
at Mill
council.
Street, who I think are the most important. Some of the stories that I heard.
Not on
a
Mill
single
Street.
Mom had to shovel an extra 12 feet because there was a car parked in the truck couldn't get to the end of their driveway.
What's the
so she
driver's
ended up having to do it herself. It randomly,
Tragic.
Big Y signatures
12
showed me
feet.
pictures. I actually have them on my phone of
Wait, you collected
the
signatures at Big
damage
Y?
done to their car.
I mean-
Simply parked at 10:30 at night. Just got rear-ended, and the damage was really bad.
When?
If a car is parked on both sides of the resident's driveway, it's really hard for them to take it would be a right. It's like doing a
Always a right
90-degree
on
angle.
Mill Street.
Very
You're right.
dangerous.
Good.
For
That would be the
people.
same if they were on the curb.
Getting out of a vehicle
Yeah.
on the driver's side, the box is just so small. I parked to get the signatures, and I was practically on the line, and I was afraid to open my door.
We need to do this,
because
guys.
It's literally like hanging over in the travel area.
I'm not going to Big Y, but we need to stand out on Mill
Residents,
Street
from
and
what
just collect.
They have said has not noticed any increase in cyclists as a result of the change in the structure.
Oh my God.
Because people are still
Mill
driving
Street
like
residents were
psychopaths.
upset due to the ineffective
'Cause
way
you're
of
not looking.
communicating the meeting to discuss the change. So with that, I will end. Please consider curbside parking. Thank you.
Please consider a fucking hobby. I have more respect for QAnon people than somebody who gets 140 signatures for a fucking bike lane.
What's your name to your residents?
At least they were having fun. You know?
Resident of Worcester.
At least there was
I'm here
something
to
at
oppose
stake.
items 10D, 11O, and 11P in entirety. I've stood here countless times before you about issues related to street safety. I always present evidence, talk about best practices, laud the city for forward movement like the Complete Streets policy and creating the Department of Transportation and Mobility. But this time, I'm here to say I am angry. To those who would support these items, I say, how dare you? How dare you, local elected officials with no transportation expertise, presume the right to make individual road safety decisions? How dare you elevate opinions and misinformation above data and facts? How dare you continue to prioritize drivers' convenience and familiarity over my safety as a person on a bicycle? You don't have to ride a bicycle to support travel, safe travel for those of us who do. Everyone knows change is hard. You could have leaned into that fact, educating yourself about innovations that increase safety for people outside vehicles and helping your constituents understand the value to the whole community of slowing down traffic.
You could have gone
with
to
innovative
any other
designs
city.
and allocating roadway space to other modes. You could have led a campaign to discourage illegal passing on the right and left. Instead, you've chosen to ignore your own expert city staff, including DTM and Worcester Police, and listen to the cries of a vocal minority that falsely claims the redesign is responsible for multiple crashes. The critics say no one rides on Mill Street. It's not true, and it's scary that they're not seeing us. Many more want to, but are scared to ride on the streets, don't see a link between their home and the destinations they want to reach. Thousands of Worcester residents have said through Worcester Now Next, Mobility Action Plan, and Vision Zero public input that they want safer streets and more transportation choice. Meaningful choice includes travel by bicycle, which requires a network of protected spaces to encourage those currently too afraid to ride. Mill Street is a piece of a network. It's a community asset. There's rich irony in an agenda that includes these 3 items plus a large number of items today requesting new individual traffic calming solutions. I counted 13. Advocating a return to the demonstrably unsafe previous design is irresponsible and would be a serious misuse of funds to reverse the design now. Let's instead put those funds and the energy some people currently spend on outrage against the redesign on educating the public for the upcoming public input process for Mill Street that will happen as a part of the $2 million earmark. I ask you to vote against these items and come walk and bicycle along Mill Street with me.
Thank you.
Imagine
Good comment.
voting against a person like that and voting with the person who pulled an R&B manual.
I live in Worcester. And so, first of all, I'd just like to say it's a very embarrassing thing to run into a parked car. Years ago, I did it myself, and I can tell you the insurance company.
So far, that's what we've had public comment.
Now, that being said, I know that change is hard here. The fact is that in Councilor Burton, with all respect, he wants to return to on-street parking, wants it up to the curb, and he asks that to provide best practices for the protection of bicycles and pedestrians. Now, these two things go directly against each other. Moreover, we know from traffic engineers that this is the best practice, what is being done now. If people wanted better signing on this situation, they could have asked for it. They haven't. What people want is they want to have it all removed, and removing it all will cause more accidents. Now, we're already #1 in the Commonwealth for.
Look at the guy to his left.
Pedestrian accidents per capita.
Who is this? Who is
We
speaking?
need to be
Adam
releasing
Thielker,
that.
he's a
This is going to go a long way
transportation
towards doing it.
activist.
If we can make this work on Mill Street, we can make it work on other streets. We can be protecting pedestrians, and we can be allowing more bicycles, which are going to be coming. We're going to be having more and more electric bicycles here in town, and we don't want those people hit. Now, the other thing is passing on the right. I mean, oh my God. Passing on the right and then running into a parked car.
That was my whole
Now,
thing.
that's really something.
You can't pass on the right.
Thank you.
You're not, here's Yanni.
Good evening. My name is John Goins. I'm a resident of the city of Worcester. And
Current.
I've been asked to read some comments for another resident of the city of Worcester, Margaret Green.
Coward. Why isn't she here?
We're addressing orders.
Just kidding.
10D and 11O. So Margaret writes, please.
Neil Camber in the chat is very aggressively asking you if the tiny human has wheels. I don't know what that means.
To go backwards.
Make Camber spell your name right first before you answer any of their questions.
Yes, there has been
Yeah.
increase in property damage.
My daughter, she's too young. Well, actually, no, she did get a balance bike recently. She's way too small to ride it.
Gentleman had a medical issue. And a
She has no
motorcyclist was
opinion
driving
on,
erratically.
not allowed to have an opinion on Mill Street then.
Weeks before the change, a child was hit by the school.
I'm
and a
just playing
person
Camber,
using
you
a
know that.
wheelchair was hit near
But that
First
is how
Street.
it's spelled.
It is much safer crossing the street with one travel lane. It was like a real live version of Frogger. Some still speed, especially in the early morning hours, but significantly less than before the change. I feel the people who have been.
So this is
who have
pro
had
Mill
their
Street.
parked cars damaged.
Yeah.
But all these were caused by drivers in the wrong lane, going too fast, tailgating, passing on the right, driving under the.
Oh, there is Yanni. I gotta
I
ask
take
Yanni
it
to
you're
flex.
Referring to Mill Street
Yeah.
as the zero driver accountability highway. Every mishap is blamed on the road design and the D5 counselor and none on the drivers. I keep hearing that drivers don't expect cars to be parked in the middle of the road. First of all, they're not. There's one travel lane. Drivers need to pay attention. I was hit by Margaret by a car while waiting where the sidewalk would have been for a break in traffic to cross from Edgemere Market by a car backing out
God,
of
the
the
boomers
parking
are even
lot.
losing the
She
boomers.
admitted
It's a tough night
not
for them.
looking because she didn't expect anyone to be there. We're heading into the season when it's too hot to sleep and little kids around 7 to 10 years old will be out on Mill Street riding their bicycles before dawn. And most drivers won't expect them to be there, but they will be. If someone can't see a parked car, they won't see a child.
Can you wrap that up, please?
Absolutely. On the common refrains I read on social media, it's far from people who have never seen a bicycle on Mill Street. Not because they aren't there, but some drivers simply don't look. Another, that people don't drive, don't pay taxes. How can I get my refund? There's some other issues that she'd like to express, but in the interest of wrapping it up, we'll simply say, please do not go back to the previous design.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Tebow. I reside at 319 Mill Street. Been there for almost 50 years.
Oh, boy.
I'm really perplexed why Council Bergman is requesting that the city revert back to the original design so that cars can
Whoa.
park curb and make.
I love all these randos.
Is that 5 in a row or 6 in a row?
Yeah, the last one was the lady who got the signatures outside the market basket or the big Y.
The city's traffic and parking committee. Worcester is one of the few big cities in Massachusetts that allows 30 miles per hour traffic on local streets, and those higher speeds are likely the factor for the city's higher rates of deaths and injuries from crashes. How does anybody think that making Mill Street back into a 4-lane highway will reduce the speeds in our neighborhood to make it safer? Data presented by the
Made
Worcester
that poor
Police
young
Department
kid come and
do
have
not
to
find any
suffer through this.
significant increase
Why is he
in
staring
vehicle
at that
crashes
guy?
again. Why would
Wouldn't
anybody
you
want
if
to
you were
bring
that close
back
to it?
a
They
4-lane
mean mugging
unsafe
that
highway
old man?
to a residential neighborhood?
Oh, Bruce
Council
Hoffman.
Bergman
That's his name.
stated that 2 lanes
make it less safe for motorists. I don't know what motorists the council is talking about. If he's talking about motorists that are paying attention to their driving and obeying rules of the road, or is he talking about motorists that are on cell phones, not paying attention, speeding,
Taking
passing on the
video
right,
calls during their driving.
crossing solid white lines at higher rates of speed? Mass General Law, Chapter 85, Section 11B, I think everybody should be familiar with that. That was passed recently by our legislature.
I
And it was
definitely am.
recently
It's a
enacted
banger.
that, in
Yeah,
effect,
for everybody else
that
though.
a driver must give at least 4 feet of space while
I
passing.
mean, I'm a
cyclists,
Section A guy
pedestrians,
myself,
and
but
other
I mean,
vulnerable
Section B
groups
is good too.
with who you share the road with. If you bring Mill Street back to the 4-lane highway and a bicyclist
Doing enough
is
firefighter
riding down
energy
the
to
street
me.
and there's a car parked
Yeah.
against
That guy
the
back
curb,
there.
that
Yeah.
4 feet,
It's a subtle distinction, but it's there.
that vehicle must either stop in the
He
middle.
looks like a self-serious
let the
version of that guy
bicyclist
from
pass
Super Troopers.
the person that's
Farva?
parked there, go
Yeah.
back to get by the curb, and then
Oh,
proceed,
yeah, that was
or
that guy.
That person must move over
Landlord.
to the
Saw
left
Jose
hand
Rivera
lane
post about Mill
and
Street
cut in front
today.
of all the oncoming
First I've heard of
traffic.
him, heard from him
Comments, please?
since,
Sure.
I think since November.
Um,
He said his
The new design
14-year-old
is working. It needs to be monitored.
was
and
surprised that people are parking in
vehicles
the
that are
middle of the
passing on the
street.
right in the parking and bike lanes know they're breaking the law, just as motorists.
It's one of those things. It's like the youth conduct forever.
Red lights, stop signs throughout the city. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. You should name the residence and item number.
Sue Mailman,
Who the fuck
Worcester,
this
Mass,
is.
on 10D. I hope we don't go backwards. I am in favor of these methods and hope that they will continue throughout the city in all different variations. Traffic has definitely slowed. Yes, it is confusing. I'm sure there's mitigation methods that we haven't yet put out that we will put out, so I encourage all of those. And on item V, I want to be here to support the EAW leader and her item for funding from the city for the schools. I am a rookie school committee person. I have only served for 3 years. And this funding formula for schools is absolutely insane. It is complex. It is wild. It doesn't get agreement at the state level. There is an item at the state level to create a commission again to review this funding formula, which I think is critical. Because what this reminds me of is how we pit residents against commercial business owners in this city about the tax rate.
Proof of
And
life.
now we're going to pit all of the city council against the school committee in terms of getting more funding. And at the state level, what I watched when I watched their budget hearings in the last couple of weeks is cities against towns, because towns like per pupil, we like inflation rates, and it's just nuts. So I hope all of us can come together in supporting a revision of our funding formulas because they're absurd. And I would also ask that if there are unrestricted local aid dollars or fair share funding that comes in, that we consider that some of those dollars should be allocated to the schools as well. Thank you.
And just read the OS so people understand what they say. There seems to be some misinformation, but 10D says, request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation Mobility provide council the report concerning the cost of returning Mill Street to original configuration.
Come on.
As
Most
possible.
correcting the record.
And said report to include the funding source. Then 10, what was it, 11P?
Oh, please, come on. That's all you can do on anything is ask
read these, so
for.
I'm gonna read them.
Jesus
Request manager address the recent redesign changes and actions to and on Mill Street as follows: return the street parking up to the curbing, provide best practices for protection of bicyclists and pedestrians, allocate funds for city council to engage a street design engineer to review the safety of Mill Street parking spaces, design charges, send any future design changes, proposals, and/or intention to implement similar parking changes to city council to be reviewed in an appropriate subcommittee. Then P was request the manager review the Mill Street redesign for the purpose of ruling out the potential for elevating protected bike lanes and the widening sidewalks with dedicated walkways. Said improvements should be completed through the use of federal funding receive
Why
an
is he
opportunity
doing?
in Donald.
He's just trying to survive, Gio. He's just trying to survive.
Not at all, Mayor. Good evening, city councilors. My name is Juliet Feibel. I live at 53 Ashmore Road. I am here to address items 10D, 11P, and whatever else the mayor just relayed. As you might know from my address, I live in Tatnick, and the improvement to Mill Street has meant that everyone in my family may now use that road as pedestrians, as cyclists, and drivers. The week that the improvements were made, I went for a run on Mill Street for the first time ever and did not fear for my life. And I could tell you all about the children I now see playing in their front yard, something I had never seen before. I could tell you about the senior citizen who uses a motorized vehicle, who had previously needed to go into traffic, and now, my God, he could go safely.
Juliet Feibel,
The family
head of
last
Arts
weekend who
Worcester,
went to the Cozy
one of my
Cafe
favorite people
Tatnick
in
on
Worcester.
bicycles for
Not
treats.
somebody you want to upset.
I can't imagine that in the face of the DTM expertise
She has a gun.
and the Worcester Public Police Department data that you need heartwarming stories. I really do want to thank the hardworking experts in the Department of Transportation and Mobility because they have done so much to make our city safe. They have helped us see, along with Walk Bike Worcester and other experts here tonight, the relationships between property values, residential property values, and walkability, economic development and walkability. I'm just going to actually stand here and beg you to not fear progress and change. I'm going to ask you to listen to those experts, and I'm going to ask you to give people a chance to get used to change. We know it's hard. I'm asking you not to rip up improvements and to return us to a lousy design that generated decades of concerns, accident, and stress. Please do not make Worcester the laughingstock of New England, and govern for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Okay. Did your name is your residence and
Tough act to follow.
I'm going to actually address Mill Street, the change in Mill Street. I'm sorry, I don't know the number.
That's all right. That's fine. Just your name and city of
My
residence.
name is David Fayard, and I live at 374 Mill Street, and I've lived there since I was 3 years old. And I went to the original meeting in Mill.
What a successful
Mill Squad
baby.
where they
He owned a
addressed
house.
The fact that people going down Mill Street coming out of either square are going to be getting to 45 to 55 miles per hour. If you're hit at that speed by an SUV, you
Don't
will
worry,
die.
Annie. None of us
So I
saw
think
it.
The changes in Mill Street have
We didn't
certainly
see it.
slowed down the
What?
traffic. I have 2 dogs, and when it was 2 lanes, I've had to
Oh.
pull my dogs back, worried about cars passing.
That's awesome.
And almost killing me. The main concern I have, and I see it as I sit in my yard every day while I'm grilling and barbecuing, is people passing and getting impatient on the right. The majority of the people that are crashing are illegally passing, and I see it every single day. I was coming out of Webster Square at the light. A gentleman was on my right trying to pass me on the right illegally. I kept going because I didn't see him. As we got up past the old Big D, he passed me on the right as fast as he could and flew down, flipping me the bird. They need to do something to stop the illegal passing. That's the major concern. There are things that need to be tweaked. I don't like getting out in the middle of the street with my dogs either, but a majority of the people have off-street parking that live on Mill Street. So that's another thing is there's not enough cars to dissuade you from going into that bike lane and passing. So they need to do something. Thank you very much.
Please get rid of some of the parking.
Thank you.
Quickly. Put trees there.
What's your name, city of residence? And item name?
My name is Oliver Chadwick. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm addressing 11O and the other Mill Street items as well. I'm a resident of D5 and I bike and drive on Mill Street frequently. I'd like to express support for the city manager and the Department of Transportation and Mobility in opposition to item 11O.
The Henry
Before
Rollins
change
thing
happened,
really
Mill
gets me.
Street
It's
was
just not even.
massively too wide and very bad.
I guess it's not close, but I love
There
it.
were
The hair
250
the hair
crashes in
color,
5 years
the black
leading up
shirt.
to the change. Speeds averaged over 12
The
miles an hour
silhouette,
over the
I
speed
think,
limit, and there were
is what
frequently
we could
cars
say.
going over
I,
50
yeah,
miles an hour.
it's just close enough that it's
Fantastic
funny.
and dangerous
Yeah.
before. I hope everyone would agree.
Oliver
that
was there in
going to
that
situation
when we did
is
that ride 2 weeks ago.
Not
It
what we
was-
should be
Oh,
doing.
cool.
And that
Yeah,
is
Oliver's
what we're
good people.
calling for. If you're asking for the cars to go back to the curb, anything else requires a complete rebuild of the road. And it's important to remember that is the long-term plan. We recently got the $2
Wow,
million
someone brings it
federal
up
funds
finally.
that is going to enable us to redesign the road, and that will happen, but it's going to take years. In the meantime, we should be sticking with harm reduction in the meantime and do the best we can with the physical road the way it is now. And that is what the Department of Transportation and Mobility are doing. I want folks to think about the implication of putting the cars back to the curb and swapping the car and bike lane, because I noticed the order says that the council generally supports bike lanes, so we want to keep it. If you swap the parking and the bike lane, what you're essentially saying is that the area next to the travel lane is so dangerous that we can't put inanimate parked cars there, but we can put humans on bicycles. Do we want to plow through people on bicycles instead of hitting parked cars? Like, this makes no sense. When Chief Saucier shared the initial
so
data,
pissed about that
it
good
showed that
point.
the crash rate was about the same as it was before the change happened. That's obviously not where we want to be. We want to improve it. But that doesn't mean that this data does not mean that we should be going back to what it was before. The DTM are planning to install flex posts and additional signage. The flex posts will really help to demarcate the parking lanes where there aren't so many cars. And I strongly believe that once those additional
I mean, it's always helpful.
we'll see a reduction
If you can stick it out, stick it out.
Yep. And even beyond the crash rate for vehicles, we've got to remember we have actually added here, it is definitely safer to be a pedestrian because when you have to cross one lane, one travel lane, and it's massively safer to be a cyclist. So please don't go back.
Thank you
very much.
My name is Ralph St. Germain, and I grew up in Worcester, and I've watched swimming pools be ripped out and put in at Crystal Park 4 times in my life. So a lot of money gets wasted doing things like that. I'm for leaving the road the way it is, but maybe making some modifications. He took a lot of the steam out of my engine. Those flexi posts are exactly what we need.
Damn, Mo Bergman's getting bodied tonight.
Those flexi posts should be going all the way down.
Not even the
Stop people
crankiest
from getting in that lane
appearing
and passing people on
guy
the right.
has his back on this.
They ought to have the police out there too, because
You got Wayne
today
out there.
I had
That's
a guy
pretty-
just nearly killed me over there.
Yeah.
Came out of the-
Texting. You got to do something about
The
enforcement
smoking
of
gun
in driving laws.
of
I
that
believe
R&B
it's
booklet.
the law, isn't it?
Absolutely smart.
Well, we should have the police in unmarked cars.
We don't want to. Yeah, we don't want
grabbing
to
people.
smoking gun to be an
Every time
R&B
you see a
booklet.
stop sign, and you all know
Or-
it. You got to beep the horn to the guy who's always texting at a stop sign. You can make a fortune on revenue that way, but at the same time, we got to stop at people's behavior. I personally drive a recumbent trike that I lean back on. I got flags so it sticks up high, so I'm safe. And I thought
Hell
this
yeah.
was the greatest design I've ever seen when I saw it. But then I found that there was no input from any of the public, and that was probably a big mistake. And
It was
with
a pretty
few
big
slight
meeting.
modifications.
Yeah, there's a lot of input from the
system.
You didn't hear about it.
Fortunate to put those flexi
It
posts
just wasn't
down.
helpful.
He was leaned super far back in a chair.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Buckley. I'm a resident of Medway, but I'm a teacher for the Worcester Public Schools.
Oh.
I came to speak on 8V. I stand before you as a concerned Worcester Public Schools educator with eyes and ears wide open every day in 2 Worcester schools where I proudly teach roughly 500 students per week in kindergarten through 10th grade. I see a lot. Public schools are the bedrock of every community. They shape the minds and hearts of not just future leaders, but of every member of our society. And educators work tirelessly to meet our children where they're at and to help clear the road and give them the ever-evolving skills that they need to get where we all need them to be. However, our current level of funding severely undermines this critical responsibility. As I'm devastated but not shocked to learn that the city isn't even meeting the state minimum for funding public education. This is truly disheartening, to say the absolute least. This is not just a financial shortfall, it's a moral and ethical one. Our children not only deserve more, they desperately need more from you today. They need schools that are fully staffed with professionals that have time, training, and the emotional bandwidth to be truly present enough to care for their needs. In many cases, their extraordinary needs. The current level of underfunding has forced Dr. Monterez to make impossible decisions, resulting in critical staffing cuts that will impact our most at-risk population the most, our special education students. We've seen drastic cuts to special educator positions for the next academic year, leaving remaining colleagues to wonder how they'll fill those shoes, and undoubtedly leaving students to wonder who they can go to now, who they can trust, and why anyone would do this. Our safety centers will also be eliminated. Safety centers were one of the few resources that teachers still had to help maintain safe and supportive classrooms.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
They reduced suspensions and provided for our most dysregulated students the time, space, and support that they need to heal with the guidance of a trusted adult when they re-engage with their peers in the classroom. We are losing teachers that students need and schools rely on. These aren't just numbers on a budget sheet. They're people who make a genuine difference in the children's lives every day. They're mentors, role models, and caregivers. And in many cases, they may be the only reason that some students come to school, or the only caring adult that they've ever had or had.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Katia Corrales Yacos, and I live in Worcester. I recently heard a podcast on the introduction of cars into cities and how much havoc this caused. There were no real rules of the road at the time.
Wow, not where I thought that was going. All right.
The automotive industry, worried about the effect of these deaths on their business, initiated a media campaign that essentially blamed the pedestrian. And in fact, I think that rhetoric is still present today. Since moving here 18 years ago, I have dreamt of being able to move through this city in other ways besides driving. And now that my children are teens, I have finally started doing that. I bike from the Burncoat area to UMass Memorial, but it's risky. Clark Street has no shoulder and cars drive 40 miles an hour.
Holy shit, she drives on Clark Street?
That's
Biking with
crazy.
traffic
That's psychotic.
is a death trap. So I ride on the sidewalk, which is really no place for a bike, despite what people think. So why do I do it? Well, because it brings me joy, because it reduces my carbon footprint, because it adds to my quality of life in this city, and because if more of us do it, drivers will begin to acclimate. And I agree that we all need to be safe, drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. I drove by Mill Street, and my husband has cycled it. There are spots with rectangles with solid lines, which to me are very obvious parking spots. There is a stretch of space that I agree could be confusing and probably could improve with signage. So as you think about the proposed changes to Mill Street, don't go backwards. Think about adding signage that alerts drivers of the parking spots, put barriers between the bike lane and the road, and institute options that slow down those who still believe the road is only for cars. Help drivers acclimate to a city that is evolving towards being inclusive of all transportation options.
Political will.
And as you drive home
is my
today,
answer.
Yeah,
or
we can
as
do an override.
you
Yeah,
drive
but
on the way to work tomorrow, think about
But
your loved one
we can't tax to the max
walking
here.
that route. Your child, your grandchild,
That's
your
we're very
spouse,
proud of that fact.
or that
that
person in this city who
we
doesn't have a
leave
car.
our unused
And
levy
ask yourself,
capacity,
would they be
which
safe?
helps our bond rating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It would also help the bond rating not to take out $160 million in debt to build a minor league baseball stadium.
Right.
Hey,
My name is Melinda Martin.
come
I'm
on, they have a
voter in the city of
new
Worcester, and I'm
mascot.
here to speak
They have the
on
baby
item
mascot
B.
now.
Yeah, Clara Barton
I find
mascot.
it appalling that those elected in this city are not even doing the bare minimum to help the students of this city. The children are our future. If the city can't invest the bare minimum for our students at the local level, how can we expect success of our students? Numbers don't lie. The required minimum spending.
I'm
for
actually not
schools
sure
is
how
100%.
Prop 2.5
That's the
override
bare
would work
minimum
in
the city
Worcester.
is asked
The
to
council would, I
invest
think the
in their
council would have to like
students. For at
put it
least
on
the
the ballot,
past
like they did
3
with
years to hear that city council has
Right.
not even
Same
met
as charter.
that minimum
yeah,
saddens and
the
angers
Community
me.
Preservation Act. It'd be
As
like
both
similar
an
to that.
educator and come the fall, my child will be a student in the Worcester Public Schools. I'm extremely nervous that she will not get what she needs in the city of Worcester.
Oh, it's definitely not happening.
No, yeah.
Every
Not even
parent in the
Batista, I don't
district
think
should
is on
be
board.
saddened and angered as
No.
well. We should all be here demanding no less than the bare minimum. You're not doing the bare minimum to fund our schools, and because of that, as an educator, I have to say you fail. Just like with passing a test, you need a minimum to pass. You haven't met that minimum, so you fail. Is that how you want Worcester to be seen? I certainly do not want to enroll my child in the Worcester Public Schools where the city council is failing to invest in those students. Thank you.
Oh, Tracy.
She's
Good evening,
pissed.
Mr. Chair. My name is Tracy Novick, and I live at 135 Olean Street. While I am not here primarily to speak against items 10D, 11O, and 11P, please count me among the myriad of your constituents requesting that you stop wasting time and money on actively working to make our city less safe for pedestrians, bicyclists, bus riders, and yes, motorists. The base attempts to play politics should be ended this evening and should never be revived. I'm here to speak in support of President Verdier's public petition 8V. The first time I have heard Worcester's not meeting its constitutional mandate to fund schools for 4 years running mentioned on a council agenda. It should shame us all that it had to be done by the leadership of our Teachers Association. But of course, Worcester has been here before. In fact, 11 years ago this very evening, I was here to speak in support of then Councillor O'Brien's motion to fully fund the Worcester Public Schools for the FY14 budget. It failed. Let us be clear, the mandate to fund public schools dates back to the 1993 Education Reform Law.
The crank is
a
getting
law
brutalized right
passed
now.
in part due to a lawsuit filed on behalf of Worcester's school children by the late Mayor Levy. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 70, Section 1 defines a standard local funding effort applicable to every city and town in the Commonwealth. So no, there is no Worcester exception for building high schools. Besides, Worcester is hardly the only city or town in the Commonwealth to be building schools. Worcester is, however, 11th from the bottom of the 351 cities and towns in the percentage of our minimum budget that we are required to fund from local resources. 26 cents of every local revenue dollar funds the schools, with another 3 for construction. That is also among the lowest applications of local revenue to schools of which I am aware, and as you're aware, Mr. Chair, I do this professionally. I'm aware of no local community in which the schools are facing the revenue crisis, and it is, to be clear, a revenue crisis on the scale of the Worcester Public Schools, in which there was zero effort on the part of the local funding authority to increase allocations to meet or soften the hit. As the statewide average in projected school funding for the current fiscal year is 125.5% of the required minimum, the vast majority of local funding authorities see the need in their school districts and have risen to meet
I think
it.
if a lot of people heard what Tracy was saying, they would.
The city is not in the company
I
of
feel like
cities sitting
no one
on
is like really
unused
hearing
tax
her,
capacity out
or
of fiscal
anybody who's like complaining about or talking about
number
this
of cities and
issue of
towns that are not
what the city
meeting their
does with
constitutional
school funding. And
obligations to school children.
it's kind of amazing that there's a
Make
larger
it
like
impossible to effectively
larger
advocate
effort to
further its support
Right.
for Worcester schools when you don't meet the minimum
It's pretty remarkable what she
It is
pointed out. It's the
ridiculous
first time this has been
to
brought up
request-
on a city council
I've
agenda,
timed it,
right?
Mr. Chair.
Like,
that our local funding authority
Yeah,
not
roll
break
over.
the law, and it is, however, the request that I make this evening.
Yes, we saw the hand puppet. And we love the hand puppet.
Good evening. My name is Kirsten Frazier, and I live in Oakham, but I am a proud educator at North High. I work with multilingual students, teaching English as a new language. So it's getting ready to come to school this morning. I was thinking about what I wanted to say, and I kept hearing this song in my head, The Greatest
Sing
Love
it.
of All by Whitney Houston. The first
Sing it.
verse says, I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way.
Yeah.
Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Members of the City Council, I ask you this question. How can we teach them well when we don't have adequate funding for our schools? How can we teach them well when we don't have enough educators to give them the individualized supports and attentions that they need in order to see that beauty and gain that pride in themselves? I teach new members of this community the intricacies of a very complicated language, and we will all can all agree that English is one of the most difficult languages to learn, so that they are able to communicate the vast amount of knowledge that they already have in an effective way to those of us who only know one language. These are students who, by the way, may speak 3 or 4 or 5 languages. They're learning English on top of that. Most classes, particularly if they are newcomers, best practice is to have small classes. no more than, say, maybe 12 students in a class so that those students can get the intense individualized support that they need. My classes, my colleagues' classes for our newcomers are routinely 20 students and higher. I cannot give my students the supports that they need because I don't have enough other colleagues to cover all of these classes. And we get in new students daily. Finally, basing on the information, as we've just heard from a lot of other people, y'all aren't even funding us to the level that you're supposed to be. Being underfunded for a number of years, not meeting our legal responsibilities, would be basically, if you were in my class, I would be giving you this project back and saying, I know you can do better.
Okay, can you wrap up your
You
comments,
can
please?
do better. You need to do better for Worcester and for our future. I believe the kids are our future.
We're going to be here for
Show us.
20 hours, 22 hours.
As long as the hand puppet kid stays, then I don't care.
Hi, my name is Justice Real from 142 Burncoat Street, right across from Burncoat High Middle School. I wanted you guys to put installations of 5 crosswalks and stuff on the entrance of Burncoat High School and Middle School on the Burncoat Street side, right where the driveways are and stuff. Not going across the street and stuff, but right where the driveways are and stuff. Because, you know, in the morning and stuff, you know, kids going to school and stuff with their parents and like faculty, you know, they going into those entrances and stuff, and like kids are also crossing the street and stuff on that same side, not across the street, but across the street from the same side, you know, through the driveway and stuff. And it's like, you know,
I like
it's
this guy's
dangerous
vocal
with
tick.
all those buses
Me
going
too.
in there and
It's
stuff,
cool.
And faculty and like, you know, parents and children and stuff, you know, in their ride. But there's tons and tons of children and stuff, you know, students and stuff, you know, walking through that side of the street, on the right side of the street with the driveway
love it.
and stuff. You know,
This guy's
with
great.
the entrances for each.
He's
each
right
of those
too. Like
5
that's a
openings
mess
and
outside
stuff
that school.
with the
Yeah,
crosswalks.
for sure.
Like crazy.
I asked for it. So, yeah, you know, like it'll be a lot safer and basically, you know, it's for children anyways and stuff. So it's almost like mandatory and stuff that, you know, there be crosswalks there and stuff. So
Anyone remember like when those
mean,
kids came to city council and asked
you know,
for
when kids
flashing
are
across?
going in and out of school in the morning and afternoon and stuff,
I
all
think that
these
still
buses,
hasn't
you know, these
happened.
big buses where like
Still,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
really hurt someone and stuff. So I mean, like, you know,
Last I checked, it was still.
you know, it would be
worse.
really, you know, it'd be really something you can do and stuff about putting crosswalks and stuff from sidewalk to sidewalk, not across the street, but sidewalk to sidewalk on the same side where the driveway is and stuff, each of the openings and stuff on the Burncoat Street side. And that's all. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Froggatt. I'm a 4th generation Worcester guy. I am a landlord, and I'm here to oppose
No.
landlord registry.
This guy went through a series of
my
unfortunate
tenants
events.
and I have a very good relationship. If they ask me for anything, I go right
I say
over
no,
there.
but I say it immediately.
I don't put them off, you know, for, you know, a day or anything like that. You know, on the initial proposal, you guys suggested a $300 a day penalty. You know, maybe you've rescinded that, but that was predatorial to begin with. I mean, $100,000 a year per.
We don't
unit,
either, Ashland.
I mean, that's.
We really don't. It's like we're just committed to the bid at this point that like we can't stop.
The units I have, I built myself with my own.
We've
two
entirely
hands.
lost the plot.
Proud of what I did. You know,
There's a
you can't
report
legislate
on the legality of it.
relationships, you know, we have.
And surprise, surprise, it's
if they
legal.
need a doctor's appointment, sometimes if I'm available, I'll help them. If they need a ride to Logan Airport, I'll drop what I'm doing and help them. Sometimes I'll do anything for my tenants.
Sometimes.
We have,
I
15-year
do not
relationships,
believe that for a fucking
you know,
second.
and I don't see what the government's going to do to help that, you know.
The scariest thing someone can say is
Also,
from the government.
you know, you
here to
have the
help.
exemptions on the colleges and government buildings, and also single-family residents. I guess they're not.
Is that that's a
susceptible
West
to
Wing
fire
line,
or
isn't it?
Clutter.
I think it's
Just
Reagan.
quoted. Oh, okay. Same thing.
You know, so what's next? Rent control? Tell us what
Yes,
we can
please.
charge instead of the free market taking care of that, and
Yeah, free
I haven't
market
complained when
crushing it
taxes went
lately.
up, but
Yeah, we're
they
doing
have to
real
pay
well.
on,
It's a free market.
They have to pay for it. That's no secret around Worcester or around the country.
Can you wrap up your comments?
It's just that, and also the constitutionality of entering people's property.
No one has
Sixth
ever
Amendment
read the
clearly
Constitution.
talks about that,
Thank
So,
you.
I mean, are you going to push it to where we get a search warrant to?
What are these British soldiers?
Thank you very much. Like that, or what's been
They're
on
not
my
gonna-
mind this spring.
Do we have to quarter the room
We've been
inspectors?
working on this for 2 years, I guess, but most of us just found out about it through a letter.
No, thank you. I
about 2
appreciate your
months ago.
comments.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. We've only had 2 years to prepare for this.
Hello, my name is Erin Michelotti from District 5 to speak on 10D
know
and
Erin.
11-0 regarding Mill Street. From my perspective, Mill Street is a success. I've seen speeds of most drivers reduced, bikers utilizing the bike lanes, parents parked outside the park while their kids play.
Damn, anti-Mill Street folks really
What I believe
showing
the proposal is attempting
their
to
thin,
address
their thin
concern
ranks
over
here.
speeding drivers hitting parked cars. As Vision Zero is meant to account for human error, this is a concern we should absolutely address in future street design. However, I disagree with the proposed solution of returning Mill Street to its former state and removing the bike lanes. With 4 lanes, Mill Street was a speedway with drivers reaching speeds you'd expect on a highway, not a street with a preschool or safe.
Remember when Joe
anyway
Petty
for
tried to clear all
pedestrians
this
and
up by reading the orders on the agenda?
to me, this concern, if anything,
Oh, you people
is
are
an opportunity
confused.
to add
Oh,
visual indicators
there's some misinformation going on, which is something that
Mill
never
Street
happens.
and additional street projects.
Yeah.
On
It's
Mill
always very
Street, there
straightforward.
are
Easy to understand.
these areas are already marked with paint. As previously mentioned, some visual indicators are already planned and will help. If needed, additional low barriers like temporary cones, semi-permanent raised beds, or a permanent median would provide the visual indicator to drivers while providing additional protection to parked cars, bikers, and pedestrians alike. I ask the council to please keep the bike lanes, improve them if necessary, but keep them. I have seen and benefited from the changes on Mill Street and am
That was
incredibly
really
supportive of
impressively
additional street
stupid over there.
projects using the same design.
What was this? What statue?
The Pioneers or whatever.
Oh yeah.
It's that park in Highland. It's like
That like white
kinda-
marbles.
Oh wait. We got a
Hey!
criminal. We got a criminal.
How you doing? Brendan Melican, beautiful District 5. Wanted to come in and talk about Mill Street tonight. Quick 2 cents. I think most of it's been covered. I've lived in Tatnick for 50 years now, just under. I've been driving in the area for, I don't know, since 92, thereabouts. I taught my son how to drive on Mill Street. I learned how to drive on Mill Street. I drive daily on Mill Street, both by car, motorcycle, bicycle. And at no point in my time over in Tatnick has this road been in a better condition than it is now. I just want to thank again Mr. Raleigh for the time that his team has put into this. The improvements are extremely thoughtful, and in comparison to the old Speedway, a much needed improvement. If there's conversation to be had about the way this project was rolled out, which initially that seemed to be of major concern, that's a completely valid conversation to have, and it sounds like it's something the manager's been working on in terms of communicating better with neighborhoods. But tonight you were planning on having a conversation about whether this design even makes sense. And that conversation is being predicated on a series of accidents that have all involved motorists hitting stationary objects, right? And this is not to be dismissive of the tragedy of a loss of life or injuries, but the one thing that every accident that has been identified has in common is a driver hitting a stationary object. That's cause for us to be looking to remove people's privilege to drive. It has nothing to do with proper road design. Instead of wasting the city's time and resources on this nonsense, I would suggest 2 things. One, we should be getting out of Worcester more, all of us. I just came back from a near 3,000-mile road trip from Texas back to Massachusetts. What Mill Street looks like is what cities all across America look like. This is not new. It's not revolutionary. It's what cities and dense urban areas all across Europe have looked like for decades. We're playing catch up here. And it's kind of embarrassing that we would look to, as I heard someone say earlier, cater to Worcester being different. Worcester is not different. We're not unique. We're just another city. And if we have people that can't figure out how to stay in lanes, that's a completely different conversation and one that we should be having. Mr. Chairman, I see you're looking at your watch. I didn't come here to speak about it. I didn't even know it was on the agenda. But as both a homeowner and the child of 2 educator parents, I do think it's unconscionable that this city would not be looking to fully fund its education budget by any means necessary. And I mentioned being a homeowner because specifically that includes evaluating or reevaluating our tax levy during budget time. And thank you for the time.
Crazy.
Wow.
Man, that
Nice
guy's good. We should get him on the show sometime.
Yeah. Wow. That guy's real good. We should get him on.
Hi.
Wow. That was a good.
Yes.
Brendan did a good job.
I live over in West Tatnook.
We should let Brendan talk a lot more.
Talk about Order 11-0. It's being put out by Councilor Bergman.
It's like the shock collar we have on him. Take that off.
It is to deal with a very loud minority of people complaining about this redesign.
You just cowed Fred so hard.
How hard it is for all of you
Dude,
guys.
imagine being Fred Nathan and hearing Worcester's not
That being
special.
said, I want to come again to a meeting and let you
Cut
know
it.
that so many of us love the changes and the direction that this street is going. The other day, my wife and I saw about 15 different cyclists.
Ollie, not all white men look alike.
Stands and a bunch of
I'm tired of you
pedestrians
saying that.
enjoying the warm weather. This is not a sight that I would have seen prior to these changes. To the council members that are berated by all these negative stories regarding the redesign, I want you to know that no one is immune to propaganda. On social media, there's a group of people that will only highlight accidents in this space to make people think that the only negative experiences that are being had. Just the other day, a pedestrian was hit in the Canal District, and not a single one of these people from these groups have said anything. They are trying to control the narrative about this space, and the data provided by the police, on the other hand, is showing us that the changes look to be pretty good. And we must have more time with this redesign to get the fullest picture. I think that this is a perfect time to encourage people to develop nuanced takes. You can dislike change while acknowledging it is good for the community. However, going back to the way things were is a horrendous take. I'm constantly advocating for this city when I travel, and even have people in my life moving here because of how great this city has been for me. This city can be a beacon of hope for so many people who are already here and for those who are coming to join us. And in order to do that, we need to be a city that is constantly looking ahead and not afraid of change and trying new things. As someone who drives on Mill Street multiple times a week, I hope all of you will continue to support the redesign of Mill Street and start to expand this strategy through the city, because we have seen a difference. Thank you.
Yeah, good job, Chris.
Good evening. My name is Greg Afsa, and technically I live in Cherry Valley, but
Wonder
I'm
if
only
this guy
about
rides a
500
bike.
feet from the Worcester line. I work in Worcester as the manager of Landry's Bicycles, and my commute by bike takes me almost due east, directly 7 miles across Worcester. In fact, it takes me 20 minutes to ride my bike and almost 25 to drive.
He bikes from
Worcester
Cherry Valley,
is
man.
a
That's
very bikeable city.
Stafford
Ernest
Street.
Hemingway once said,
It's
"It is
rugged.
riding a bicycle that you learn the contours of a country best." He was talking about not only the rolling hills, but also the people, culture, attitudes, and infrastructure you experience. When I ride around Worcester, I love the feel of a cool breeze off Coe's Pond, the smell of falafel from Schwamper Palace on the Common,
What's
or
up?
checking out the wildlife
Yo.
at Middle River Park on my way to Blackstone.
His
Bike
hat
Trail.
matches his tattoo,
What I
and that's
also
sexy
experience
as
as a rider
fuck.
in
Oh,
Worcester
that's
are
cool.
drivers with a blatant disregard for the speed limit, people accelerating the speed through yellow and red lights, and complete ignorance of what the different types of lines painted on the road mean. I watch drivers scroll through
It
Facebook
really
on
is.
their phones and watch Netflix while driving. Rarely am I given the required 4 feet of passing space when people pass me on my bike. This morning on my commute, 3 folks ran red lights. On May 22nd, last week on Canterbury Street in front of the school, I watched a man look everywhere but in front of himself and T-bone a truck pulling out of a parking lot. Cars
Remember
continue
when
to
Mo
get more
Bergman
safety
piped into
features,
the
and yet traffic fatalities
city
continue to
council meeting while
rise.
driving?
Bike lanes are not causing the increase in traffic
I
fatalities.
remember.
Bike lanes do not cause people to speed or run red lights. There wasn't a bike lane in sight on Canterbury
Yeah,
Street when I
he
watched a
drives
guy
this.
crash into a truck.
Subaru
Bike
with
lanes
his
aren't the problem. The
stickers all
attitude of
over.
drivers that
Yeah.
they own every inch of the
All
earth
over
is the
town.
problem. A complete disregard of
Gary
people
Rosen
paying
did that
attention to
too.
the most basic driving rules is the problem.
Gary Rosen stickers.
The attitude that a life has more value inside a car than one that's outside the car is the problem. What bike lanes actually do is take more cars off the road to reduce congestion, They make neighborhoods more accessible for everyone who lives in them, and they make accessing a city much easier. The Mill Street redesign is a step in the right direction, and I look forward to the upcoming additions and improvements. I enjoy using it, and I haven't had any issues using the road as both a driver and a cyclist. I'm asking the City Council to listen to the experts, stay focused on the Vision Zero plan, and keep Mill Street as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a big lag between?
Yeah, we got one.
Yeah.
Two names for your residents.
After public comment, we'll relay.
I'm a resident of District 5.
Sure.
I'm here to speak about the bike lane. I'm only a resident of District 5 for 2 years, and one of the things I was most pleased about is to see the design of Mill Street.
Wow.
I know I don't look it, but
I was expecting way more
cranks
cranks.
to think about buying a bike. First time
Only
in over
two,
30
I
years. So I'm happy about that. I'm really excited
Yeah,
about
2 or 3 tops.
getting out there. I was part of the original CHIP in 2012 when we talked about building a healthy Worcester and making it
And we get to
the
just watch this
healthiest,
one crank the entire
year
time.
that we were trying to
Realize
see
he's
then, but
losing,
we didn't.
which
I don't
is
know if we
great.
made it, but we're
I'm
still
so
working
bummed the
towards it,
hand
so that's
puppets are
exciting.
gone.
I also want to see, I have seen on just confirms from my neighbors tonight, just talk about the bad driving on Mill Street. I was coming from June, heading towards Park. A young kid driving a car with appeared to be a girlfriend chasing him in another car, came right out of Washington Heights without stopping. Thank God she stopped, but it almost caused a collision. So just to see that other people are seeing, it's really the driving that I wish people would improve on Mill Street.
Thank you,
I'm
Tracy.
happy about the bike lane. I hope
Send us
it's
a
not going
picture.
backwards. That would be sad. Secondly, I want to speak to the school funding. I really would like to see the children get what they need so they're not in my office when they're older. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
What is?
All right,
What do we
this
think
is-
she does that her that kids are going to be in her office when they get older? Did she say, or can we guess?
I don't know. I didn't even hear that part, frankly.
Oh God,
Mayor Petty,
fuck you,
announced
Charter.
That it is Bike Month in Worcester. Now, just 21 days
Mm,
later,
yeah.
during Bike Month, our city council is holding, underprivileged as it turns out, a hearing to remove the most bike-friendly infrastructure project this city has ever had. We must avoid the temptation to react to what feels right in the moment when it goes against what is right.
God,
in the
imagine
long
being Mo Bergman right now.
will not create safer, more inviting, productive
I would hate
Worcester
it.
streets by catering to
I mean,
reckless
it's like-
antisocial behavior. Mill Street,
Wow.
a roadway with
I am
numerous
so
residences
deeply
on and
unpopular.
adjacent to it, a street with two
Normally,
schools,
I
two
imagine it
schools
in
on
a good way. Today, not so much.
has the footprint of a 4-lane highway. Our Department of Transportation and Mobility, led by Steve Raleigh, devised and executed a plan to re-engineer this highway into a local pedestrian-oriented street as it is already being used by the local residents. 2 fatal collisions on this road were due to the reckless operation of a vehicle at well over the posted speed limits. We must all understand that when we design roads to allow speeding, more people speed.
Oh, I just want to mention
more
we
people
just
die.
hit 450
Reckless
followers
driving easier
earlier in the
is
show
not
cool.
going
today.
to reduce
That's
this type of
awesome.
behavior. It's going
Thank you so much, everybody that
further
follows.
endangering the lives of drivers and pedestrians. The correct steps to increase safety on all our streets are well known and planned for by our incredible transportation and mobility team. and
If you
covered in the
subscribe,
mobility
then we
action
can afford bigger and bigger
plan.
things
I
for
would think
Brendan
lip
to
service
hand
to
Fred
Vision Zero,
Nathan.
but hesitating to make the changes
Just
necessary
think about that.
to be actually safe for folks. We have to look
You can make one of
forward.
those
Status quo is
Blue
not
Sox babies.
acceptable. Setback
Oh
is even less
yeah,
You gotta do that.
Requiring non-experts to review every project our professional employees propose is not useful, to say the least.
I believe
and
Attell held the
counteracts
items.
what is in the now next plan and the long-term plan for the city.
So
And
I mean,
also
essentially, it
noted
means
and overcome
they'll come back
municipal employees
next
leaving
week.
the city of Worcester.
Right.
And I'm guessing
And
that undermining
at the end of the day, it's
not-
just a request for the city manager to do something,
Thank
and
you.
the city manager can just ignore it. So,
Right, and he's going to. That's from everything we've heard. He's
Right.
absolutely going to
Andrew
ignore this.
Piazza,
and why
District
wouldn't he
5
after this,
resident.
right?
So drivers have been able to drive
Right.
and park on
I wonder
Mill
if
Street
you
for
like.
decades. And
I don't know. Like, at
even
what
in
point would the
2024,
counselors,
after the
if he
redesign, they
keeps just
still
doing what he
can't.
wants
Yet
against
it
the
has
will of
only
people
been
like
within the last
like
few
Mo
months
or
that cyclists
or
such as myself
Candy,
have had a place
will
to ride on
they
Mill Street.
attempt
At
to
the
fire
March
him?
12th
Like,
City Council meeting,
that would be, I think,
Councilor Russell
unprecedented,
stated, and
right?
I quote,
I mean, it's happened before,
"I'm
maybe.
not an expert on bicycle
Nah,
riding
it'd be
by any
very
stretch of the
unprecedented, but that's really
imagination,
the only
but I don't
bluff
see many
that they
bicyclists. I
have
see a whole lot of
to
cars,
call
though.
with him.
I see a whole lot of pedestrians. I
And
see a whole
Joe
lot of
Petty
traffic."
hired him,
End
so
quote.
he's not going to vote
I can
against
tell
him.
you
So
that
they'd be
many
looking at a
people do
losing
ride
vote on
currently,
that
and many
Beat
more
5-6
would ride if
again.
Worcester had more than a handful of
It'd be
bike
cool
lanes
if they
sprinkled
tried it,
throughout
though.
the city.
It'd be really
Indeed,
cool if they
Worcester
tried
does
it.
have a lot of car traffic, which some on the city council have identified as a problem and have subsequently consulted research literature, performed case studies, enlisted transportation experts, and have made transparent use of WPD crash data to evaluate the redesign. Also, at the March 12th City Council meeting earlier this year, Councilor Bergman stated, quote,
Yeah, I think
I don't know whether Mill Street's a
I've never
good
seen a
idea
baby
or a bad
race.
idea, end
Well,
quote.
maybe you can describe.
In an attempt to
They
expand on
actually
his
have babies on
position,
the
Bergman
field.
says, so maybe it needs to be rolled out
It's
better.
Council Bergman.
Councilor Bergman, my apologies. Councilor Bergman says, so maybe it needs to be
I
rolled
don't,
out
yeah, I
better
don't know.
if
They
it's going
must.
to
I've
be used in
seen
other
baby
locations.
races at
Maybe there
other
needs to
sporting
be more
events. I think that's what they do.
pedestrian education program before it's rolled out. If it's
It was a
going to
pretty
be
short
rolled out
race,
anywhere
and one of the
else.
babies didn't
Or
even
maybe
go.
this shouldn't be
So,
done
it
anymore
was
if it's
it was a
causing
blowout.
more problems than was
The
intended.
DNS.
This kind of
Yeah.
wishy-washy politician speak saying, I don't know, and maybe this, maybe that, sounds good to the ear, but it's also a way for a politician to make sure they are right no matter what happens in the future. I wish counselors would just take a position one way or the other like some other counselors have done. I wish that counselors would look at the totality of data to form their opinions, or don't. But let's not pretend that we are consulting the data when we are not. Other counselors take political risk, holding fast to their position, while some counselors claim they don't know if Mill Street is bad, and only after a bunch of vague maybe statements. If this is the new system where we are now
I'm so happy when we
experts
have
at
people in the
DTM
crowd.
to take immediate
Yeah, it's
executive
so
action
good.
based on
I
second
wish we had
and
a
third-hand
mocam for
accounts of
this.
crashes that are amplified on social media. I look forward to the council taking up my complaints about Park Ave, Main Street, Pleasant Street, Chandler Street, June Street, and others. I'm sure the councilors who are actually trying to solve problems would welcome your support.
Can you wrap up the comments?
Yes. I'm being sarcastic, of course. I think it's ridiculous that there are proposals tonight to usurp the experts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, usurp the experts.
Eric Stratton, City of Worcester.
Hey.
So I'm here today to speak in support of saving lives, of a common sense approach to road design and planning for the future of our city. Orders 10D and 11O are not only misguided, but are short-sighted and an irresponsible approach to road safety. In many of your campaigns, you cite environmental issues, common sense, traffic safety as issues that are important to you. Protected bike
Funny, I was going through my
is
campaign flyers
protected bike
collection today, and literally
absolutely
every
aligns
counselor
with this
is
and
like,
should be considered,
traffic
should not be
safety,
considered
yeah.
device
Yeah.
of politics at all, but common sense. One of you in your campaign materials even state that you want to build a stronger, more prosperous, and more livable community for all residents. Removing protections to vulnerable road users flies in the face of these efforts, and it is neither creative nor pragmatic.
I looked right at him. That's
Doing
awesome.
These improvements will increase the likelihood of people dying, something that I'm sure none of you want on your conscience. I'm a regular motorist, cyclist, and pedestrian in the city. I frequently traverse Mill Street. Prior to the redesign, I caught myself speeding regularly. It's not something I'm proud of, but the road was designed in such a way that it's easy to do. People who say that they don't see bikes there clearly aren't looking. They are there frequently and throughout the entire year. For me, it is much safer now to ride there. For those who are running into stationary objects while operating a multi-ton object, perhaps we should be looking at whether it is safe or responsible for them to be operating motor vehicles at all. How many experts and how much additional money do we need to be spending to be told that it's safe and the correct approach? Prior to the change, it was a harrowing experience, but thanks to the improved design, it no longer feels so. It is essential that Worcester, the second largest city in Massachusetts, focus on safe streets for all road users, and the Mill Street design is the right step in that direction. I feel comfortable now being able to bike Mill Street while towing my two-year-old daughter in a trailer and not having to worry about a car or truck doing 50 or 55, well over the posted limit, flying right next to us. While I recognize that some folks may have issues adjusting to the road design, we need to trust the experts. We need to trust the data. Please oppose 11O and 10D. Thank you for your attention on this important issue. Finally, please fully fund our schools. This is the bare minimum that we need to do for our students and our communities. It is essential that we fund this, and it is your responsibility to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here he is, Bruce Hoffner.
Bruce Hoffner, I'm from New Hampshire. I jumped in ahead of her. Thank you very much. So there's a bunch of things I'd like to talk about. Lincoln Street, number one. There's rats and stuff that are feeding very well on the trash that's left on Lincoln Street. We really need to do something about that. So I want to go to the Mill Street thing, and it amazes me how everyone's overlooked the fact that we're down 60 police officers and speed and enforcement is a common denominator. It amazes me that you sit here and take it on the chin when you need more police to enforce the laws. In New Hampshire, 1 mile an hour over the speed limit, you got a ticket. Take it or leave it, pal. You got the ticket. Nothing like that happens in Massachusetts. Okay? You just speed, drive like a nut. They don't care. Why? They don't have enough police. Why? You tell me. You're all sitting here. You all know all about it. You're playing your little games. So let's go past that. Let's get to Clark Street. So you try and pull out of St. Nick, and the cars are ripping up Clark Street. Every night when I go home, I usually
At least
hit
hand
St.
puppets
Nick,
back.
and I almost get clobbered just about every single night. Why? Enforcement, no one out there. Traffic department, I don't know where they are. They're under budget.
No.
You pay $500.
Municipal police department in any city
Cadets,
enforce traffic
you
laws.
give them
Don't
$500
do it.
for a
Right.
salary. You expect them to live on that when they're going to train?
Yeah, literally, he's
Why
talking
would
about New
have a law
Hampshire. They
enforcement
sit at the border,
It's everything else.
pull people over, and yeah, they have nothing else to do either.
Next speaker, please.
Fred, hold my helmet.
Hello, my name is Hollis Baguskus, and I live in Worcester, just off of Mill Street. And I'm here to comment in opposition to items 10D and 11O. I have lived off of Mill Street for 10 years, and the two-lane configuration was dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as motorists. Excessive speeding was a serious problem, with unsafe passing putting other drivers at risk. Cars often parked on the sidewalk, forcing pedestrians to walk in the roadway. It was extremely unsafe for cyclists and those using wheelchairs or other mobility devices. The redesign of Mill Street is a win for all of those who use the corridor. Cyclists and others who use the bike lane are protected from cars. It is much harder to speed with only one travel lane each way. Pedestrians like my husband, who is an avid runner, do not have to worry about the sidewalk being impeded by parked vehicles. It is also much safer to cross the street.
Oh, there he is.
Lanes of traffic.
Brendan.
Yo.
What does it feel like to own Fred Nathan?
You know, I forgot him.
Number of crashes in the period since
Oh no! I wanted to give him a magnet like after in exchange for my helmet back, but
become more familiar with the design. It would be a terrible decision
That was so
to
great,
return Mill
Brendan.
Street to its previous configuration.
no, I apologize for the warbly talk too. I haven't done any public speaking in a while. As soon as I started looking at
Changes that have been made on Mill Street
enemy
are in
forces,
line
my
with
voice
this
started getting
policy,
wobbly when the adrenaline
and
went up.
additional improvements are on the way. We
You're
need
great.
to listen to our experts from the Department of Transportation and Mobility. They understand the
Hey,
best
crushed.
practices around road design that
I don't know how many
maximizes
people,
safety of all users. The city council
have talked
should
yet,
allow
but
our
they
traffic
were,
engineers and
there's a
road
lot of
planners
folks
to
down there.
carry out the complete street and Vision Zero policies that the
Um,
city has adopted.
yeah,
Again,
a
they are the
lot.
experts in this
And
area. And I do not
according to
think it
Yenny,
is
there's a lot
purview
more
of
to
the
go.
city council
Yeah.
to approve or not approve road designs.
Hey, thank you.
It's heartening that our city manager is committed to making our streets safer for everyone, as well as our District 5 councilor. I ask this body to be similarly
Look at Mo.
is voting no
You were
on
there?
items 10D and 11.
What's that?
Thank you.
Did you get a look at Mo Bergman while you were there?
I did. It's funny, man. Like, I mean, it's Mo. He doesn't care what anybody's saying. But if anyone's still down there and they're paying attention, watch his left hand. He's like got his hand under his desk and he's just like clawing away at the varnish with his fingernails. Like, I think that's all he can do to really emote is just slowly scrape away at hundreds of years of oils and paint.
Park Ave and Mill Street. But primarily, I'm here to speak against all 4 parts of Order 11O. I live in Columbus Park near Mill Street, and I walk in the neighborhood after work pretty much every day. I used to avoid Mill Street because it felt like walking along a little multi-lane highway. It was dangerous, it was loud. This is nothing new. Mill Street had been like that since I was a kid growing up in the Tatnick area. Since the redesign, I have felt safer walking
really
on Mill
good.
Street because there's more space between pedestrians on the sidewalk and motorists driving on the road. And when I've driven
Brendan,
on
it
the
was
road,
really
I've noticed that
refreshing to
motorists,
hear
including
somebody
myself,
during
are
public comment say
driving
that Worcester
slower.
isn't special
I
or
appreciate
unique.
that the city has
Yeah.
invested resources to improve.
Well,
I
you
could
know,
just-
what's funny, man, that like both Joe and the manager had like a smile on their face when I said that, because I don't think it came across as being dismissive. It's just that like we're part of like a state, which is part of a country. We're not like in a bubble. It's such a weird view to have.
We can't stop refusing to do things because we think that we're different than other places.
It's the kind of attitude that a lot of people in suburbs have. I think that
safety and
that's
traffic calming
prevalent on
measures. I would love to see the city make more
Mill
improvements,
Street.
such as added
In the
signage,
suburban
flex
part of
posts,
Worcester.
or other physical
It's not right
barriers
for
that
this,
more
for our
clearly
community
mark the
character or
parking and
whatever.
bike lanes.
Yeah, right.
There's enough space on Mill Street for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists to share the road safely. It can be hard to acclimate to change, but it feels like a misuse of city resources to revert Mill Street back to a status quo that wasn't working and that neighbors had advocated for decades to change. Thank you.
Thank you. If people could come right up to the, right on the railing, if you're going to speak next, come right up and see everybody who needs to speak. Sarah, can you just come on down the railing? Next one, too. Okay. Okay. What's your name and city of residence?
Hello, my name is Sarah Moore, resident City of Worcester. I'd like to,
This is our friend.
not speaking directly on it, but I would
One
like to know that I
of
also
us.
support our school funding item 8V. Primarily, I did want to speak again on the Mill Street designs, wanted to speak, in support of 11A, noting that we've made great progress so far in advancing traffic safety along Mill Street, and continuing that progress will definitely help keep all road users, especially vulnerable road users, safe. And in that vein, items 10D and 11O would reverse that safer street design that has already begun and is in process. We have our Department of Transportation and Mobility professionals who have been hired in order to create the best possible transportation and mobility access for all users. And in light of some of our approved Now Next plans that this has been done, they know how to do their jobs. They're doing them in accordance with the city's direction. Reversing their work would open the door to unnecessary property damage, unnecessary additional injury. When more streets can be made safer, and I'd love to see, additional streets added to that, not just the ones that other people have mentioned, but also like Lake Avenue, Hamilton Street.
Yeah, you need to have a
I'd
truck
love to see those,
first.
Made with more protected bike lanes. That will help residents all across the city be able to drive or to bike, to walk, use other micromobility devices to safely navigate the city. Therefore, we don't need to either adopt 11P either. We don't need to keep asking for more. We've received significant data from these professionals that show that these things are going to increase safety. And instead of spending this additional time requesting more data, we could spend this time most effectively implementing more safe streets designs across the city of Worcester. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. What's your name, city of residence?
Francesco Bavona, resident of Worcester, District 5.
Great job, Sarah.
I'm here today.
Great name, this guy.
10D and 11O, two proposals which combined would undo the recent changes on Mill Street. Reported crash data indicates that since the modifications, the number of traffic incidents on Mill Street has been in line with the 5-year average.
City council fit.
Enacting these orders would spend more money to revert things to how they were a year ago. And we know that's not going to help the situation that we're in any. All of this is coming just weeks before the Department of Transportation and Mobility would like to be adding additional safety features such as flex posts, painted bike lanes, rapid flashing beacons. All of these are tried and proven safety features, which will make the number of traffic incidents further reduced in the future. So I urge the council to reject falling back on the reactionary measures proposed tonight and instead let DTM work to provide safer streets for Worcester residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isabella Schiavone. I'm a resident of District 5. I am also an educator. I have taught science and math in the Grafton Public Schools and the Millbury Public Schools, and I would like to speak on 8V and 11O. First on 8V, as an educator, I know clearly that appropriate funding is what gets our students the help that they need. With that appropriate funding not having been allocated in the last 4 years, there's really no way to tell what opportunities these children have lost out on due to that. I support 8V and believe that that money should be spoken about and hopefully allocated back. And as a homeowner, I understand that that would result in an increase in taxes, and I think that that is a respectful burden to bear. That being said, as a science teacher, switching now to 11O, I know that force of an object, a moving object, increases with that object's speed. So by switching Mill Street to a 1-lane with parking and then a protected bike lane, we are reducing the speed of the vehicles traveling down. So whether or not that results in a decreased number of accidents, hopefully within time as people adjust to this.
Hellraiser, the U-turn point, I think that's valid.
As
And
a
it's
resident of Worcester, I know that my
it's
side
probably
mirrors
something that
are
could have
not
used more work in
provide
terms of
parking.
narrowing the islands that, or the island that runs the
but
length of Mill
my
Street
side
in terms
mirrors
of
are
making sure that
plastic,
wasn't an
and
issue.
Children are not. Children traveling in those bike lanes to school, to the pond, to the park should be protected. Our disabled residents
epic,
who
it's
need to use
going.
that bike lane for motorized scooters should be
Yeah, great job,
protected,
Eric.
and I believe that they should be protected more than cars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Marsh, 212 Main Street in Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Huge
Mr.
fan.
Mayor, I rise to speak in opposition to agenda item 11O. Any
please do an
argument for
impression.
reverting the design of Mill Street
I
back
love it
to
when he
its
does
original
impressions.
design where reckless drivers could
It would be rad to get a
treated like a
voicemail
freeway,
recorded from this guy,
where
just
simply
to like,
asking to share the road with
yeah,
pedestrians
you have
and
reached
bicyclists was
Travis.
an
Oh, I love his voice.
to motor
We should ask him to do a cameo.
It is unfounded,
absolutely.
unsubstantiated balderdash of the highest order. For this company, of everyone involved and unilaterally
He
decided
rules.
to put it out with the kitchen sink just because some people refuse to adapt to the new rules of the road and share it with everybody else, to believe they can micromanage every single road design project in this city and still have an efficient functioning government is the pinnacle of arrogance. I have driven down
Dude,
Mill Street
balderdash of the
before, and
highest
I have
order.
felt infinitely different for redesigns than I did without
My
them.
next D&D
My
campaign.
dad, who doesn't even live in this city, has adapted to the new rules of the road just fine. If he can do it, so can everyone else.
Oh my God, I love Andrew Marsh.
Of travel from walking to biking. This order is a piece of garbage that deserves to stop until it dissolves.
Killing me.
This council should reject it wholeheartedly
Dear
so we can
God, I
continue
needed
to enact
this.
safer streets for the city of Worcester, where the road belongs to all of us and where
Oh,
everybody
we got
has a safe
kid
way to get
on the
around.
left.
It's time to stop blaming the road and instead hold drivers accountable for reckless, obstinate behavior. I yield back the balance of my time.
I love it when he yields back the balance of his time.
The best.
David Webb, Worcester. First and foremost, 8V, 20 million from the school budget, 163 people laid off, entire programs uncertain. This is why things are hidden in attachments. Let's not waste much time on Councillor Bergman's current special interest. Just because he's fixated doesn't mean we need to be. No on the silly waste of time 10D and 11O. Yes on 10H, get us a report on if the Department of Inspectional Services is even able to perform an inspection every 5 years. Yes on 10K, get information on efforts being made to address wage gaps in the city. Yes on 10O, get a report on why employees leave the city
The
of
kid is
Worcester when
awesome.
providing
He's been doing
exit
sock
interviews.
puppets.
Why is this not already done?
Now he got his
Yes
face.
on 11A, yes and on 11B.
He is perfectly
Let's
encapsulating
prioritize
how I feel.
crashes at Mill Park.
Just torturous
Instead of
boredom.
wasting time on Mill Street. Yes on 11C, invite CMHA to discuss evictions in the city. Yes on 11D, get a report on human rights complaints related to landlord-tenant issues. Yes on 11F, have the finance and
This
school
kid would
committee
rather be at
avoid
Home Depot.
issues like AV.
That kid was there before I was, and was just like coming and going from the chamber throughout the fire department budget. Like I did not see a single adult that was responsible. So, yeah, just could be
information on if ShotSpotter
Really
has
interested
any
in
useful impact.
municipal government. I
Since
don't.
I have an extra 45 seconds, I'd like to take it to emphasize that we should focus on things like science and logic and data and not listen to Councillor Bergman's fear-mongering.
Excuse me, that's uncalled for. Next speaker, please.
The fear-mongering is worth acknowledging. Other people have.
Good evening. Dale Wickenizer. I live on Ball Street, just off of Milliner Springs Tavern. Not that I'm representing the Seven Hills Wheelman Cycling Club, but I'm the president of the club, and I'm just to show some sense of my interest in cycling. One of the things I was reading, DTM just is putting out a draft of their mobility action plan, and one of the things in there, they said that 42% of the people who live in Worcester don't own a car. I'm presuming probably the 58% that do make up the people that are in this room. And one of the questions that I was wondering about is, if I had to go from Stearns Tavern, where we live, to get to Tatnuck Square, and I didn't have a car, I walk or I take the bus, which takes over an hour, walking, whatever. The bike lane, according to a report that they reference, 51% of the people in this country, or the 50 largest metropolitan areas, would use a bike if they had safe cycling infrastructure. And I don't know that all 42% of the people who don't own a car would suddenly start riding a bike if there were bike lanes everywhere in Worcester, but some would. And I would like to think that you all who sit through this every week, thank you very much for doing that.
You're welcome.
Would want the idea of improving the quality of life of people, and
we're very brave.
Transportation options would be high on that list. Because again, if someone doesn't have a car, how do they get to Tatnuck Square? It's a mile and a half. But if they have nice access to other
Brian, we're not even sure if we're all the way through public comment yet.
Now we have all these bike riders.
We're not even through the first half of public comment.
I think the cycling community
There's everyone
would be
on
asked
Zoom.
To be involved in helping to make that. Those
I'm gonna
people learn
cry.
how to ride more safely.
But it is nice that
we've not had this problem.
the Mill Street Cranks
But that
have
could be
gotten
something
completely
that we
bodied
would be willing to
tonight.
talk to the city about. How do we make cycling safer
Yeah,
for
and
everybody?
it helped
We
that
need
they
to get
started
people
an hour
out
late.
on the bikes in the first place. And I think if the more lanes we have, the more safe infrastructure we have.
Oh, also,
the more people
after I got home before I came on, I absolutely housed a Burncoat sub, and
Nice, dude.
it might kill me before the end of the night.
My name is Colin Novick. I'm with the Greater Worcester Land Trust, address 4 Ash Street. I was invited by the City of Worcester Planning
Colin.
Department to participate in bike planning back in 1996 and 1997. There was an effort at that point to put a bike lane on Mill Street. It was met by consternation by people, and it was not backed up by the administration or council. And here we are 27 years later. Every single open space and recreation plan that I participated in calls for increased bike access. That's every 6 to 8 years over that 27-year period, calls for this kind of improvement. Mill Street has been designated as this route for over 27 years. This is
There he is.
happened. We finally have the bikeway that we've been looking for 27 years, and now there's consternation and an effort to make it go away. I would like to think that we're not going to have to wait another 27 years to 2051 to have a chance to make Mill Street work. I'm not sure I'll be
moxie.
alive. When it comes to item 11.0, we're talking about best practices. Do we genuinely believe that the City of Worcester's planning department and engineering department aren't using best practices? I mean, is this sarcastic, or do you actually not believe your own administration? This is kind of offensive. As someone who's worked with these people for 3 decades, these are the professionals. This is what they spent their entire life learning about. This is why we hire them. We talk about engaging street design engineers. We have them on staff. We employ them. They're part of the design work. Why are we hiring someone to come in and do this again? Again, disrespect of administration. These people that we've hired to do this work, I work with them. They're colleagues. They deserve respect. We talk about sending any future design changes to City Council to be reviewed. I'm not sure that that's the appropriate measure for this. We have design engineers. If we're redesigning 290, we usually don't bring it to council. If we're redesigning a major intersection, We should ask the engineers. We should look at the data. We should try to make that work. I would like to ask that please we allow Mill Street to continue. I would love to not have to wait to 2051 to try this again, assuming that I live that long. Thank you very much.
Wow. Good comment.
What's your name and say your residence?
Layla Worcester. Layla's in Bryan, Worcester. I'm here today to comment on the school budget and the potential for school accurate funding. We see it, and hopefully the council sees the unbearable and extremely low and embarrassing number the school budget is set at. I'm a recent Worcester Public Schools graduate and have seen how students are affected on a daily basis by this budget. As I can stand here and give you a handful and expansive list on issues, I can only give you one example here tonight on what the issues look like in school. I was my junior year, senior year of high school, I knew a teacher that had to teach in a classroom full of English language learners, and she was fluent in English. Now it's one thing to teach English language learners, students, and help them learn the language of English, but it's another to teach history and the subject of English class and other languages to a handful of those students. And not only in one language, not in two, but in her case, she was doing it in a good 4 to 5 languages for those students, which is what this budget has.
The arms are in the shirt.
Instead of hiring accurate teachers.
Fart noises coming next.
Hopefully the council considers this budget as an issue rather than a calculation.
They are
Thank you.
eating the shirt.
Good evening. My name is Alex Salcedo, and I'm a resident of District 5. I don't know.
Yeah, did you take a damn bike lane or something?
Well, I was not there to talk about the appropriate speed to drive, ride a motorcycle through the city. I was there to talk about appropriateness of bike lanes.
I only have 10 copies. Well, we'll start today. So I hope it doesn't count against my time that you guys are getting the
I'll start you from
documentation. Thank
You're
you.
not keeping track, John.
Thank you for being fair. So what you have in front of you is some pictures of a recent event.
Dude,
that
this
we
kid
had to
rocks.
celebrate,
Look at the
Indoctrinate
way his arms are in his
Day,
shirt. God
where
damn.
reporting, they're writing their data for 21 months. We had a very nice.
Seems that
celebration
shirt
at
tastes
Sam's
terrible.
Tavern. And one of the things that we plan to do after the celebration, in which we obviously honor the participants.
Dude, he's killing
was
me.
To have
I just
a
want to
ride.
shout out to Beck
And
for
it was- I don't know
keeping
if
this
you
kid in
remember,
frame.
but
Look at
on
Fred
May
looking at him with
18th,
such contempt.
pouring, in the afternoon.
I don't mean this
So
with any-
we decided
I
that
just-
we were gonna have
anybody
the bike
else see a
ride
baby
because
Ben White?
We were going to ride. and we
Okay, yeah, I see it.
things.
Ben,
So
how
what
do you
you're
feel about that?
seeing- The pictures that you are seeing are the joy
Dude,
of people
truffle shuffle
biking
when?
in the rain.
Come on.
Not dancing in the rain.
I wish I had
biking in the rain.
a direct line to this kid.
And so I'm not gonna say much, but I'm going to invite
Yes.
you because thanks to that experience that we had.
I'm hoping he
we're
gets
planning
cold and we can get the
another
knees up
ride
in the
for
shirt too.
Father's
I think
Day.
that
We're gonna celebrate
That shirt
fathers
didn't stand a
with a bike
chance.
ride. And I happen to work for an organization that advocates for safe cycling in Massachusetts. And I cannot say the word safe, big, and bold enough. It's called Mass Bike. So I would
He's just staring
invite
at
you. I'm
Fred.
gonna come back in 2 weeks.
This
and
kid
I'm
is
gonna
essentially
remind
me
you
as a
about the
child.
ride. I can't come back next week because I have to be.
I
in Boston
identify
for
deeply with this
another
child.
event.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna come back in 2 weeks and remind you about the ride. Because I have come to the conclusion that until
Fred
you
has
don't leave the
an iPhone
experience
clip.
of riding or seeing the joy of people riding on a parking protected bike lanes, you won't get it. So please.
He's just letting it rock.
One of the things that I read this morning is that the opposite of anger is not calmness. The opposite of anger is to show empathy. So
Thank you.
I'll be back in 2 weeks. And in the meantime, please consider to join us.
Thank you.
Oh, that's his dad.
We
He just gave me
found-
"You got
My
this."
name's Harlan
We found
Shepherd. I live at
the kid's
15
owner.
Esquivel, off of Mill Street, near June Street. I lived there my whole life. I'm not a fan of Mill Street, but I know nothing I say is going to change. The thing I don't like about it is the
Parking in the middle of the street.
buffer zone between the parking and the bike lane should be on the outside, because it's very dangerous for people to get out of their cars into traffic.
What about biking in that
I don't
space?
understand why that buffer zone needs to be there.
Don't park on Park
passenger
Ave
doors being
or
open.
any other Shrewsbury Street.
That's pretty much all I got to say.
Okay, good point. Thank you.
That's
the
really
other
not a
thing-
good point. It's not a good point. That was like
Good
that before it
point.
got redesigned.
As they do the buildings, would have a good school system.
Thank you.
Oh, he's taking the kid with him. Fuck. Oh no, he's sitting down. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Mr. City Manager, all the people who have stuck it out all these hours, and all our city officials who have been here since 4 o'clock, I understand.
Oh,
you for
boo
doing
friggin'
what
who?
Yeah.
I'm not. I always do this. Have you noticed that? I'm so bent on having my opportunity to speak. Leslie Saffer. I live on Mill Street, 4 houses down from June Street, and I'm in District 5. I'm struck with many things here tonight, and I only have a short time. I want to comment on the man who mentioned that you can't legislate relationships. I happen to think that
Stop her, Joe.
relationships
Stop her, Joe. She's not
primo,
commenting
they're
on.
very important. And so
It's not on
I'm
the
not
agenda.
here, excuse me. to
This is
speak
the woman who at the
against
last
our
community meeting
opposition.
was going
I'm
on about
here
how
to
the new Mill Street has bad energy and started going down a rabbit hole of like its chakras being out of alignment and some shit. It was,
Empathy is what said.
I don't think it's what people were
of
getting at when they were talking about having more design review
understanding
and
and
engineering
tolerance.
input is what
And
I'm getting
I
at.
believe
It's-
that we can be in a better position to advance
Definitely.
all our positions when we do it in a unified way. And I think, well, what we're really all here talking about is
Please let me
safety.
know.
I have many stories which I won't bore you with, but they are
Thank
quite
you.
dramatic, of things that
Tell us then.
happened in our front yard
She looks like she's on the verge of
in the
tears.
years
Yeah.
when we had the prior placement. I am not hearing, or I'm hearing people say things that I'm confused about, because I wasn't aware that anyone was talking about reverting to the way things were. The beef that many of us have is the juxtaposition, is the placement in the design of the parking and the bike lanes. Bikes are great. And listening to the people here tonight, I
They're so
realize
good.
how much
We
I
want to use them
learned,
to protect
how
our
much
cars.
I have to learn. So I don't see.
just
that
stop
we
your
have
comment and
a
go learn
beef
something
here
first.
About the plan. It could be wonderful. What there are safety concerns about the current setup,
This is
which
so
are in line because of paint. The paint is the issue. So
Can you wrap it up?
yeah, I would like to wrap up. And I'm trying to say that this is a democratic process for which I'm grateful and I'm honored to be a part of. And that's really the bottom line here. And I think that we all should be heard and we all should be respected, and that we can work
I
together
so disagree
to
with
make
you.
this the wonderful vision that you've had and finally.
No,
come
this is the
together.
vision. They did it. It's there.
I think that was it, 27 years. Thank you very much.
What the hell does she want? Oh my God.
Okay, I'm going
That's
to close this
awesome.
part of the meeting.
Well-aligned road
We're
chakras.
going to go online. We have a few people online. Mr. Cork.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first speaker can identify as John Rogers. I'm going to mute the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence and the item you're calling on.
I'm going to end it after the last person who's online here. So
How many people are
Okay.
online, Joe? Say.
Mr. Rogers?
John Rogers from Ward 6. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. I am calling in regard to item 10D,
Ward 6.
which calls
We
for
have
a report
wards?
/ consideration of returning Mill Street to its original configuration. I'm in favor of returning Mill Street to the original
There are
setup.
wards within
As I understand
districts.
things, the purpose of the current configuration is to support bicyclists. I travel Mill Street from time to
You
time.
might be in Ward
and
6
I
of
cannot say
District
that I have
5.
seen many cyclists. As we have already seen in the short time frame the current configuration has been implemented, there has been one death and several accidents. My question to the council as a whole is, how many more drivers need to be victims of a traffic accident with this ill-conceived plan? I'm just not convinced, myself personally, that enough cyclists are taking advantage of this change to continue in the current configuration. Let's go back to the way things were, the way that drivers remember the configuration of Mill Street. Thank you for allowing me to
Make
speak
Mill
on
Street
this
great
item.
again.
I will yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I so thought that was going to be a Nazi.
Lynn Tolman, I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
It's just a wild thing to have to
Hi.
watch out for.
Hi, Lynn. Go ahead.
My name is Lynn Tolman. I live in Worcester. I bike in Worcester. I drive in Worcester. I walk in Worcester. I even cross-country ski in Worcester from time to time. I was really pleased to see our new Department of Transportation and Mobility establish a protected
Okay, let's
bike
get this
lane
straight
on
right
Mill
now.
Street.
If someone's cross-country skiing down 122, I am not getting out of their way. They're moving for me. That's just a bridge too fucking
Which,
far.
by the way, was known as the Speedway even back in his day, 125 years
Now,
ago.
if somebody's cross-country skiing with one of
really
those cool little
appreciate
sniper
being
rifles
able
like
to
they
bike
do in
there
Norway,
without cars whizzing
I have no
by.
choice to get out of the way.
I'm giving them
And
some
not having
space.
to, and I really
They'll hit me with
appreciate
a tiny
not having
bullet.
to bike in the dreaded door zone.
I went snowboarding down 122 once, and it was that hill going up to Paxton is not nearly as steep as you think it is when you're on a snowboard going embarrassingly slow
Backlash to the
in the middle of the night.
sensible safety improvements on Mill Street. So I'm opposed to 10D, 11O, 11P. Give this new bike lane a chance. Please let the DTM do their job. They're the professionals.
Spoken
and
like a
we're
new
paying
dad.
them for their expertise. The crash numbers have not increased. The police are not blaming the bike lane for motorists crashing into parked cars. The reduction in car travel lanes is a proven way to calm traffic. And the parking protected bike lane is in line with the complete streets policy that you adopted. It's a welcome
it doesn't matter if they
improvement
adopt it.
on the
That's
road
not-
to
that's no
safer
bear.
streets for all users. Please don't revert to the hair-raising speedway. Thank you.
Ooh, the hair raising
Thank
speed.
you.
Nice little flourish
Next
there.
speaker is Nathaniel Worcester. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Hi, that's actually Natalie Gibson of Worcester District 5. I just wanted to say, as I've said before, that I initially was not a fan of this redesign. I have come to accept it, understand
Doggy,
it,
stinky.
even when I've been online and see what
My
it
favorite
is
words,
that
too.
DTM would like us to visualize a more narrow street, which would slow us all down. But part of the problem is we don't have enough cars parked on the sides to.
One
do
time
that
in a room full of
visualization.
people, my girlfriend said that I
By
smelled
the way,
like an
I'm speaking
Italian sub.
on 10D, and I am opposed to having to go back to the 4 lanes. We do need to have safer streets. That is a fact. What we don't need is to have
I like this
so
lady's
many
idea.
people,
We should just park a whole bunch of
going
cars
around
randomly on the
and
street.
making false
They don't belong to
accusations,
anybody, but we'll just line the streets with cars.
making very bad
Yeah, why not?
excuses for careless drivers that should know how to use lanes properly. And
Just
they
2 or 3
choose
killdozers.
not to follow the
We get
rules
the-
of the road and go around
You get it all
someone
sorted out.
and cause an accident.
Oh, you better know I'm putting hot peps on the
Brighter.
Italian
The paint is very white.
Gotta
You can
have
see
my
it.
hots.
There is a small area down on Mill Street near Logan.
I'm a hot pepper
Field
relish
where
kind of guy.
The light posts are a little bit spaced farther apart.
I
than
don't
the
think
other
Fred
ones.
drives, Gio.
But if you can't see,
he
then
just
you should
holds
be going
helmets.
slower. There's way too many excuses out there. They should stop contributing a man's, rest his soul, his death to this, because we do not have the final report. People are driving recklessly. This is who we need to blame, not anybody else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Worcester's not very good at getting abandoned cars out of the roads for some reason. We had one in our street for almost a year, and they just kept refusing to do anything about it. So I bet that one on Mill Street's theirs today.
In Worcester.
Yeah.
Thank you for
The 311
the
app
opportunity
is
to
full
speak.
of complaints
I
like
just wanted
that.
to address items on Mill Street and those regarding charter.
Which is funny because it seems like it should be one of the easier
Also
things
wanted to say, of
address.
course, as
Yeah.
several others have said, we need to fully fund our schools. It's ridiculous.
One of the main things you
Like the
probably want
largest
to
city in all of New England.
you don't want to have a city full of
questioning
abandoned
whether or
cars.
not we should or how we can. Let's just make it happen.
The only reason that they took the one in
regarding
my
Mill
neighborhood is because I called them
This
up and
entire
asked
project is
if I could dump my
another,
car.
I think, prime example of our city
They were like,
leaders
"No, you
making
can't
decisions
do
for
that."
projects without
I
fully
was like, "Okay,
examining
well."
or understanding the downstream impacts.
Other people do.
Yeah.
I think too often changes are made here in Worcester simply for the sake of change, or to keep Worcester to help Worcester keep up with larger cities, and we're not them. It's another example of you as leaders putting the cart before the horse. Maybe you've seen how we repair streets and then maybe 6 months to a year later rip them up so we can repair or make updates to our utilities. Seems time and time again, we see poor planning, failed
Bergman's
execution,
had enough.
and lack of accountability
So
where things end up being a crap
moving
show.
the stuff underground is a
Stopping this
citywide.
project and backtracking would be a waste of time and resources, and ultimately waste even more of our hard-earned tax dollars. You voted to move this project forward, and it's now your burden to bear. Stop dragging your feet and making excuses. Finish what you started, and then let the chips fall where they do. Regarding Spectrum, you have the opportunity and
I have no idea what
responsibility
this guy is saying.
to hold this monopoly accountable for defrauding
It's
citizens
a unique way
as
of
well
coming
as the
at the
city
issue.
collectively. They have failed to hold up
Saying
their
let
end
the
of
chips
things
fall, but the chips have
and
already
are
fallen.
dragging
We all
us
like where the
all
chips have
around by our
fallen.
necks.
Fell.
Do your
The
job
chips are fine
and
where they are.
represent the people of this city and our best interests.
Okay, thank
In
you.
the end, results of the Mill
Seems
Street
like it.
project, how you all handle it, and your decision tonight to have the guts to
There's no
stand up
decision
for us
tonight. They don't
or
make
big
decisions.
business
City council doesn't make
will set the
decisions.
impact which of you will be reelected. We need
Okay,
leaders.
thank you. I appreciate it.
We have
Stand up to big business.
No one's doing that ever.
Somebody needs to stand up to big bicycle.
Like a penny farthing?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, Matthew, go ahead.
All right, Matthew No, Worcester resident.
Hey, Matt No.
Speak briefly about all the
Matt,
orders related to Mill
Matt.
Street and more generally design of public roads in the city. I think the orders are 10D, 11O, and P. But honestly, a lot of the agenda is actually dedicated to roads and parking, and most of the orders are about slowing traffic down or creating more accessible parking, which is funny in light of the orders to revert some of those changes we've been seeing. But what stands out about these is that they're asking not only to overrule, expert knowledge with some contradictions, like return to on-street parking to the curb, while also provide best practices for protection of cyclists and pedestrians. Those are kind of in opposition of each other because the best practice is what we're trying to do on Mill Street. But these orders also ask the city to ignore some of the stated goals and values we've seen lots of public input on over the last several years. We've said we want to be a sustainable city. We said that we want to be a walkable city and that we understand the importance of bikes and buses. With Worcester Now Next, we've seen this mobility plan. We've seen this Vision Zero plan. We're aiming for these zero traffic deaths, and slowing and calming measures are how we're going to do that. So to go backwards is to hinder, our ability to meet these goals. And it also kind of, as a pedestrian, feels like a slap in the face to go back to this desire to make things convenient and simple for drivers who are like weaponizing their incompetence or unwillingness to follow the rules of the road. Because if you can't tell the difference between a parked car and a car in motion, you should probably not be driving anymore. So I just want to, encourage us to keep moving in the right direction. Ask the city manager if we're going to ask for anything on this to find ways to better enforce traffic laws, to consider regular education for drivers past, when you first get your driver's license. And to speed up the installation of these more permanent changes that some have spoken about, and we know from, the funding that is coming. And I'll end by saying we should fund schools, we should fund libraries, and we should fund, safe infrastructure. Thank you.
Nice job, Matt.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Joseph. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Joe?
Yes, Joseph Zwerbelia, 4 4th Street, Worcester. I've heard a lot of folks speak about Mill Street, the redesign, but I want to say that, we should all give DTM an opportunity to continue to work the plan for Mill Street. I know we're going to have a new
Wow, I
redesign
pegged this guy for a crank
in a
right
year or
away.
two. I think we should continue to move
Keep
forward.
being wrong on that. It's
Support
nice.
DTM, support our District 5 counselor, and the mitigation steps that are planned. There's been a lot of community meetings. There's been a lot of back and forth every month, and the city's taken that input, and they have action steps to address a number of these issues moving forward. So I'm in support of the continued measures by DTM. I don't agree that we should go back to the speedway. Yes, let's make Mill Street a more safer roadway for everyone, pedestrians, bicyclists, motorists, and get it down to one lane, keep it as one lane, and let's just improve upon what we've started. Again, I don't support.
Wow, Jose was there, didn't speak, huh?
To rescind what we've done.
Yeah, no, he left very early.
Oh, sorry. This is
He-
boring me to shit.
He left right after budget hearings.
Continue to do.
Thank you.
Wayne definitely spoke one of the first 3 or 4, I believe.
Yeah.
No alternate
Hello, can you
settings.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Nah,
No,
he's probably
no.
fucking
My name is
Bravehearts
Michael
game.
Santos, a District 5
Trying to
resident.
sell a ticket to sit with him.
I'm here to
Selling fake
oppose
autographs.
item 10B. I just want to say I appreciate DTM moving towards a larger focus on multimodal transportation options. It's severely lacking in our city. There's a serious deficiency in pedestrian and bicycle safety throughout the entire city. I would like to see a complete overhaul of some streets. Also, Mill
Like,
Street,
they can't try to do this
needs
again,
to be
right?
designed
Like,
properly. So I think we need to take a look at the traffic volumes out there. And
I
going
thought
back
that they
to
were done
what-
after the last time.
Right.
having 48 feet of roadway width for the traffic levels is just not in line with the.
Wait till they
volume
do
out there. I
like
think
Pleasant
that
Street.
there probably can
Right,
be
Pleasant
yeah.
improvements out there, so I hope that the city continues.
Stafford
to
Street is in the
what more can be done.
in the
I'd like to see
pipeline.
better pedestrian
Grove
crossings,
Stafford,
Chandler
better
Street.
lighting.
They're all like under construction
And
right now.
continue to evaluate the cross section. I also want to talk about 11A, which is also on Mill Street, but this is the intersection at Park Avenue. I think it's a really good idea to look at safety improvements there. That intersection is identified as like a HSIP location by MassDOT.
Thanks,
There
Squeebo.
are a lot of
Thanks,
pedestrian
Squeeb.
issues out there. I think that should be the starting block for Webster Square. We also need to take a look at that.
I'm saying,
intersection,
so
Main Street at
I
Mill
was
Street
keeping
and,
track
Park
initially,
Ave at
but then
Stafford
once it
and,
became
Main Street as
so
well.
obvious, I
Kind of that
stopped.
whole
But I would say
triangle.
80-20
I don't think we should limit ourselves
conservative
to just looking
is
at Mill
is it.
Street at Park Ave. I think we need to take a look
Probably
at the
more than
entire
that, though, if you
triangle,
did the math.
make sure that the roads are properly sized, have the right turn lanes. Have
Thanks to Squeebo for giving out a community sub
So I'm hoping
as
that is
well.
the start of improvement
Rules.
there, because traffic flow and pedestrian safety are terrible in that area. So thank you. I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
time.
Next speaker with 2 more.
I feel like we've seen a lot of new
Next speaker
people
is
tonight.
Margaret
I feel like
Barnett.
I've never
I'm trying to meet the
seen.
resident now.
Yeah, yeah.
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
That was great.
Great. So I'm gonna, my name is Margot Barnett, and I live on Glendale Street in Worcester, which is very close to Mill Street. I want to speak to those issues. I think it's 10D, 11O, but before I do that, I'm not going to repeat what other people said. I'm just going to give you a bit of my personal experience about that. But before I do that, I want to speak to 8B. that the president.
Yeah,
of the,
we should do that bumper sticker.
Education
The most
Association
inside
has
joke of
given
all
us
time.
really robust
Making a
documentation
bumper
that
sticker
the
about
city
us finding
has
funny
not
an inside
fulfilled its
joke that somebody
obligations
wrote for
in
themselves
funding
instead of
schools,
public
and
comment
it's
at a
just
city
difficult
council
to do it.
meeting.
And I just want to make a point about the way the city charter works. This is not on the city councilors. They can't add.
Only
to the
if we
budget.
can buy a
This is
few
on the
for
city
Andrew
manager.
Marsh.
So the city
Hey,
manager.
oh,
of course, yeah.
Into city manager.
I time-stamped his address, and I'm going to go back and pull the entire
now
video
on,
of
on
that.
Mill Street. I actually was riding my bike the other day on Chandler Street, which has a lane that looks like it's supposed to be a bike lane, but cars are parked in it. So I get to that.
How awesome would
and
it be if
either
Andrew's in our
go
chat?
Way out into traffic. Go
I
right
hope
out
so.
into traffic. or
Andrew,
go on
reveal
the
your
sidewalk.
stuff.
And one is illegal, and the other is dangerous. Mill Street used to be like this, and when I biked on Mill Street, I always felt like I was just taking my life in my hand. So today I took a ride on Mill Street, and I went all the way down to where the configuration of the street has changed.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. 50 people into the stream, 3 hours in is not
the
usual.
entire
That
section,
is
and
very
it
good.
felt totally different. I just felt like I was riding in.
It's also very unusual to be in public comment 3 hours in.
And I get the points about the markings on the street being kind of.
Worcester
confusing.
Antifa, you're not
There
serious,
was
right?
one place where there were cones and
I feel like
some kind of a bar across
if
that
Andrew
marked
Marsh
where the parking
larps,
lane was. And I think if
I
we
want to
ignore that,
go with
and
him.
maybe that's what people are talking
where
about
he
when they're
does that.
talking about the
Dude, I
the
love LARPing.
flexible. I can't
Playing as an
remember what the word is,
NPC of LARPing
but
is so
I
freaking
think that,
fun.
those
Because you
kinds
could just
of
keep
measures
dying. You have
would
no
make a big
like
difference.
dog in the fight. You could just have
But
fun.
going back, yeah, I just have another few seconds. Going back to the original configuration would really be going backward is a bad idea. And when the final design is done, all of these things will be much clearer.
Okay.
And we need to figure out.
I'd
how
like
to
to see all the emails that the counselors got too.
Oh yeah.
about this.
This is our last speaker.
The last speaker is Liz Lydell. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hi there. My name is Liz Lytle, resident of Worcester District 5. I'm calling about three different issues
president of
tonight.
P5.
One is
Higher
I'm
than
in
a towel.
support of agenda items 11G to 11J. I'm concerned about our city's response to the increase in violent crime, some of which involves youth and young people. I know that summer jobs to Worcester from the state have been cut by over 70%. And just knowing that young people need, positive activities and jobs to help them stay engaged and on a good path. So with no jobs and no, safe programming through the summer, that makes me very concerned, but I support all of the requests that Councilor Nguyen made about how to approach this. I worry that no amount of added police presence will matter.
So do we risk
and I've
both
said
killing the
this before, but I
stream
think
and
that
municipal
the thing
government
that will
by
make a
all going
difference
back
is,
next time it
more
comes up
funding
and doing this all over again?
counselors and police.
Just turn every meeting for the rest of for all time into like a 4-hour bitch session.
I'm a parent of Worcester Public School students and an
I think
employee of
like
Worcester Public
why
Schools.
not? What
very
else
disappointed
are
in
they
the
doing?
lack of
we gonna do?
Week to week.
budget.
Yeah.
So I know that this is leading to
Why let them
talented
control the
and earned
narrative?
staff losing their positions, which will hurt students. And I believe that we as a city
Yeah, if you put a
can do
petition
much
on the
better, and
agenda,
so
it can
I'll
be
call
about
the city
anything,
manager
and
to
then
do that.
like everyone
And
can
then
show up and talk
finally,
about
as
it.
a D5
And it's
resident,
within the rules.
I travel on Mill Street a whole lot. I have noticed that people are driving much slower, myself included. It has certainly made a difference as we're driving. I think that the data shows it's safe. It's not any more dangerous than before. And with time and the improvements that people are asking for, I think.
Imagine if we put on a celebrity golf tournament at the Worcester Country Club and we didn't invite the mayor and we didn't let him come. That would break him for good.
Let's go back to the meeting. Prior to doing so, Councilor Telhaji is asked to hold 11N. No. Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
This is going to be confusing as shit. This is going to be.
They held everything.
Names and orders. Councilor Harold Carlson has asked to hold A and B in Child Communications. Then
I wonder if something that, like,
we have Crown Castle for a condo location at Northwest Cutoff, and
I wonder if something happened to Christian after
location
the mayoral election where he's just like,
so
100%. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
We've been talking about that. Feels like he has to like tack to the center or something.
They're on C and D, and
would it be because he wants to run again as a centrist?
C and D.
I don't know. Probably.
7 C and D.
But
right?
this meeting tonight should disabuse him of that notion. Like,
I think he's pretty anti bike lane stuff. Like I remember like talking to some lady in Green Island who told me that he came to their neighborhood meeting and told them that he would help them stop the complete streets project they want to do down by the park. What's it, Crompton Park?
Does anybody oppose any of these?
That's so annoying.
That was super weird to me. I was like, really?
Oppose the hearing.
Why?
Yeah, it's like
weird,
confusing. Yeah, it's just weird.
Favor, oppose.
He likes to cruise, I bet. He likes to
Petitions,
50 miles an hour all over the place.
It is really amazing.
Right, that kind of cruise, right.
The level of hostility there is towards just in general the cyclist existing. I mean, I went a couple years in the city not driving. Like I lived really close to where I was working at the time, so I just like pivoted to a bike, and it's amazing. Like even just like friends, like would just get like angry at the idea that like you would ride a bike over drive a car. I don't.
Maybe I'm reading
Right.
wrong.
People are really fucking weird about it.
Yeah.
Oh, B
Yeah.
as in boy.
We just did A and B follows A.
Okay, I thought you said V as in
I'm glad there must be a
boy.
teacher out there. No, thank you.
35 to 6.
So, B, refer to public
Yeah,
works
that
and
rules.
parks. All those in favor,
I would say
opposed,
35 to 6 is accurate.
8C to 8S. Refer to
The weird one with Christian on that in particular, though, is that he's a motorcycle guy and like so keenly aware of just like the cyclists face in terms of the similarity to the dangers that cyclists face. It's
8V. Musa Verdier, president of the EAW, requests City Council.
That's what I was alluding to. I know I wasn't very explicit, but I know he rides a motorcycle.
Christian?
Yeah, Christian loves his motorcycle.
Hello, my name is Melissa Verdier.
He had it out
President
at the
of Worcester.
protest and he
I live
looked
on
badass.
Mansfield Road, but I'm also the president of the Educational Association of Worcester. So I've come before you all before. I've actually had a meeting with the city manager before, and I have said that we were receiving the bare minimum, which would be 100% of the spending that is required. And then I find out that that is not the case and that we have been underfunded for many years. And so I went through and I looked at the list of all of the cities and towns and regionals, and I found that we are one of 14 districts and regionals that does not pay 100%. But I want to make it clear that there are over 24 who pay over 200%, 2 of which pay over 300%. So I would rather strive to be
right.
than to be a city that's underfunding. We have a $22 million crisis this year, and I'm not saying that I would say at this point probably $6 million in the past.
Oh,
4
crafty
years.
Matt, that's easy. Just light off an M80, brother.
Enough of a
You
debt to
clap,
really
too.
do anything.
Yeah, just clap real loud.
But I do feel
You can make a
like
bird noise with your
we
mouth.
live
That'll
and
set it
we're
off.
compared to districts around us
Dog barking,
that are paying well over
anything.
100.
Just say shot near one.
I look at the other gateway districts around
Yeah, just
us,
yell bang
and
really loud.
we're
Just
a little
open up
more
YouTube
comparable to
and
them,
Google
but
gunshot.
Boston's
Play
a
it through a
gateway
Bluetooth
district,
speaker.
and we are not Boston, but they pay 137%.
That was the
of their
first app I downloaded for my iPhone.
So
Was
I
gun
would
sounds.
like to have the council look at the budget.
He just got an iPhone last week.
How we
Guys,
can
I'm
go
so
forward
excited.
and fix this
that's
deficit.
crazy.
I think I've mentioned to the city manager before. it's
So nice,
clear
Travis,
that
that
we
you
want
became
people to
not
move
poor
into the
all of a
city. We are looking to young professionals to move into the city, but we don't
That's
want
what I
them
did
to
with
stay
that
here
whack
and
money.
raise families. Because if I want to choose
Oh,
where I'm
there's more
going to
Rooster
go,
complaints?
and
That's
I'm a young
awesome.
professional, I can
I love
afford these
Roostergate.
housing prices, I'm going to go somewhere where education is more supported and just more welcomed. And so I am just disappointed to see that, especially when I was just last year.
Shops at
speaking
Shots.
about
Of course he
how
was pissed.
we were
Is he wearing a
receiving
suit?
the 100%
Like
of the bare
like he
minimum,
looks
but
so
we're not.
Seeing him without a
And
suit on would be
so
so
I know
weird.
that in the past 4 years we've been
Ever
under,
since they didn't give
I
the
know
city
we
manager
got
job to
a little
him,
bit
it's been
further,
like
we
falling
were
down.
above, but then I go back a decade and we were below. And so I do
He's
think
just looking
that
for
it's
a fight.
important to really look at our budget and really put a focus on education and look at those numbers. You know, I don't want to see us raise taxes for those people that live in the city, because I think that can be detrimental to families. But I do see tax breaks happening, specifically on larger corporations that could probably afford to pay their taxes.
Peter
So,
Dunn
you know,
getting called out.
specifically, I read an article recently about
Economic
big
Development
companies
Chief.
moving,
You're
and
on
they're
notice, brother.
having a 60% tax break over 12 years is what I remember.
Unum still ain't
reading.
paying.
So I really wish that we would put a focus more on education and look at those things and see what we can do. Worcester should be a beacon.
Can
Okay.
you wrap up your comments?
I will absolutely wrap it up. I'm kind of just talking out my heart. And so I really would like to see us be the beacon that we can be in Worcester. And that's going to take fully funding education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had some questions about this particular matter. I'd love to see this obviously go into finance, as well as we have a committee on education that usually meets jointly with the schools to discuss, given the assertion that this has been going on for a number of fiscal years. My question, Mr. Chairman, is, you know, in these particular documents, you know, from DESE indicates on somewhere in here that it indicates I'm pleased to see.
You know, I've been meaning to check in on Palladium Outdoors. I don't know.
In compliance 2023, and then on the
I got a press release about a music fest in September.
Spending requirements of fiscal.
Dead Mouse 5, Dead Mouse. I guess I don't know how do you pronounce that, but
Dead Mouse. I think it's Dead Mouse.
Administration's been.
You boomers, absolutely dead mouse.
That's come on.
I just want to ask you, the chair, to the administration.
Dead Mouse isn't exactly on like the cultural vanguard here.
He's in Fortnite. You guys
That's,
love Fortnite.
Fair play.
Through the chair.
Yeah, okay.
So you'll see in each letter what it intends to convey is that for the past year, the actuals, we were in compliance with net school spending.
Something cool.
And then it's predicting for the future year that we will not be based on how the budget is structured. But you'll note that in the 22 letter, it says FY21 was in compliance. In the 23 letter, it says 22 was in compliance. And it's not until the 24 letter that it then identifies there was an issue that had not been picked up previously. And what happened was DESE reviewed its data and realized it wasn't assessing charter school transportation against the city's net school spending calculation, not something we can do. Something
Wow,
that DESE
May Day
does on its
Parade,
end.
the Maine,
And so
the Wonder
during the
Years,
course of
We the Kings, Real
FY24,
Friends.
they came back to the schools and to the city to say that the net school spending formula as it related to Worcester had to be reviewed.
I listened to all those bands.
And so in
in
doing
college,
so,
or
it
like
looked
just
at
after.
prior
me
years
too.
that it already certified as in compliance.
Kill
and
Switch
said
Engage,
that they
though.
were no longer in compliance
Who's
based
singing
on
for
certain
them?
calculations
Power Man
that they then
5000.
undertook.
Whoa.
The data in front of you, two things. To be in
If
compliance,
Howard's back for Kill
not only
Switch, I'd go
requires
see
how
him.
much money.
Oh, are you
the
kidding me?
schools
Bane's on that show?
but then how that money is spent.
Bane is playing shows
And that's
again.
part of the challenge.
Bane
The
is
city
playing a
is
show
doing
at the
this well
Palladium
above its
outdoors.
required contribution, but because of the
Aren't
way
those
school
guys like
funds are
100?
spent on things like transportation
Yeah.
and the
Can
like,
we start
including on charter
again?
schools, not all the funds that are delivered to the schools count toward net school spending.
Oh,
And so the
I want to
end
go on
result-
record. Peter
and
Dunn's
net
actually
school
pretty nice
spending
dude.
negatives
I
are
know we'd like to
cumulative.
rag on
nice.
people.
So what happens is
Oh, yeah,
the
he rules.
negative net school spending that they re-identified.
But I also
that
picture
they
him
went
having
back
a
and
short
looked
suit
at
like
from
Angus Young.
22 to 23, those numbers carry forward. And so what we're looking at right now is about a $3 million deficit that was now calculated for FY23.
Also, I'm going back off camera
that
because if I
carries
don't have
into
my camera on,
24.
we don't lag as
In
much.
24, we actually expect for the year to be up $1.1 million. However, because that cumulative impact carries forward, at the end of 24, the current calculation has us down 1.8 overall. For 25, the proposal that you have before you now shows us
This is the guy that's personally named on an equity theft
because
lawsuit.
again of that cumulative coming forward, we will end
So,
up the year
if that's an
down
award,
1.1. Budgeting net school
A
spending
major
is
award.
It all depends on the actuals. In the end, what really counts is what happened during the year and how monies were spent. And so
Still
even
one of
if
the
you look
craziest
back
things
at the
that
school
Worcester
budgets,
does,
the
or
24
in a
school
lot of
budget
places in
shows us in
Massachusetts
net
too.
school spending compliance. The 23 budget shows us in net
Fall
school
behind
spending
on your taxes,
compliance.
you just get your house
It's as we
taken
go
away
through
from you,
the
with,
actuals
like,
and then
no
understand from DESI what charter schools have spent their monies on, it then goes into this calculation to tell us in the end, were our monies sufficient or insufficient based on the net school spending formula.
Mr. Chairman, are we saying that we're never going to be in a place where we're able to accurately report in a particular fiscal year whether or not we are even, negative, or positive? What exactly are we saying? Are we?
His name's Tim McGurthy. He's the CFO of the city,
I'm
and
just trying to figure out.
there was an equity theft lawsuit.
For us,
What's her name? Maria something. Filed like last year,
allocating the funds
because the city
and if
sold
there's
her
a
home to a
average,
developer.
perhaps that we're behind each fiscal year, perhaps we can allocate additional funds that way. But how do
For
we get
like $3,000
our arms wrapped around this through the chair?
Through the chair,
Yep.
it's difficult. Didn't you ask
Ding,
the
ding,
question
ding.
earlier in the budget hearing about the school funding formula between the cities and the schools? The city and the schools have an annual funding formula. We increased our local contribution by 7.2 million this year to accommodate the year-over-year changes identified by DESI. That brought it to 145 million of city funds that go towards the schools. And as you know, that doesn't include the $22 million in debt service obligations that the city assumes that doesn't go towards.
The SCOTUS case was on asset forfeiture, which is the other evil thing that we do.
The challenge is, admittedly, we're close to.
But
the
I think there
line.
was also
When-
an equity
when
theft one, but like
ultimately
years
we
ago.
give funding, the offsets to school spending are very close to the excess that the city gets, which means each year we're skirting that full compliance with net school spending or not. If the city added millions of dollars more to the school budget, to the education budget, could we be well over the line in case of a challenging year where more money was spent on transportation or on crossing guards or on licenses and leases? And that's admittedly part of the challenge. Schools are spending over $2 million a year on leases this year that 5 years ago barely existed. Transportation costs have gone up between the schools and the charter schools. So each year we will look back to see how we did based on how spending was throughout the year. There are some years we may do well, other years we may do poorly. We'll never be well over the line the way we've structured the funding formula right now. But when we budget, we're trying to look ahead as best we can based on both the school budget and the city budget for purposes for the funds.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, I believe you said that in fiscal 25, you anticipate will be down 1.1 million. Is that what you said?
So in fiscal 25, the FY25 budget has us exceeding net school
Right.
spending.
That's
for
the
that
correct
specific
take there, Matt.
year by $750,000. However, because of the cumulative carries forward, that
It really
makes
speaks volumes that we have to rely upon a state funding model to figure out what schools deserve.
at the end of that.
So we just get the biggest shovel we can find and start hauling cash out when it comes to public safety.
So through the chair, the city and schools have had a long running relationship on how the school's money is determined. The amount, if it's less
Like
than
ShotSpotter doesn't even have a
carries
line
over,
item.
hence the
You can't even
carryover
find it in the
that we
budget.
see every year. Under
That's how
state law,
safe
we're
it
not
is.
obligated to pay that amount right now.
Wouldn't even know
We
it's
do
there.
have to address it ultimately. But as we look, it'll be two things. It'll be
I'm
how
pretty
the
sure I
money
found the
will be funded
euphemism line
first
for
spent,
it,
and then if there are
but I'm not
opportunities along the way
like
for additional
100%.
funds to go towards the school.
Information and technology, I think, is like the
Yeah, right.
you,
Information
Mr.
and
Chairman.
technology, and it's like 600,000-ish,
Other
like
question I
right
have
about
is,
what the contract
when I
is.
recall
Yeah.
when I first got on council,
they used to fund it out
we
of
were
like Augustus
appropriating
started funding it out of his
so
contingency fund, which is even more shady.
Oh, I
Right,
love
we
to
have
do that.
then
These city managers play fast and loose with that contingency fund. Tell you
led
what.
us to believe in
Bye, Oliver.
transaction
Great job tonight.
And yet there's no
taking over.
contingency money
I
for
know there are
Rec
certain
Worcester not
years,
having
a
any money
few
this
years
year.
back, the
Like,
city
how
manager
is there not
agreed to use some of our
$500,000 in
free cash
the
to address the
contingency fund
shortfall on the
to make
state
sure that Rec
side,
Worcester
which is
works?
almost $1 million.
Yeah.
There are years, as
Like
you know,
some kind
we
of, I mean,
provide
Jesus
ARPA
Christ, isn't
funding
like
for school projects and
a
ADA
grant out there that
accessibility.
someone would pay for that?
We're providing ARPA
Right.
funding for English as a second language. I don't think we've ever had a built-in $1 million excess per se. I think it might be just the annual net school spending over under.
Yes, you
We
do.
probably
You
have-
don't
if you look at
tax the
last
levy capacity.
5 years, the net is $13 million over net school spending. However, again, the negative carries forward, the positive does not. And to be fair, part of that positive is a result of savings on transportation, where the schools receive money, the same money they were owed under the current formula, but since they weren't paying for buses during COVID, that money counted toward net school spending, versus today, that same money would be used for transportation, and transportation doesn't count toward net school spending.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion. I know that there's an indication here that we're not obligated to pay at this time the less than 5% that was referenced, but that we have to adjust at some point. I'd like to report back regarding what exactly that strategy is going to look like, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, this wouldn't have come, at least to my attention, if this wasn't brought forward by the union. And these are things that we as counselors should be appraised of on an ongoing basis. I understand some of the challenges, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we can meet our requirements. And I understand the issues of the carryover. But I would like for this body to be informed. Again, we have a committee that we can meet.
You think Christian's back hurts after meetings?
To be appraised and have the rest of these things. And, you know, further, Mr. Chairman, I would ask by way of a motion to ask the city manager to determine prior to the end of this budget process if we can try to break even somehow, some way.
Not eating it, just drinking it. No utensils, just bowl to face.
Report back.
Just lapping up the clam chowder.
Go from there. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8W has been held. The privilege. We got a few items that some councils asked me to take out of order. If you don't mind, the first one being 12A, which is a resolution that the City Council of Worcester does hereby declare May 2024 as Ethan Thanos Syndrome and Hypermobility Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month. Councilor IGI.
I would let Mr. Oger.
You got one job.
So we need to suspend the rules for that. So I know you've been here all night. So
Sorry, I'll be very quick.
all those suspend the
as
rules,
quick as
those
I
in
can.
favor? Okay.
So I'm Yenny DeRoche. I'm a resident of Worcester. Thank you for issuing this proclamation for Hypermobility Spectrum Disorder and Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome Awareness Month. Your action not only acknowledges the challenges faced by those with EDS, but also brings much needed attention to this and other rare and undiagnosed conditions. EDS is a degenerative, multi-systemic genetic disorder with no cure or treatment, only symptom management. As a connective tissue disorder, it affects all collagen in the body. This leads to co-diagnoses that affect gastric, urinary, heart, brain, reproductive, etc. systems. It frequently initially presents with extra flexibility, stretchy skin, chronic spasms, and dislocations. Some forms are more serious than others. The vascular form, typically the most severe, can reduce life expectancy by up to 20 years. While currently listed as rare, recent studies suggest that EDS may affect in 1 in 600 people, not the 1 in 5,000 currently used, which would make it not rare. Unfortunately, while 12 of these types of EDS have genetic markers identified, the 13th, hypermobile, which is mine, does not. All forms include hypermobility, though. So while many doctors dismiss EDS if they've even ever heard of it, since in medical school they are taught, when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. This leads to the misdiagnosis, mistreatment, and underdiagnosis of rare conditions like EDS. Doctors instead treat the symptoms separately, or dismiss them with excuses such as your labs are fine, everyone has that, it only happens to older people, it's just in your head. One of the particularly heartbreaking consequences of this dismissiveness is my loss of fertility and near death in 2019. Had my endometriosis caused by my EDS, but not rare on its own, been diagnosed and treated 20 years ago, I could have preserved my fertility. In 2019, I had an outpatient endometriosis surgery that was botched due to EDS complications, resulting in me nearly bleeding out on the operating table twice within 2 days. Proper and prompt diagnosis of rare disorders and any disorder saves lives. Living with EDS presents daily challenges. I have to use many assistive devices like these forearm crutches I've got here tonight. And a path to diagnosis comes from being aware of rare disorders. So people have learned about this from me on social media, have thanked me for it. I've had at least 5 people say that they got diagnosed directly from my posts. I learned about it from a YouTuber who was completely unrelated. But sharing more information about these conditions can help others recognize and seek appropriate care. If we do not share information on rare disorders, we allow our doctors to treat us like horses, not the zebras that we are. I want to highlight that May is also Mental Health Awareness Month and Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month, amongst others. This proclamation not only raises the profile of this EDS rare genetic disorder, but also raises the awareness of genetic disorders in general. So many people suffer from doctors not connecting multisystemic health conditions with rare disorders that could help their patients and even save their lives, even if it's just giving the condition a name. If you or someone you know is experiencing multisystemic issues, please discuss it with your healthcare providers. Do not let them dismiss you. They don't always have the most up-to-date information. If you have EDS and are looking for doctor referrals or any other support or commiseration, we have a Facebook group for here in Central Mass, and I'd be happy to connect anyone with it if they're interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a resolution. We take a roll call vote on that. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have 2 other items as people have asked, 15A and 14C.
Great job, Yanni.
So
Good job, Yanni.
15A, motion to accept and adopt on the roll call, which is a Public Works. I came out of Public Works regarding the.
I think I'm going to jump off.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
you
much.
hung out for way longer than I thought you would, man. That's really fun. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, it was a good time. Thank you for having me. Yeah, hopefully
to the
nothing else happens tonight.
I'll give you a courtesy text if there's any fireworks.
Yes.
Okay.
Council King?
Thanks,
Yeah.
Neil. Thanks for giving us the Neal McNamara
Yeah.
bump tonight.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
I'm so jealous.
14C, point of communication, City Manager recommend adoption of resolution authorizing amendment to the tax American financing plan for 18 to 20 Franklin Street. Recommend
Yeah, he's so
adoption of
lucky
the
he got
order.
to leave.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Some people just walked into
Yes.
this world.
Council
Unfortunately,
Haji?
I was
Council King?
born by it.
Yeah.
Council Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yeah, Neil's
We have
great, though.
9.3A, recommend adoption of salary ordinance amendment necessary to implement the city's recently completed collective bargaining agreement with Local 490 Nage clerks. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, this is to advertise the ordinance. Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Are they meeting next week?
Councilmember
It's
Carlson?
getting to the slow
Council
time.
Nguyen?
Right?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
I'm looking right now.
Yes. 9.4A, this is the adoption of the U.S. Housing and Urban Development
Bye, Molly.
Program for 1 year 50.
Bye, Molly.
Russell?
I need to recuse myself.
I think
Does
Council
anybody else
Bergman-
need to recuse themselves on this item? This is block grant money that goes to a number of organizations. I'm not sure if anybody sits on any boards or commissions. I don't think so. Okay.
No meeting next week.
So we will send, we're
No,
not going to vote. We're going to send that to Public Health.
Budget hearings.
Service Committee for a hearing.
Oh yeah.
So hey, so you need a hearing on that.
2 more meetings before the summer break.
In so many days. Okay. We're going to send that to your
Oh.
committee for a public hearing. And I think it has to be brought back in so many days. Okay, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Recommend adoption of preservation restriction on the portion of property at 36 Butler Street. Recommend adoption.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilor Bergman has to recuse himself.
On this one here, George? Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question through you to the administration and Mr. Dunn.
sure.
If the neighborhood has had input on this item and there has been a public hearing on this item.
Through the chair, that is correct. It started with a building demolition delay waiver petition from the former owner last July. And so that clock for 1 year until the building could be demolished would be expiring this July. And in the interim, the Historic Commission has had a number of meetings specifically about this memorandum of agreement as a way to have an alternative to preserve that property, not see it demolished. It has been sold. There is a new owner of the property now. And this was a mutually agreeable arrangement between the city through the Historic Commission as well as the property owner, rather than going through what the Historic Commission was considering, was studying a single building local historic district. So we felt like this was the right vehicle to achieve a similar goal at the end. And there were a number of meetings on that folks could have
Mr.
participated.
Chairman, just as a follow-up, this does not, am I correct, Mr. Dunn, through you, Mr. Chairman? This does not approve any specific.
Off the Rails has like
or any other
20 tables in it, I think.
No, this
You
is
can
about the
sit 4
preservation
people
of
in
the
it.
building. It would
Yeah,
provide
there's
some flexibility if the building needed to be repositioned slightly.
So are you talking about for Friday night? Are you going to come to the show?
Oh, yeah.
There's rows of seating, and then yeah, some high top tables, and then there's no seats at the bar.
Councilor Yan?
Yes.
Councilor Ito?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Transmitting information, communication of the update on inclusionary zoning and certain housing project delays. I'm going to send a report to ED. Councilor Hydria?
Yeah, very three quick questions through you, Chair, to Mr. Dunn on the report. So it's.
Yeah, you got to watch out for
I
Mills.
appreciate
They're getting COVID.
getting an update on where we are with inclusionary zoning. Just three quick questions. Of the held units.
Oh, this is a city council fit.
Page 5, am I reading that accurately that other than 274 Franklin Street, the rest are not, they're not going to be included under inclusionary zoning?
Through the chair to the counselor, that's correct in that these projects had received entitlements before inclusionary zoning was adopted. So whether that was a building permit or a planning board filing or potentially a variance as well. I would call attention to one project though, in particular, the building permit at 340 Main Street had expired. So they are now subject to inclusionary zoning.
That's great. And for Silver Brick, regarding Silver Brick, do we have any inclination as to the composition of the units that might be looking to do regarding?
The Sort of Late Show is the only
Through the
comedy
chair to
show
the
in
counselor,
Worcester
I
worth
think at this
getting
time it's
COVID
unlikely
for.
that this particular developer would proceed with that project. They have listed it for sale. So it would be really up to the buyer and the next developer, and potentially working with the city on trying to figure out what the exact composition would be. But that building permit was expired. And I think it's a relevant comment as well, just because for some of these other ones, I think in most cases they are planning board filings, so they have a little bit longer of a shelf life on them before potentially becoming applicable to inclusionary zoning as well, but they're not in perpetuity. So if these projects don't get going in a certain time period, it depends when their filings were. They're not
Camber.
exempted from
There's
inclusionary
Roman.
zoning in perpetuity. So I just want to make sure that was
He's right there.
Oh, good. That's good to know. And just for clarity, other than 274 Franklin Street and potentially 340 Main Street, depending on what the buyer does, the remainder are market rate. There's no opportunity.
Who's that
for
boy?
adding additional or any affordable housing units to this project.
Through the chair to the counselor, what has been permitted in this list was intended to be market rate, other than the two
He's a sleepy
comments
boy.
we had made earlier.
I would
But again,
really
if these
enjoy
particular
the sleep
developers
schedule
with
of the
their
dog.
plans don't
Ugh.
succeed in
21 hours of
financing
downtime,
and progressing
3
the
hours
project,
of
it could be
pure
having
fucking
a
ecstasy.
conversation with
Like
you know,
just
somebody else. in
the
that
most
regard.
energy you've ever had in your life.
Particularly as it relates to the financing, as we've kind of seen, and kind of the theme of this item is that many folks are trying to now bridge financing gaps. So there are no specific affordability requirements in these projects other than the 36 that we had negotiated as part of the tax increment exemption agreement with
We just identified the puppy that we're going to be adopting over sometime over the next week. So something to look forward to in the chat if meetings keep going this poorly.
I mean, the market, it seems pretty hard now to finance any projects. I mean, I would.
You're getting him.
12 Front Street.
You're getting the puppy while Oliver's home, so he has a chance to see how happy you guys are without him while he's at school.
Exactly. Yes.
Am I on the lower end? As opposed to only 80%.
What breed?
And then last,
it is a southern mutt.
Particularly,
Don't have much to offer beyond that. Very cute dog, female, and my only requirement for a new dog was that it has a person name. I really like dogs with person names. I find that makes people irrationally angry. So we're currently researching female tyrants throughout history for potential. Anyone has anything they want to throw out that I may have missed?
Margaret Thatcher.
That would. So we named Oliver is after Cromwell. Like, it's not a joke. It's like I wanted to name the Irish mutt, like give him a name to remind him of what can go wrong if you keep your eyes off the ball too long. I think Margaret Thatcher might be a little too on the nose for the family at this point. But
what about Marge Shot?
That's a good one.
Although she was racist, maybe not.
Yeah.
Although some dogs are racist, so I don't know.
This information to our residents.
White dogs.
And thanks for submitting the report.
What's your director to that? What's his name? Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
From Worcester. Never mind. I'm bad on my movie facts.
Colleagues' recommendations. That's 12.
Oh, Colleen West is a good
that we're looking to try to.
Oh yeah,
that's very niche.
Below.
But what a time.
My question to the chair.
Facebook profile is a dog.
Comments relative to local zoning constraints. I think
Liz Truss.
Budget, where this was discussed previously or at our last city council meeting. But if you could speak to the local zoning constraints specifically and how that
is the dog brown?
No, it is a white dog. A couple brown spots.
If it was brown, you could have named it.
Sure. Through the chair to the council, I think you're referring to in the section that we have in this report about market conditions. There's a piece about zoning and how local.
She wasn't a tyrant, but Hatchet Granny is one of my favorite evil women of history.
And that
she used to go in and smash bars during the Prohibition era.
For us in Worcester,
with a giant axe.
Communities like Worcester have a decent amount of areas that housing is
Oh
allowed to
wow,
be built by right.
this is insane. What about the dog's name is Kate Toomey?
Compared with some smaller communities that might have.
Is Kate still tweeting about how no one is talking about the Catholics being
special
murdered?
permit? So we do have pretty decent base
I kind of missed
zoning,
that.
but as you know, our zoning, most of it, even though there's been incremental changes to it over the years, a lot of the base of our zoning ordinance dates back to the 60s and 70s, and so it's one of the reasons we undertook the whole Worcester Now Next long range plan. And one of the particular recommendations out of that, one of which were two recommendations out of that have either started or have been accomplished. The one that's been submitted to the city council and has been adopted was the accessory dwelling units.
Approaching hour 4 of the stream. Thank you everyone for sticking with us.
Of the other early action items.
I personally am barely sticking with
that we're
us.
thinking through now and plan to submit something to the city council. I would say certainly before the end of the calendar year, and we'll see how quickly we can get it in. More like the end of summer or fall would be my goal on that, but we just are managing capacity on that right now. But the other recommendation is to reduce off-street parking requirements, particularly for housing. I think we're going to
You can name the dog Ghislaine
in terms of other land uses, but in particular where the housing crisis needs to be addressed, and a lot of communities have pretty significant off-street parking ratios per housing unit. Ours, the base level is 2.0, two spaces per unit. Some areas of the city, it's less. Obviously downtown, there's no off-street parking requirements, but I think there's room for improvement.
So I love Imelda. My son's best friend, the Filipino kid who got the key to the city last week, who was the valedictorian from Vogue last year. His family fled out of the Philippines after the Marcos folks
involved
That might be
to
tough.
Went sideways.
through and balance
Again,
it
a little
and get
close
the
to home
right
on that one.
recommendation for the council and the planning board to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we get
Yeah,
to
we should do that
the
like yesterday,
project
getting rid of parking
feasibility,
minimums. That's like an
indicates in your
easy.
report here that many that there are macroeconomic
I love
factors
Bong. I love the name
which are,
Bong Bong
it says here,
Marcos.
harder to influence at the local level.
I-
My question to the chair is
I'm in love with
area
the
of
random
expertise
fascist knowledge going on in the chat here. This is incredible.
lifting communities out of
Bong Bong Marcos has a recent Truadon podcast about the Philippines.
federal level.
Bong Bong Marcos named his
Through the chair to the counselor, I think the idea behind that comment is that there
development
is only
company
so much
strategy for
influence
like
you can
building
have
back
on a
the
local level,
Philippines
because I
after
know
his
we're
own
not
initials.
gonna
It was
bring down the
was it?
interest rate overnight.
Build back
Lower
more.
overnight.
Was the name of the
So
slogan.
there are many things that are outside of our control, but I think it's really thinking about what are the local levers that we do control, like zoning and other things locally that we can look at and potentially.
What's the Italian fascist say? I don't know about the Italian fascist.
This is such a good answer.
Seeing those local levers negatively inhibit housing production. And so
That's pretty good. Yeah.
we've done really over the last few years. About the new tools we've added to our toolbox. in
Great
terms of
job, Yanni.
Great job, Yanni.
Way
particularly
to
on the
go.
financing side of things, and it was certainly helpful to have the American Rescue Plan Act at our disposal to be able to do some of those things. But now looking at zoning, as was described earlier, that we can at least try to do some things within our local kind of sphere of influence to move the needle as much as we can, but knowing that some of these macroeconomic trends are just outside of local.
We're in the chat talking about Bodicea.
Kind of understand
Wow.
and work with.
Warlords and things work too, right?
You know what's fun is being so bored and cooked that it's a fun game to just think of evil women.
I just want to
name a dog.
zoning process.
Who's the most evil woman I can think of?
We didn't quite land.
Thanks, Matt. Great call
Leslie, I
today,
did throw
too.
out Lizzie Borden to the family, and that was shot down very quickly, surprisingly quick, actually.
Hey, Matt, great job tonight. We haven't seen Matt much lately. Very, very, very excited to see you back in the chat tonight, Matt. Thanks for hanging out.
Inclusionary zoning measures.
Lizzie Borden would be pretty good, though.
The production had crested.
Great answer.
Development, housing production had crested, and many macro factors were at play. And this
Going on from hell. I mean, Elizabeth is
had our
like kind of the most evil lady that's ever
our ducks
existed.
in a row. We had been a little.
No, Yanni, they cut away.
That's being done here.
So
and I'm looking forward to the feasibility study that's referenced.
your exit looked super cool on camera.
Mass Regional Planning Commission. Is that still on?
Oh
on
shit!
target
You're
to
right.
be received
It's,
by this
it's
body
Queen Victoria.
sometime before the summer.
Victoria, there you go.
Lucretia is a great
On
name.
that is June 18th.
It is a great
which
name.
Kind of dependent on that third party, as you mentioned, the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. But our hope is to get it into the council as soon as possible, because we want to also make sure that we're getting it to the state. as
Does
soon
anyone
as we
remember
can.
the guy sitting in the background there in the tie? Does anyone remember who he is?
Yeah, he was he opposed the inspectional services, rental registry, and the inspection requirement.
Some time. I think they
we're
give
pretty
us
sure he's a
at
cop.
least 3 months in terms of what their review time would be. So if we get that to them in June and 3 months from
He
there,
was great in
we'll
Super Troopers,
September
though.
Anticipate a favorable review, but have a little wiggle room in case we need to do any such action that they recommend. We want to have 3 months or so to be able to make those modifications or adjustments if they identify anything that's necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. So send this to ED. Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered? Yes, Counselor.
Beth Sheba
Mr.
Ruggles.
Chairman, I was hoping that we could reconsider 7B.
I don't think we have to reconsider. We didn't take a vote. It was held under privilege. So we can just take off the privilege and we can open up for a hearing if you like.
That'd be great.
Okay. So go back.
Cambridge
to
just sent me
7B.
this.
We'll open the
I'm
hearing.
sorry, Eddie. I did see you across the room at one point in time, but I didn't see any waving. I found myself in this really weird role where I was trying to help the teachers keep themselves in a group, so it wouldn't be as jarring as we've seen in the past when people go from saving jobs to talking about bike lanes and whatnot. It just everyone was queuing up in this weird like merge order, and I was like, why don't you guys stay together? And yeah, so
We are on.
Brendan was being a helper.
I was trying to, but nobody got what I was getting at. Like, listen, we've done this before. All you need is one guy from Grafton Street to come in and start talking about box fans, and your entire argument goes out the window.
Get that. So congratulations, much appreciated. Good job, Mr. Manager, Mr. Jerry Fink.
You guys got to read this tweet from Kate because it starts in one. It does not end where you think it's going to end.
I recommend adoption of a grant of easement for National Grid for the Apricot Street Pump Station. Motion is adopted on a roll call. Roll call.
Mr. Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Mr. Agia?
Yes.
Mr. King?
Yes. Dude, you have.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yes.
That is the funniest fucking thing I've ever. That is a drill tweet. That is fucking perfection. Chamber, thank you.
That's a work of fine art. Like that is.
It is. Oh my.
That's some of the most
I
elite
look forward
posting I've
to
ever seen in my
discussing
life.
in public safety, but I did
God,
have
the backstory
just a
of what went
question
into
that
producing that
perhaps,
tweet is so vivid in my
we should
mind
be
right now.
prepared for.
It's
under this,
amazing.
I had a question. What is the plan if all communication electronics that is inclusive of the city computer system, if they fail? And what are the alternatives that we had? And have we had any interdepartmental training on it? So.
Okay, what? Yes, now.
What? Oh my god, she's liking libs of TikTok tweets.
Okay,
If you can answer it now, that's great.
That's
okay,
great.
let's go for it. One last
Member
report.
of the
So
Democratic
with
Party.
regard to all the communication methods, we work with
Is that
all
taken
of
from the
various
McDonald's?
cellular companies to
Yeah.
have
Oh, yeah.
emergency response capabilities into the city.
It's all about the subtext with that
For
tweet.
better or for worse, they have
Moments
what's called
before
a
posting
COW,
that,
which is
she
a
kindly
cellular,
asked the manager of the McDonald's
system on wheels that they
to
can bring in, and they're all within
adjust the
about
flag.
30 to 60
You
minutes.
you
distance
have
to the
to
city. That
put the
can help us
flag
power up cellular
correctly.
service in either a specific portion of the city, or they can bring multiple in to power up cellular service
Just-
across the city. We also
You're
have
at
been
it's
working
Memorial
to
Day. You're at
have
McDonald's.
diverse
You're full of
paths
civic
for
pride.
fiber
You see the
connections to
flag
all of our
flying
different
high.
Major infrastructure
And
buildings.
you just
So
can't
if
take
one
it.
set of fiber
Now
goes
is my
down,
time
we
to do
always have a
something.
backup set of fiber to
We need to
connect
fix
to.
this country.
And we're also working with the Homeland Security Committee and some of the fire districts to put in deployables.
She
that
thought it
will
was going to
have-
work
that
like
will
Tony
allow
Soprano
Wi-Fi
telling the
and
young kid to
cellular
take his hat off in the
connectivity,
restaurant.
For
But it just
instances
didn't.
like the Spencer fire, when the cellular phone systems went down because the tower was actually in the church. So we have backup plans for both cellular, we have satellite connectivity for satellite phones, and we have diverse additional paths for fiber within the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. But also the second question, have we had interdepartmental training on this and emergency management training?
Some training has occurred, some of it's being worked out with
McDonald's Sprite wine cooler. Been there
Department of
before.
Information and Technology, and we're actually
When Kate walked out of chamber after budget hearings, there were multiple people in the hallway, like different groups of people. You could all hear saying, "Does anyone think that a breathalyzer is in order?"
Really? Was she
comes in and out of the
stumbling?
building.
So
It
that's
was
an
just
ongoing
just the
process, and
presence.
we keep adding
It
in
was a
some
great
new,
moment, though. Whereas
communication methods.
there was
That
just this
training will
collective bit of
continue. So
knowledge that worked
we
its way
bring
through
in
the
some of
crowd.
New technology, some of those new.
She does
deployments
look a little
we don't
toasty
have
right
yet,
now, I
but
do have to
they're in the
say.
process of being purchased with Homeland Security Committee and the fire districts once they're
Her and
here.
Candy are pouring gins in their seltzers.
So you're saying the funds are already,
So that's being bought through the actual Homeland Security Committee and not through the city, but it's one of them is being placed here. And then once we receive it, it'll be with my department, and we're going to take it out and train it with the fire department, police, and emergency management.
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Send out the public safety. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next report is transmitting information communication of the report on number of pothole claims filed with the city since COVID-19. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, quick question through you to the administration. I notice on this chart.
Is that pothole claims?
The amount of claims per year.
It was pothole claims.
And it has.
Yeah, I didn't bother to read this one. It's pretty weird.
Various different numbers, but they seem to always run in a average year around 80, and then in a not so average year, fiscal year 22 of 143. And this year that we're in currently, fiscal year 24, there's 136 claims so far for potholes. But
Yeah, because the 311 app
amount
launched,
paid,
you
we've only
stupid.
paid $2,300,000. And if you compare that to the one up above on fiscal year 22, which is a similar number, at 143, we paid out 11 million.
When
11
the employee at the
$11,000.
counter tells Kate that the ice cream machine is broken, she doesn't
11,000?
believe that.
Yeah.
She
That's all we paid out?
Yeah.
11,000.
I read an article
We
about
only
that.
paid out 2,300.
So
With
far.
136 claims.
So far. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the administration, that's accurate?
Mr. Trainer?
We've gotten really good at denying claims. That's. I'm shocked that they've given out that much money. It's supposed to be impossible to get a pothole claim from the city.
311 apps are like exist to deny claims. They don't fix anything.
136 claims have been filed. There are a number.
They do a really. I don't know about the 311 app, but the city website where you can report a pothole, they're actually really responsive with that. They're usually down within 24 hours filling them up.
Comes back with more details on this.
But like that's the
rationale
trick
behind me
with
being
claims
so
is that if the city hadn't been notified of the pothole in advance, they won't accept the claim because there's no way that they
Basically, I'm
can
wondering if,
say that it was
going
there
back to
prior
the
to you
basic
hitting the
question,
pothole.
if our potholes are being reported, because I know that the law department doesn't
I
grant
very much
those complaints.
think
or
about
those,
potholes
claims
as acts of
unless the
God for
pothole
which
has
there's
been
nothing I can do.
reported.
You know, I would
So I'm
never
just
try to
wondering if the reporting is working. So
And that's just me, I guess.
back with that,
I don't know.
Mr. Manager, I really appreciate
Like, what are they
it.
going to do? Actually fix it?
Opposed, so ordered. Councilor King?
I don't know. That's not how shit works.
Dude, it was wild coming back from. I mean, that was a long drive back from Texas, and it wasn't until I hit the Leicester border that it was just like nothing but roads held together by bubble gum and tape.
Yeah.
We are special up here with how terrible they are.
This is in response to an order I filed back on May 7th. And the additional part that I'd requested in addition to a report
We need to
concerning
flip
if there's been
the
an
script
increase in
so
the number
that
of claims filed
all the
relative to
good
potholes
jocks
since COVID-19.
get DPW jobs.
So further
And all the
requests,
bad jocks, the lesser jocks, get police department
best
jobs.
practices
Because right now, the
for
way that it
filing
works, like all your elite
claim
jocks are
forms,
going to the police
in
department.
this regard.
Lesser jocks are
And
going
further,
to the
that
and we'd have a much more effective DPW and police
filing
department
said
if
claims
we
be
had more of
placed
an
on the
alpha
front of the
mindset
city's
with
website.
DPW.
So
and
regarding
beta
those
mindset in the police
two aspects of the order, wonder if someone from the administration can
I don't
speak
know how
to
you
that,
go about making that kind of fix. But.
given that we have 1/3 of that order filled here.
Mr. Trainer?
Through the chair to the councilor, the final paragraph of this report speaks to the
What is
best
Peter
practices
Dunn
to file
doing?
claims. I've indicated the best way for a person to file a claim is using the portal. It's electronic filing. Its portal is on the city clerk's webpage.
Yeah,
It's on the water
they become tier 1 operators, then
When that gets filed through
gang
the
squad
portal, it
members.
automatically comes to
That's
one
the
of
way it
my
works.
staff, who then generates an acknowledgement letter, gets it out to the claim.
Traveler 50, you're looking at the ultimate Sigma male right now.
That person creates the
Mike
file,
Trader.
gives it to the claims investigator.
He
There's
goes
still
his
an
own
option
way.
though for a claimant to print out paper copy, fill it out, and bring it to the clerk's office. It just slows it down a bit because then they've got to transmit it to us, and then we start the process.
I feel like Peter Dunn is staring right into my soul.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
What's he gonna do to me with that binder clip?
In this area, I don't know if the low number of or the amounts paid and these numbers are a result. I know Councilor Russell asked for some more details, but if you're looking at
So,
some of this is
which one of the counselors do you think had a claim denied, or a immediate family member who had a claim denied?
correct. Perhaps
There's no way that this is just something that
what I'm
popped
looking
into
for.
Jordan.
No.
We're just reading through legal
operational
briefs from the city.
IT matter. If there's a way that we can explore.
Yeah, George copped to not reading the rental registry thing that he voted for, despite the fact that that's in his field.
And some public education related to this. So I don't know if where that goes. I don't know what department, but it does go to the administration. in the form of a motion that we improve upon this process. It's clear to me, based on these numbers.
Oh,
that
Brendan, did anybody say
improvement.
Ann Bonnie?
I look forward to the details and also.
We were talking about that one the other day as a family. Big pirate
part of
stand. So yeah, that was
report
an easy one for me.
Putting a link
Pretty
prominently
good one.
on the city website page. And I'm just wondering if we can anticipate that to happen at some point. I know we're a bit beyond pothole season. I know they're still out there, but the
What do you mean we're beyond pothole
extensive
season?
nature of it is, I think, has passed to a degree.
Evergreen
And we
issue.
anticipate that will be happening at some point through the chair.
Two chairs of the council will be happy to look.
No,
into that.
Bergman hasn't
Also,
spoken
one
yet.
That I'm going to suggest as well, sitting here kind of.
As far as I can remember, he's licking his
311 app.
wounds.
We can also submit an opportunity for people to go through that. as
Scratching
well,
his
to be able to
desk
submit a claim.
down to the
through app, and
fibers.
just to take them directly to the portal. So we'll look at that and work with.
Mo
IT
Bergman really did
to address those
just
things.
get
I think
straight
that
beat
folks
up on
understand
for
the
2 straight
parameters,
hours. That was pretty sick.
Of all of this, and the report of this, the request for this was really to highlight, and make
Like
folks
everyone who
aware.
spoke was basically
And
like,
I
"Mo,
have
you're
no
really
questions
stupid,"
to what
and
degree folks are really aware of this.
the only person who got called out of order for it was David.
In periodic conversation with folks, they're often not aware. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll send that to, I'm sorry, Councilor Bergman.
I would feel bad for Mo if he
Thank you,
meant
Mr.
it.
Chairman, just a quick question. It could be answered in a report.
If he really thought that the
although
old Mill Street was better.
City solicitor through the city, so the chairperson has an answer. I'm more curious at the moment about the time it takes to make a decision, and if it's a favorable decision to pay it out. I know I've been
Yeah,
involved in
cryptid.
the
It's
past with
it's brutal.
constituents where it took up to a year.
And they held like half the important items, almost all the important items.
Denied for a lot of people.
And now we're talking about potholes.
Mhm.
Seems to me that
It's
if we're gonna
10:30
deny the
p.m.
claim,
and
we
we're
should
talking
deny it
about
summarily.
fucking
If we're
filing
gonna
claims for
allow it,
potholes.
We should allow it summarily, but we shouldn't just drag it out for a year and then let people.
With
so
a-
maybe
with-
we've
with
done better
self-seriousness,
with the
too,
time
you know,
response,
like-
but I don't see anything on the report that mentions that. To me, in responding timely, whether it's a yes or a no, as far as allowing the claim, is important. So I don't know if we have an answer. I'm happy to take it in the form of a report on the average time it takes to either allow or deny a claim.
Okay. So we get that in
Thank
form of, instead of a report, maybe we get an answer. Go ahead.
Through the chair of the council, I don't think we have an average time for any complaint.
Donna's in the place
Just
beyond the
complaints
stars.
of potholes, water issues. They're all handled differently, and we have one claims agent for all the claims that get filed, not like an insurance.
When it cuts
company.
back to Bergman, catch Donna's face. It's something
So
else.
she handles the claims in the manner they come in. First in, second one, third. So she gets them that way. Other than even with pothole claims, we first
looks
have
like
to go to
Treebeard
DPW
before the Hobbits
and
were
get documentation from them. What happened to the sewer repair? What evidence was there of a problem that it was our problem, or it was a nature's problem of like a heavy rainstorm and it backed up. So those things all take some time, but the time to get the claims through is really a reflection of the amount of claims and the one person that does all that work.
So no, I appreciate that, but through the chair of the city solicitor, is there a guesstimate when somebody, let's say I drive home and I hit a pothole on Main Street and I submit the documentation, is there? a
Let's say I drive
guesstimate
home and I hit a
as to
parked
how
car.
long that's going to take to be processed?
Look, hey, look, I'm
3
Donna.
months? Is it 30 days? Is it 6 months? Or is that impossible to answer?
Through the chair, I just don't want to guess at that. You can ask about it, but I'm not going to give you.
It's possible. I'm just focused on the potholes. If we can
Dude,
get an
did
answer
she
on the
stare
average
into Medusa's eyes? What is going on?
Okay, we'll send that to the manager, those requests. So those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We'll send the report to public.
Someone
Works.
left a mushroom chocolate on her desk and she accidentally ate it.
Chairman, that last report you sent to Public Works?
Yeah.
I've never seen
I
anyone
just-
so still.
You just talked about it.
I know, but really quickly, this is.
It's 10:30.
I understand that. I understand that. It's really a municipal
Show
operation.
is so over tonight.
You have the law department. We want to see how quick they're processing things. You have a separate issue.
Joe just so badly wants to say, like, can you stop pretending that
but
you
I
have
really
real
like to
power,
see this
please?
operationally improve. And it's
We're
the
here to
law
say everything's
department's
going
responsibility.
fine, and then we go to the board.
That's fine.
You know, it does go to Public Works, but if you wanted to go there, that's fine. All those in
chair
favor?
will ask.
Opposed, so ordered. Okay. transmit information communication relative to the constitutionality of the rental dwelling unit periodic inspection ordinance. Who's going to send that to ED? Those in favor?
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor
No,
Russell?
George, no,
I
no,
was gonna say it's
no.
10:30, but this is an important one.
No,
I'm
it's
very
not.
Sorry to.
I've become
bring this up,
Donna
but,
again.
Such as our agenda and the items that are on the table for us. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions to the city solicitor or the assistant city solicitor, whoever would like to respond to them regarding this report, or to the city manager himself. Mr. Chairman, if I'm reading this properly, it says, and correct me if I'm wrong,
You're definitely not reading
law
it
department
properly.
or city manager, but it says basically that we don't have the authority to enter a unit, a rental unit, unless the tenant gives us permission, or unless there's some kind of complaint or violation or whatever, obviously, but on
Dude, that's, I
routine
don't know. I read this, and the
we
way
don't
that
have
George read
the
this
authority
is
without
just, it's so
having,
hard to explain how wrong he is.
Oh, it's wild. I mean, this would be like every restaurant in the city turn around saying, yeah, no, we're not letting food inspectors in this year.
Right.
We decided this violates my Fourth Amendment rights.
No violation or complaint.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that there be some clarity over the items that were voted on this council floor a few weeks ago, items that I brought up that were voted down, but then there were some chairman's orders that came out of the economic.
Does he just think he can read it whatever way he wants to? And he's like, aha, okay. The whole thing's canceled. Great.
Based on this law department report from our own law department, we need permission. This city government needs permission.
I'm definitely
from the
sundowning.
tenants to enter these apartments. So I think it's something that I think this whole report actually should be sent back to the administration, so that the administration can come up with suggestions of how to incorporate this into the corrected or adapted ordinance that's
Yeah.
been drafted. If the chairman of ED
Thursday
wants
night
to
at the
go
Pint.
there too, I have no problem with sending.
Yeah, I'm
them
so
to
excited. I wanna
ED
go
for
down.
conversation, but I think that at the end of the day, that is the issue. And I think it needs to be addressed. I suggested to the manager today when I talked to him that I think we might have to need something like a form, maybe in multiple languages, showing the tenant signs off saying it's okay to go into the unit. Otherwise, we might be opening up the city for other questions in the future. Mr. Chairman, on the first page of the report from Michael Trainer to Mr. Batista, at the bottom, I'll just read the sentence in the last paragraph.
Might name the female puppy Gordon Lightfoot after that.
Oh, that's really good.
Of code violation
Wow.
received from a tenant occupant or other non-occupant individual, or pursuant to a systematic area inspection.
Oh, I know. I got a good name. Worst female tyrant in the world. Clementine. Am I right, folks?
Through the chair, that's how the sanitary code defines the periodic inspections.
Okay, so, but Mr. Chairman, I would like another report from the administration defining the word
No,
area.
Clementine
Because
is
in
a
my opinion,
jerk.
the word
She was mean to me
systematic
this
area,
weekend.
would be an area.
She flipped me off.
Call me crazy.
I think it's possible Jenny and Donna are having a staring contest.
10:30 or at 8 o'clock in the morning. An area is an area. And if we're doing an area inspection,
Jenny's face is interesting right now.
it's usually a
Well,
suite.
she's making the weird little smiles because George keeps elbowing the bun on the top of her head on
That's
her
not
hair.
what we're doing with this
Oh.
unit.
Not missing her head,
Tenant-occupied.
just like keeps whacking her hair. And
So I'd like the law department and the administration to come back and address that one word area in a further report. And I'd like the administration to take a look at this.
Oh, man, George
this
Russell's taking
document
this
that
all the
came
way to
out
the
of the law
Supreme Court.
department.
He's
Try to
questioning the
come up with
definition of
suggestions
area.
How to incorporate that
Wow,
in any
what a legal mind.
ordinance going forward before the Economic Development Committee.
This assistant city lawyer that we have talking to George Russell right now, I'm pretty sure gets billed by the hour.
Should also keep an eye on the clock.
So that's just fucking great. She's been here since 4 o'clock.
Starting when it's not. I think we need to address these issues. And actually.
Just repeating
Jimmy's
what's in the
report also
memo to
references
George
the
Russell.
City of Boston
So he can be
ordinance.
like,
It also
aha,
specifically pointed
maybe
out
there's a
that I asked
different
for
definition of
changes,
area.
Those changes that were voted down by this council. So there's a reason why the city of Boston is doing it that way.
Yeah, Donna is
And I
rebooting
think
right
it
now.
needs to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my motion is to send it to the administration.
Send what to the administration?
The definition
Send
of
the report
area.
back.
You guys have to
Send it
look
to E-
closely. Donna blinks
send it to
sideways like a
ED.
lizard.
He's going to, you ask for orders that's going to come back, you suggestions that had to come out for form, something to come out with.
Kid Joe, what?
To enforce this.
I think that the administration.
It came from the administration.
It came from the administration, but it wouldn't be.
Joe's
the first
code
time,
just
Mr.
glitched
Chairman,
so
that
bad.
A report was remanded to the administration and ultimately, at the end of the day, any ordinance that we're dealing with has to come from the administration. At least that's what the law department told me last month. So I would
Width
hope that
times
the
height,
administration
right?
takes this into
George, you can't
consideration,
play dumb when
and
you're
that they
actually
come back
dumb,
with
brother.
some kind of changes to the ordinance that's in place.
Two sets of
Yeah, you wanna
eyelids
see it.
blinked
Yeah,
once
so
and
So
then
this
twice.
needs to be
Suggested
addressed. So
changes.
whether you want to say it's asking for additional information or
Yeah.
send the actual report back.
I'm not
don't
saying I
really
know
care,
for
but
sure.
I
I'm
would
just
like that to be
saying
included.
she might be a lizard person.
Council Bergman, followed by Council Merrill Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I think I understand the report. I appreciate the report. I think it answers a question that some of us had regarding the constitutionality and the challenges regarding the constitutionality of these inspections.
Gus is great.
To me, if it's a
Just a reminder for everybody, the people with the issues with the inspections, they're all landlords.
The requirement that there either has
And like,
to
this
be
is something that's already allowed,
go into the apartment
which
by
is
virtue of a complaint from someone.
precisely why we need a fucking
or
rental
has to be
registry.
Some sort of consent from the
If
tenant.
just this
I just
selection of
throw
landlords
out there
aren't aware of what their
that,
actual
you know,
job
as
is,
opposed to
imagine what else
something
is going
to
on out there.
discuss an Economic Development Subcommittee, but I throw out there the effectiveness.
How is
of
Mo a
having this
lawyer is
program
right?
when it's quite clear that many tenants in their leases, if they have a lease, it says they have to be notified with proper notice. In case apartments being sold, or in case repairs have to be done, or certain other limited circumstances. I don't believe very many of these leases are going to have as a limited circumstance that the city of Worcester wants to come in and take a look. So I can see
Right.
where
This is a
certain
good point.
landlords perhaps, or tenants that don't
Not
want
once have they
the
talked
city to go
about
into their
how they
apartment, is
do
simply gonna say no.
legitimate
And if that
court-ordered
happens, how does
cruel
that
and
impact
unusual
the
punishment on
effectiveness
the
of what
unhoused
this program
every
is? Because
fucking
we
day
can't
of the
be running
year.
it, I wouldn't think into court to justify the inspection when we really don't have a basis to do so. So obviously, we're going to go ahead and have hearings on it. You know, I think a lot of the intent of this was to be able to maximize the number of units we're able to go into. And I just don't see that as, I see that as being a challenge now.
Since it seems kind of clear that
A lot of people
Eric is just
just
trucking
spend
forward
money,
with like
people
what
work,
are genuinely, I think we all agree,
just don't want
pretty
people
decent ideas
interfering with their privacy.
that the council
And it seems like that
unanimously
report
pretty much
confirms
hates.
a lot of
Like, what do we think his
pretty much
longevity is looking
confirms that
like
if they
these
don't
days?
consent, we're going to have a problem. And
I
I'm
think
convinced
that
a lot of people
he should
are
just
gonna
get out of there.
consent. So I think we really need to take a long, hard look at what we're trying to accomplish in light of the law department's.
We were talking about that before you got on, Brendan, though. If they tried to call his, if they tried to
Mr.
not renew
Chairman,
his contract, it would be a 5-6 vote against.
This
I think.
item has been
So they would lose.
kicking around this council for a very long time. This item that was raised tonight,
a good
in
point.
terms of whether it's unconstitutional or not.
It says it's
Again, this was something that came out of ED, and the three individuals who serve on that committee, basically, at the end of the day, was an agreement for us to get this information. So I do believe that this belongs back in ED, and the administration.
Why are you
sends
arguing
their
over where it
representative
goes?
to the ED committees no differently than they
Who
do in
fucking
Public
cares? It's a
Works
memo.
or any other committee. So I just am wondering, what are we doing, given the fact, again, this was voted, and it was voted on by everybody in this council.
Nice roll,
And
Liz.
now all of a sudden, we want to do something different. Again, I'm not looking for us, as chair of ED, I'm not looking for us to do anything that's in violation of anyone's rights.
Yeesh.
And I don't
It's not in
believe that
violation of anyone's
those who
rights.
sit
Did you
on the
read the memo?
committee with me are looking to do that either.
Everything else you
But I do think that we're certainly capable of making that decision in terms
Brendan, you're
of
roboting out.
this report coming
Big
back
time.
from the city manager. This report was never anything different that we were unaware of. This was something that Council Bergman put on, and others raised the question of whether this was constitutional or unconstitutional.
Dude, what's
And I
with the
may
history lesson
remind some of my
on the fucking
colleagues,
drama here?
there's other cities and towns who do this. And yes, nobody wants to go into
Brendan's full on
any
frozen now.
unit that somebody
Yeah.
says no.
Brendan, you need to
and
reboot,
we
brother. If
don't-
you can hear me,
I don't believe we as a city are looking to break any laws here.
Eaten by the
But if
internet.
we're looking to get any headway whatsoever, what are we doing? Do we want to do it or do we not want to do it?
it's already happening. It doesn't matter.
Because quite
Jesus Christ,
frankly,
this is
again, this has been kicking around in this council for a very long time. I might remind people again that people voted for this. And we asked these questions. This is the reason the administration came back with the report. It wasn't like we as a committee were saying we're going to go ahead and break into people's houses. That isn't what we were looking to do.
Somebody
what do you
clip
mean
that.
you're not looking to do
If it's
anything?
that you need the individual to invite you in, then that's what it is. But
Vampire
there are
rules.
a lot of people out there who, quite frankly, don't mind having this. And I think that that's what we have to do is keep our eye on the ball. What was our intent for this? All of a sudden, did we all forget what the intent of this was?
Who is she talking to? She's talking to
So,
herself.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that this belongs back in ED. I have all the faith that the administration, like they were asked to give the report.
So
will
Trumpian,
give
the way
us
she
I
just
was
said
just
that.
gonna say that.
Dude, I heard
Like
it
they
too.
were asked.
I heard it too.
Like they were
I
asked.
would appreciate
Like they were asked.
going back to ED because there's been a tremendous amount
I
of
bet she
work
dances
that
like
has
Trump.
been done on this. up
Guaranteed.
To this
Oh,
point.
you know it.
Thank you,
She
Mr.
dances like Trump.
I mean, now that I'm looking at her
Thank you,
hairstyle,
Councilor.
there's
Mr.
it's
Chairman, I just
reminiscent
wanna
a little bit.
respond quickly that I'm not trying to say that the committee is doing anything wrong or that they're forcing anything or that they're not able or willing to make any changes to the ordinance.
Quickly
What I'm
devolving
pointing
into the
out
most personal
is
beef
that
of all time.
a few months ago, when I wanted to make a
Has
major
nothing to
change
do
to
with
this
policy.
ordinance, the law department and the city administration told me the changes
We need
to
to
the
rent
ordinance
those inflatable
have to
sumo
come
wrestling
from the
outfits and
administration.
just put out the
In fact, I
ring
had
right
a
in the
council
middle
order
and let these people work out the
asking
beef
for
the right
a
way.
report that we haven't
Yeah.
received yet, asking for an outline of what that was about. So I'm just following the guidelines, what the administration
Or
and the
American
law
Gladiator
department,
pupil sticks.
told me was that any changes need to come from the administration. in the
This
form of
memo
an
didn't
ordinance,
change a
because
goddamn thing.
If I had it my way, I would have started from square one with this thing and
It literally just said
and
it's
repealed
fine.
it, worked from there. But, Mr. Chairman, I was told by the administration that's not an option. Any change, anything for the ordinance had to come from the administration. So that's why I did that.
Okay.
Whatever the pleasure is, I'm done.
Okay. Councilor King?
I just want clarification. I don't know if that assertion is accurate, but to the chair, to the administration, if you could comment on the statement that any changes in an ordinance must come from the administration. I do believe that obviously.
Why are you asking for a legal opinion on what
previously
George
at the
Russell
council,
said? He's always wrong.
having its own legal
Who cares?
person, its own attorney, its own person. And I do know that we can amend. My understanding is that, and we've done that before as a council, and it's written up by the solicitor. But I just need clarification because I don't want to leave this meeting confused.
I do.
Through the chair.
I'm
so
perfectly
my
content to
question.
be confused on this thing. Doesn't matter to me.
Please elaborate.
To the chair, to the council, this was a question that was asked previously as part of the order that Russell was alluding to, and we're currently working on submitting that order to the council to fully explain the process.
Yeah, Room's a good boy. I'm very sweepy too.
What you're saying there.
Why would
So-
Batista?
I was trying to figure out if you answered my question or not. Just go ahead, please.
So I didn't answer your question. I'm saying I'm providing a report that answers the question that you're asking, that it was alluded to as part of the order that Councilor Russell had previously submitted.
Mr. Chairman.
These fucking counselors treat themselves like they're space guild navigators. Like they can't
I will
learn
look forward to that
anything that they
report
don't
back.
learn in the chambers of the
I
city
know
council
that we as a
through a council
council,
member.
in my experience, do have the ability to amend ordinances and the like, and that legal writes them at the request of the manager.
And they've just come up with the
that's
most
where the
insane
council should be.
set
I
of
don't want the
little
public
rules
to
for
be
themselves.
misled here.
It's crazy.
I again unequivocally state that council would benefit.
I don't even know anymore.
Legal representation, its own attorney, you know, and
I'm
think
so
that
jealous
that
of Neal. He got to leave the meeting.
been,
Right.
Apparent for the last couple of years. So
This whole stupid thing was my
I'll
idea.
come back with
Just
another
deeply,
motion
deeply fucking
make sure that
resentful of
the
myself.
appropriate time has elapsed. And we
Well,
can take that
judging
into
by
consideration
Brendan's
as we move
message,
forward
maybe charter's coming
towards
for
the
all
end
of
this
us.
term.
Thank you. So I send that to committee. Those in
Yeah,
favor?
city council is an extremely anti-democratic body, which is a fun thing to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just
We are 9.30.
they just exist
I
to
believe.
make things worse.
Transmit information communication of the fiscal year 2024 financial update.
Nice.
April 30th, 2024.
God, fried?
Mr.
That's sick.
McGurty, things are going well, so send that to MO.
I'm a Pollo Centro guy
Favor,
myself.
opposed, so ordered. We have finance items. 9.35A through E.
Oh my God, we haven't gotten to
9.36A
orders
through
yet.
L,
That's crazy.
9.37A through C.
There's like 11
Roll call
orders.
On a roll call. Do I do so, Council King?
I like the Watchers one. I like the idea of our faces in the
So
Watchmen.
9.35A through E, 36A through L, and 37A through C.
Marco, give us a flex.
Give us a flex, Marky.
How's that? Roll. roll
Yeah,
call.
Jude. Pollo Centro
Yes.
was really good when I
Gloria?
went there. I
Yes.
just got fried
Councilor
chicken.
Diaz?
It was great.
Councilor King, Councilmember Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor
Got rice
Rita?
and beans.
Yes.
Good rice and beans.
Solo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Rice and beans is a much better side to fried chicken than
Yes.
French fries, I think,
So we
because
have,
French fries
10A.
is
Motion
you're getting a little
roll
bit
call,
too
roll
much
call.
grease there.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Gia.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
I'm just saying, I like grease as much as the next guy.
Councilor
But,
Rita.
oh, mashed
Councilor
potatoes.
Solo.
Okay, now we're
Councilor
talking.
Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Fried chicken and mashed potatoes
Yes.
is
Mayor Petty.
way
Yes.
better than rice and beans.
10B to 10X minus
Okay,
Also, Toomey
number
didn't
one.
hear their name.
roll call. I
Councilor
mean, I'm
Ber-
trying to write this a motion to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Kate really does look like
Okay, we
visibly,
have our orders.
visibly drunk.
Before going to the orders. is
That's what I think just
organizational
happened.
items.
She just missed or wasn't paying attention because she said
You're going
yes.
to be here anyway, so you're not. We can go to, let's just go to reports to the planning board, 13A.
Do they skip all the
Public
orders?
Works, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14A through
Oh,
D,
they're letting the
motion to
planning board
propose
people get out of here.
is to advertise proposed ordinance. All those in
So
favor,
nice of them at
opposed,
11
so
p.m.
ordered. 14C, motion to accept on the roll call, roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor Gia.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
Joke's on us. Brendan probably
Yeah.
just unplugged his
Councilor
monitor.
Rita.
Oh, okay.
Solo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yeah.
He's back.
Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14D, motions to accept. All those in favor,
27
opposed, so
people
ordered.
sticking with us here
15A,
on
motion to
our
accept on the
4,
third.
Unbelievable.
4.4. That's
We already
great.
did that one, I'm sorry.
We really got the
15B to
Neal
15L.
McNamara bump this week.
Oh yeah.
Motion is to accept.
Jessica Stamps and Leslie Cohen gave out community
15M
subs.
and
Thank you guys for
15N.
doing that.
Motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16A to 16G, advertise proposed ordinances. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Ajay.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ida.
Can we see that Kate Toomey tweet again?
Yes.
Council Russell. Yes. Council
Do
Toomey.
we have that? Is it loaded up?
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Memorial Day, the flag shall be flown at half staff from sunrise until noon only, then raised briskly to the top of the staff until sunset, in honor of the nation's battle heroes. At McDonald's on Shrewsbury Street, didn't get the message, even when asked.
Ms.
Dude,
Hoffman,
that's-
roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Is she tweeting that from inside McDonald's?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen.
even when asked.
Council Ida.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell. Yes. Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
No, I can't because that's not me.
B, motion is
Mr.
denied.
Chairman,
Not who I am.
speak on 18B.
It's not my
For the
name.
Clarification there.
18B.
It's written right beneath my face.
No, go ahead. Do them together.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we had had.
Wait,
something
Kate has a
since
personal
the
Twitter
council
too?
Previously involved.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
What's that handle?
Contracts. I'm just wondering, is this separate through the chair to the administration? Is the contract piece a part of this? Is it separate? I voted against this previously, particularly given the fact that we've never had a contract for this position in the history of the city, and it could perhaps put us in a tough position. So I'm just wondering, the salary ordinance, does it include the contract aspect or what?
I'll tell you what the worst
what
McDonald's in the city
relationship does
is.
the contract have to this matter?
West Boylston Street.
Through the
Woof.
chair to the council, this ordinance sets the salary, just as.
That
last year we
is-
Had a salary ordinance that set the salary at 180.
I don't know. There's some dark shit going on back there.
Incorporated into the contract.
It used to be really good.
7th of May, there was an item there. There were 2 votes.
It used to
that
be the
were more
best
than
one.
One was to advertise the ordinance, the salary ordinance.
It's like the a McDonald's being run by the
Authorized
Aqua
the
Teen
mayor to
Hunger
execute
Force.
The contract.
Number one in the hood, she.
Mill Street's pretty bad.
Okay. So 18A, motion. Roll
Legitimately,
call.
there are days where they're the best,
Council
and other
Bergman.
times they're I am stuck there for
Yes.
45
Council
minutes.
Ajay.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
They also just
Council
redesigned
Toomey.
Mill
Yes.
Street, so it's
Mayor
super
Petty.
fancy inside now.
Yes.
Ooh.
18B.
It's like made to pick up your
Council
order and
Bergman.
leave.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Ajay.
Yes.
Council King.
No.
Grafton Street's expensive, but it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council
What?
Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell. Yes. Council Toomey.
Yes.
and Mayor
They're
Petty.
allowed to make McDonald's more expensive than other ones?
Okay.
That's fucked.
Charles, you here for anything or in particular, or you can stay if you want?
I love the West Boylston Street Burger King. Hidden gem.
Okay. I think I got everything from the administration.
They have a parking lot that just screams for eminent domain.
Yeah.
Like no one
First one,
needs a parking
18A.
lot that big.
Quick
Certainly
demand requestation of transportation mobility, prioritize addressing the crashes taking place at the intersection of Park Avenue, Mill Street through any traffic calming measure available.
As he
Council
reads.
Hyde. All those in favor, send it to the manager. All those in favor, opposed.
Plus,
so
the
supported.
staff at the West
City
Boylston
manager
Street Burger
requesting
King,
transportation mobility,
really great.
prioritize the new
The person
facility,
that runs the
Rotary,
register will
Friday,
always offer you a
and
Burger King
traffic
crown,
calming
no matter how
measures,
old you are.
Council Hyde and Pasella.
As it reads.
Really?
In
Yeah.
favor, opposed, so ordered.
Commitment to the brand.
Good to
Mhm.
know.
Request a standing committee on public health and human services.
Also very
invite
exciting.
members from the Central
Oh,
West Justice
every
Center
time I go to
and Mass
Quinn's,
Housing Alliance,
they're always like, "Don't you dare
to
park
discuss
over the
the
Burger King
status
line.
of
They will
provisions in
fuck
the
you
city,
up.
so
They will
discuss
tow you
issues and
5
further
minutes after you
information
park."
concerning Legal representation, rental assistance, resources.
Like when
available
people would
for
park in the bank
facing
parking lot
victims.
next to.
We'll send that to the committee.
Yeah, yeah, right, right.
So ordered, Council Hyde, you all set?
As it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Request that the city manager provide the council with a report detailing complaints filed with the Human Rights Commission.
I like to eat parts of Jersey Mike sandwiches.
Council Hyde,
As it is.
those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
I'm not going to untangle that one.
11E,
I'm going to let that one.
request the
I don't want to let
senior
that one
counsel to
stand.
report concerning
I'll let her
best
explain it if she
practices
wants
with the
to.
Fire department as to the process for employees being designated as inspectors, data collection systems, addressing customer complaints, establishing procedures for said complaints to be anonymous and to address same, coordinate permit compliance and code enforcement. Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief on it. This order comes about.
Jimmy John's
through
so seductive at
numerous
first, so good on the first bite, leaves you
concerns
lacking.
over time regarding
It leaves you
scenarios,
wanting more. You
situations
know?
where they are told what they need to do from the building department.
So it's like a corn on the cob type
Then they're given
situation.
different set
Just
of
like
instructions from the fire department. So it prompted me to
4
try
bites
to,
in, you're forcing
follow
yourself
that
to
and
finish it.
reflected some of those concerns. One
I
of the
totally
things
get that analogy.
that
That's a
was
great
important to know
analogy.
is somebody joins the fire department. And
I've
recruitment
never not
class,
finished a
how
sandwich.
they become an inspector.
And it's
So
great too, because if we go to Jersey Mike's, then I get 2 sandwiches.
apply for. So I think that's
That's
important.
such a good
Gap
deal.
collection, addressing any customer complaints is
I walked
important.
over to
I
the
think being
Little
able to do that
Caesars off of
anonymously
Main Street
is
for one of
important
their
as well. And I think
$5 hot and
lastly,
ready. It
being
was
able to
not
coordinate
hot,
with
nor
code
was it
department,
ready. And I saw
ability to issue
such an
permits with one voice,
interesting,
so
like
that
a
there isn't
cross section of
some
Worcester,
sort of different
our
answer or
people.
different
It was fascinating.
levels of compliance from one department to the other. I think it's important for the city manager that this go to the city manager as opposed to.
I've
any
never
other
tried the
department or
Amados.
subcommittee,
Is that the
because I
one
think
on Gold
the
Star
manager,
or
in most
Grove
cases,
Street?
Yeah, there's one there, yeah.
A report regarding these issues.
I've
and,
only ever heard bad
my
things.
colleagues agree. We'll get a report back and we'll be able to discuss it further, and perhaps it can go to the appropriate subcommittee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, send that to the mayor.
Chairman.
Yeah, Gio, I wanted it to be
King,
better than
followed
it
by
was.
Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thought they do have
Certainly
zest
appreciate
packs or
this-
something that I
this
think is
item.
hysterical.
I know that Melican Municipal Operations, we did speak about.
Little
this.
Caesars does that entirely
Understanding
cursed
at the time
calzone,
was that they're
right? Where
supposed
it's
to
like
be
it's like a
sinking
star.
into
They like fold it over, and then there's all sauce in the middle.
improve this process. So I question to the administration.
I don't know that.
is,
I just know that they were
is
special because when I was a kid, I can only get them at Kmart.
engaged in sinking and integrating.
I had hot table once. It was just a
these
sandwich.
departments so as we can avoid these sorts of issues through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Through chair to the council, that is correct. There's a platform that we're currently using. It's called OpenGo.
Palma's is the king of
Use
all
permits
places in Worcester for
inspections,
sandwiches.
and the
You can't get a better
integration
sandwich than
process is
Palma's.
still
I
ongoing.
love Palm.
Multiple departments. It includes even conversations.
That's
with
New England
Sure.
roast beef, number
License
2.
Commission and some of the licensing
New England roast
effort,
beef is dope.
Which also include the fire department.
I love a NERB.
Thank you. I think that
Ooh, I haven't tried the Saigon banh mi. I'm a banh mi.
practices.
I'm a banh mi boy. The one across the street from the Vernon
for
makes a
Mr.
very,
Fire
very
Department,
good
as
banh mi.
mentioned, it goes across departments, and we're looking forward to.
I was at this party over the weekend and they had churro bites from Saga Bomb Snacks.
Through IT.
And I am ashamed to admit how many of those stupid things I ate.
Dude, I had like 30 of those things.
Churro bombs?
Churro bites, Bill. They were like filled with chocolate pudding or something. I don't know.
No,
They were
dulce de
insane.
leche.
Oh my God, it was so good.
Huh. Everyone but Bill was there. That's great. That's great to hear. It's very nice.
You were invited.
You were invited.
Oh, yeah, I was invited. Sorry, I didn't come.
Who big time and who now?
Shit, I was really ready to play the victim there for like a while. But now I do remember that I was invited, so I'm sorry that I didn't make it.
Crisis intervention and youth crisis intervention.
I was probably doing something more fun anyway.
That's probably true.
Other two with it.
No, I don't know. What day was it?
No, could you do the other two
I'm sorry, I can't.
orders together?
What'd you say?
Sunday.
Oh,
Bill.
together. Okay.
Sunday? Oh.
Yeah.
And request the city manager provide council with a report concerning the arrest diversion data and strategies for youth, especially the city's Black and Latino youth. Comes in the one. And 11H2. And provides the council report detailing strategy for plans concerning summer youth programming and holistic safety.
Oh, yeah, Mint's good.
11 held. If it's not,
I
we take
know.
that also.
I thought you said
11N
and.
is held, I believe. Yep. Oh, I was
I
going
haven't been to
And
Mint's
two's
yet.
nice. Mint's really good.
We take it all together.
Okay. 11N.
Felicious out in Holden. Their food is hit or miss, but when it hits, banh mi's are incredible.
That's the only thing that I wish the lot did a banh mi, because their menu is otherwise flawless.
Okay.
But it'd be nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Every once in a while to get a
I'm
banh
gonna
mi.
try
It's
to
not really
be
the
brief
cuisine they're
because I
doing, but
But I do want to just bring this up because
Thanks
and
for
I
sticking
spoke
with us,
the city
Jeanette.
manager about this, was that there was a statement.
That's great. Sticking in for the chat about foods.
And the city council.
We got to do a food show.
I did
We got to
not
do the food tour.
or agree to the messaging.
We're gonna have plenty of off days that
You
we
know,
could do
just to
stuff like
summarize,
that,
it was
like
an
the mukbang
acknowledgement
stream.
of what happened with the few, you know.
I haven't been
areas
to a lot in years
Worcester,
either.
and I think that's really important for us to acknowledge. But what I got out of it was that,
Wow.
you know, in the
This
summer
is
when we think
truly,
about
this is
the
news you can use
initiatives,
right
it
here,
just
folks.
simply included more policing, and so my orders really stemmed out of really hoping for us to head towards a direction that doesn't
Sally, you're
just
doing the
about
Lord's work. I
policing.
hope you know that.
We know that well-resourced communities are the ones that intentionally allocate funding towards to tackle the social determinants of health for its residents. And those are the things that, you know, help our communities thrive. And that doesn't mean that we need more policing. And so as we talk about, you know, learning about the funding cuts of Recreation Worcester and the citywide cuts for the summer youth programmings and the jobs, as someone mentions, it's 70%. You know, I wish our first instinct when we think about youth violence is to actually increase funding, increase programming, to increase resources for our young people to be holistically supported rather than increase policing. And just looking at our budget, you know, I saw
I haven't
Summer
been there, but it's a
Bertole
great name.
was going to be allocated.
Oh, My Sister's Crawfish is good. Yeah.
And this is
It's
a
My
time
Sister's
where our
Crawfish
youth actually
2.
needs a lot of support. And my hope is that we take on what we know.
I love Nola Cajun Kitchen.
Oh, so good.
The city manager, you know, you talk about the
I like,
violence
so
prevention
two's probably
initiative
talking about
and
the
all
only
these
thing of
things.
significance
We
tonight.
know that what
Yeah.
works is a more
What are we talking about?
I can't do it. I'd rather talk about
community work. It's mentorship that
sandwiches
uplifts our young
and
people. And so I really
different kind of
wanted to
meats.
just really have us think about allocating funding towards that. And I'm really glad that during our last budget meeting, we had so many people talk.
We should
about
do a
funding
sandwich
Recreation Worcester.
ranking,
But as you
like
mentioned,
a
it's
sandwich, like
citywide. And so I'm really looking
what's it
for
called when it goes like
strategies
this
to really
in sports?
support our young
Bracket.
folks.
Mhm.
And I also
Just
didn't
sandwich
want us
bracket.
to lose sight of the racial equity audit. You know, when it comes
When you
to
said
the
what's it called when it goes like this in
of
sports, I'm
our
gonna say
Black and
catching.
Latina youth. You know, I think, what are we gonna do
You
about
catch
it?
the ball.
And I know this is something
Kissing?
seriously that we need to find solutions for, and that we need to commit our funding towards. And so I hope that we start, you know, really reframing and reprioritizing and
Just
putting our
cut
strategies
ShotSpotter.
in place, and not just to do what is
You can fund
business
Rec
as
Worcester
usual, to
plus
just look at policing
150
as the
grand.
only
for
way.
ShotSpotter.
I know that we know as a council, there's so many youth workers on this council that we can actually do better. And so that's what I'm asking for. And
Do you want
I
to stop
thank
shootings, or do you
Councilor
want to have
King for his
more
order and
shootings
for
logged
putting
in
it
your
together, 'cause I
spreadsheets
deeply believe
for
in the
future
work
budget
of Recreation
requests? Which
Worcester,
one
as
do you
all
want
of
to do?
us has mentioned, and that we should commit to this work. Thank you.
Okay. What's that?
Roll biz. I didn't think it existed. Thank you for letting me know that.
Okay.
My Sister's Crawfish one is in Fitchburg.
Okay.
Yeah, Eric, we're still going.
No,
Fields
Eric, this is a
Corner?
fever dream.
Okay. Okay. I know that
We're still going.
Mahoney has filed legislation for $300,000.
Fields Corner's in Boston, right?
That's for a 90% chance we'll get that.
I have no fucking
know
idea.
that too. And so we're working on that.
Yeah.
And also the manager has said he'd fund this from last year.
Fields
That's
Corner.
That's a long
Dorchester.
drive for
For the Rec Worcester program.
for
Appreciate that.
a franchise.
Councilor King?
Dorchester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you rep.
Hell
you
yeah,
mentioned
Ben
Whit
is
Mahoney, I
baking.
was
Thanks,
going
dude.
to speak that, I too have been in
Noah's is
contact with
great.
There's and reps regarding
That's
this
so
and
sick.
their attempts to secure some additional.
Nola's is great.
But my one statement that
Have you all tried the gator bites?
and I've had this conversation.
I had to. They're pretty good.
City
I've
manager
had Gator a fair
is
amount.
that,
I don't have a ton of
you know,
experience with it.
You gotta get the meat pie, the
making
nachos.
our
okay.
response a more
I love
Extremely
like,
good.
meat patties.
trackable
So if it's anything like
part
that,
of
I'm
our
super into it.
actual
It
city
is, yeah.
budget,
Sally, you're the best.
is extremely important. You know, here it talks about data as well.
Sally,
If we
what a
can't measure
trooper.
it, we can't assess it for efficacy. You know, as relates to the arrests of Black and Brown youth, and those particular procedures, operations, and policies. It's extremely important, Mr. Chairman.
Like, I appreciate the info, but I'm just straight
you
up not
know,
making a decision
we
based on
depend a lot on
the
grants
price
and
of
state funding.
local opportunities.
But when we have these sorts of upticks, as I mentioned last
When it comes to
week,
food, I just swipe the card. I don't really consider
it's
the
important that
currency
we can continue
exchange happening there.
dedication.
It's like, oh, I have this
within
thing that gets me
our,
food.
our,
Okay.
our actual tax.
Bye, Roll
our
Biz. Thanks for hanging out.
on a consistent basis, so we don't have to just respond. You know,
She's watching us.
when
Take me
there's
with
an
you.
I hope she is. Kate, if you're watching, your tweet was
process,
beautiful and amazing.
and it's a commitment that I
Kate,
think
if
that
you're
we all
watching,
have.
do a shot
Take
on
care,
stream
Elizabeth.
for us.
Health and community safety, and so you know it's in that spirit that I'm looking forward to these things moving forward.
Yeesh.
Okay. So that to the managers.
We got the Garfield meal
at
at Olive Garden. We scarfed the Garf.
On K. Request any manager, request Commissioner on
You know,
Transportation.
I'm saying you DoorDash a Whopper, you're eating it about 10 minutes minimum after when you should. That is food that needs to be eaten.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
pretty
Chair.
much
Just very briefly,
2 to 3
this has
minutes.
been an issue in Burncoat for
once you
years. The intersection at Clark Street and St. Nicholas. It's hard to see around the corner. People drive way too fast, and this is something that I
Like
really
eating McDonald's
would love to be a
fries,
focus
even
for
15
transportation and
minutes
mobility in
after
this
they come
administration.
out of the hot tray. It's just
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
I'm a trash human. I'll eat those all day long.
Manager work with the appropriate representative from the.
The ones that make your whole side of your mouth dry, whichever side you're chewing on.
Oh, the extra cold, dude. I would buy 3 large things of French fries on tour, and that would be my food for like 2 days. I would just take like a handful of fries and be good for a few hours.
That's
Thank you,
so
Mr. Chair. So I
offensive.
just want to thank my colleagues for signing on.
$5 a day per diem, bro.
Advisory committee for their work and attention to this matter.
That's just
I don't want to get into all
that's
the
just
issues
right.
with charter.
That's just
What
you're
I
turning
am
me
asking
into
for
fucking
is
Hank Hill over
transparency and accessibility in this reimbursement process. Seniors and disabled residents have been entitled to a 10% discount on basic cable TV. This hasn't been offered since 2013. In 2013, we had 40,000 cable subscribers. We're now down to 22,000. My issue is, and I understand this is out of the purview of the city manager, but there is zero data on this. So we have no idea how many people didn't get this reimbursement, didn't get the discount. I've heard from a couple seniors that they're receiving letters in the mail saying if you are entitled to a reimbursement, send us this letter back.
I hope even families start
today
going
and
after
see what the
Spectrum, and
process
like
was.
Worcester ends up being the weird little
When I
city that
spoke to her,
bankrupts the
very
whole
nice. She had
company.
no knowledge of the reimbursement.
He's
She
so
told
sick.
me that she wasn't sure.
I mean, Worcester is the kind of city
whether
really
senior-
primed for this, like,
senior or,
hit the senior discount
disabled
from you line to
The
like
10%
Local
clawback going back
ARP
over a
email, but to
decade.
me, this was a
Yeah.
10-minute phone conversation.
There's
where
a
I had to
lot of
hit
Worcester
zero
people that
a
are going to
bunch
be
of
doing
times.
that
It's
math.
not
you know.
accessible
Plus
to
interest.
seniors. It's really not accessible to anyone.
Right.
I do.
I mean, that has really
understand
that has real legs
negotiations
if
are
there
in
was
process,
Yeah,
and I appreciate
sure.
that.
if there was someone
I just
if there was
really
someone
want to
promoting
flag
that
as a
with a
priority.
serious platform that would take off like
Residents should
crazy.
know that they're entitled to this discount.
should put up a billboard.
And the reimbursement is obvious that charter.
Do a fake infomercial for
we rely
WCCA.
on them to get this information across.
Were you
So
65 in
something
2014?
prioritize going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're entitled to 10 years
Followed by
of
Council
senior
Russell,
discounts.
followed by Council Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
I
the
don't.
fucking
Dang,
one.
2014 was 10 years ago.
I don't want to. Well, I guess I want to be clear. This particular matter is infuriating. It's unacceptable.
This whole meeting is
We should
infuriating.
not tolerate it.
And
as a
unacceptable.
city. We heard
I was
testimony
watching
today,
John
the other
Mulaney's
day,
Everyone's in LA the
folks
other
who
night,
are
and Weezer was on.
Hmm.
And what's his name? The
They should
singer
not
has a
be charged,
Bucky's
Mr. Chairman.
sticker on a
We've heard
guitar, and I
tonight
thought of you all.
about our disabled community,
That's
our
awesome.
seniors being shortchanged, no pun intended, Mr. Chairman. What I would like us to do is explore any litigation, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, speaking of
we
stickers, I
need
gotta find
to
the picture.
provide some impetus for charter. It's very clear to me, based on what my colleague just testified to, that they are not, Mr. Chairman, making an all-out effort to reimburse folks. They're not creating a consumer-friendly remedy to this matter, Mr. Chairman. My order is that the administration consult with the solicitor determine any feasibility possible.
Why is Kanye West? You're not from Worcester, are you?
Litigation in or on behalf of our senior.
It's awesome that you're hanging out and watching this meeting with us, but why?
Who have been unfairly impacted by this infuriating, intolerable matter. Thank you.
Councilor Russell.
We transcend borders.
About a week ago.
That's sick. Thanks for hanging out.
That's super sick.
Contacted by a resident from Grafton Hill, an elderly
Have you ever been to
gentleman,
Worcester,
heard
Massachusetts?
us talking about it here at the council chamber, and he actually picked up the phone, called Charter Spectrum, sent me an email, and gave me the name, the date.
Or any
everything
city in
on it,
Massachusetts? I just want to hear your
conversation we had
thoughts.
with the operator, and they told him there is no such thing as a discount. So I sent it to the administration.
Oh.
The administration
Boston's
started
market.
some work on it, but through you, Mr. Chairman, to the
Okay.
manager.
Well, I don't
Did
want to hear
anything
about Boston.
come of that? Or was there ever any?
But if
other-
you've ever been to, like, say, like a Fall River or a New Bedford or a
To the chair,
Lowell,
to the council, no, not.
or even
not
a
in that
Springfield,
specific
I'd love to
matter.
hear about it.
We actually had more requests on folks even calling directly my office, asking about the senior discounts, et cetera. What we're doing is we're compiling every email, any phone call, any conversation that we're having, and building our case as part of that effort, as part of when we continue this effort with Charter.
Whatever the
We
most
understand this is an
pedantic
issue,
shit you could think of.
and we
That's
will
what our
continue
big
to make
issue
sure
is.
that we collect as much information from residents.
Unindicted
in
January
start
6th
our carnival.
co-conspirators in police departments.
Manager,
Um,
Mr. Chairman, I
they've been doing a pretty good job hiding that, but
Okay,
we'll
Councilor
get to the bottom of it eventually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise to sign on, but also to give
And on
testimony
school
that my
committee.
husband did follow as
And
well.
school committees, yeah.
And, actually was told that there was
85% of our beaches are
Thank you.
private
Councilor
property
Bertman.
that you cannot go onto
I do want to sign on. I think it's very good order, and
unless
I'd
you
just
own the
like to say
property
that
or
consistent with what my colleague Councilor King had said, I
live in the
think
town.
It's right for a look from the city solicitor. You know, this sounds to me like some sort of potential class action lawsuit. Fact that people have died, their estates can sue up to 2 years beyond their death, so they're not precluded either. And I think there's an opportunity here to have leverage over a situation that's particularly unfortunate. I don't know if it's intentional on Spectrum's behalf or not, but there's certainly lots of money that are owed residents of the city of Worcester, and they're not responding. So if they're not responding, then litigation seems to be at least the opportunity to explore. So I'd like to sign on. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Brendan, prior discussion about red
Yes,
states
Mr.
doing better than blue
Chairman,
states in many ways.
Lots of confusion about this.
The governor of
I called
Nebraska, I think,
for,
was on a Now
um,
This
my
reel
sister,
talking
and
about how
daughter
cities
told me
were
that
invented
there
for
was,
cars, not for human beings, and
no
how we need to fix
senior
that. And he's a
discount, but yet
Republican
if they were
governor
going to do it, they
of the
would
state.
only do it if you had.
If you have a link to that, send it my way. I'd like to hear what they had to say.
Yeah, I've been
That
meaning to
is
send it to you.
not how the senior discount.
It was either
worked
North Dakota or
previously.
Nebraska.
So through you, Mr.
And it was like
Chairman, to the
to
city
the left of
manager,
Mara Healy by miles.
The
Yeah.
question that I have is.
Very
so
interesting.
Previously, when.
Did I send you the Boston Magazine
doing the
Instagram
senior
post
discount,
about
They were giving you a
that report they're
discount.
doing some
Yes,
coverage
they
on
only
that came out
gave it
earlier
to
this
you
year,
on the
highlighting
base
the
but they gave it to you.
the issue
What they're
with Boston's
saying
commercial
now is you can only
rental
get
market.
it if you have basic.
think so.
period.
I'll send the link to the actual report if I can find it. But it was a think tank that put out a nonpartisan think tank that put out a report earlier
Like
this
I
year.
said, through you,
Boston
Mr.
has the
Chairman,
highest
to the
rate
manager,
of
is that
commercial
what
property
Charter is
as a tax
saying
base in the
to
country. It's like
the
30% of their tax
administration?
base comes from commercial property.
that a
And it
conversation
also
that
has
you're
one of the highest
currently
vacancy rates of
having?
in commercial properties in the nation. And this report was just kind of highlighting that, like, if somebody doesn't come up with a solution to this, like yesterday, like Boston's entire economy is like ready to circle the drain.
Chair of the council, I'm hearing that a lot of people are calling into.
And they are apparently Mayor
Wu
Wu's office is working to try and reclassify the commercial tax base. But it's a funny read. Just well, not funny. It's kind of depressing. But on that same level, that it's all their eggs are put in one basket. They have like no solution to deal with it. But while we're busy celebrating our awesomeness in the Northeast, there are other states that we turn our noses at that are they're just getting ready to eat our lunch by doing the stuff that just makes sense and is actually fiscally responsible.
The local reps here or their reps that
So
there is a
crazy.
discount available here. And we did get acknowledgement from their attorney, but
And you just never
it's not
hear about
filtered
that shit.
through the
Like,
actual charter administration. So we'll have
just
to
doesn't
follow
cut
up
through
on
the
that.
noise, you know?
And through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city solicitor. So we working on a plan with their attorney in terms of how they're going to notify people?
Nuts, the soup to nuts. We're gonna have to figure out how are they going to do it, how they're going to reimburse, and what the reimbursement's going to be. And to your other point about you have to have only basic, that is not the position that we take.
Okay, and then the follow-up question, Mr.
Just that
Chairman,
the
is
title of the story
for
is
those who
is Boston's economy
for the
doomed?
last
That's
several
a fair
years
question.
have not received that discount, how is it that we're going after charter?
Here's
to
the
get
reel that I was
reimbursement?
talking about.
It would be the same reimbursement for anybody.
Put it in the
that's
chat.
had- that we can prove should have had received it in the first place. But again,
It's
we
North
can reach
Dakota
right now
Governor
and talk
Doug
to them
Burgum.
directly, and I'm not directly in those conversations myself. So
talking like
we're gonna have to discover. We're gonna have
the
to
Worcester City Councilor.
determine
We
all of that.
fucking
How are we gonna get
could never dream of.
reimbursement to people, and who are the people that get the reimbursement? So
And through you, Mr. Chairman, to the solicitor, how does charter determine who's a senior and not a senior? I guess is, to me, the bigger issue. That
Yeah, Doug
that we're
Burzum, the very
faced
one.
with at this point. How did they determine who is a senior? How did just those who called, or?
through the chair, it's in the license that what you have to supply to them to prove that you deserve the discount. So you have to send
But how
in
would-
license or social security.
Through the chair to the solicitor, but how would you know that you're entitled to that discount being a senior if charter was not communicating that to the general public?
Through the chair of the council, I would suspect that we would say, were you a customer when you were 65 or 65?
Why is this a question for the city lawyer?
Come up with some type of documentation shows, in
Why is he answering this?
spring of 2016, I turned 65, so I started to qualify it from that point forward.
Okay.
So it's going to take a lot of legwork to figure this out.
Obviously, but this, Mr. Chairman, just shows really charter's customer service and what they've done since our original discussion about charter is that they really have no customer service whatsoever. Because if charter really cared about getting the contract from the city of Worcester, I would have thought that charter would have had every one of their customer service reps ready to
Oh
answer.
God, this is
sign up for
the
it,
dumbest thing I've ever heard in my
I
life.
would just add
That's
that
exactly right.
obviously
Kimberly, don't
Weren't they
have
trying to be
yeah.
done
we're going
like an
to
hour
have
ago?
to go after them.
We're 5 hours and 7 minutes into this stream, and Kenny Merrill Carlson is complaining about Charter's customer service. It is revealing, though, that she thinks that
Next,
like,
request the manager work with the Worcester Regional Transit Authority Director.
they
Commissioner
need
Public Works and
to
Parks,
like
Quality of
respond
life
to
ensure
her.
High volume.
Like
bus
she's
stops are
complaining to
kept
a
clean,
manager.
including
I don't
bus
know.
stops in front of
That's
Denny's
weird.
Restaurant located at 494 Lincoln Street. Council, what's up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you drive down Lincoln Street, if you go past Denny's, you're going to see a bus stop. You will not see a trash can. You're going to see grass a mile high. It's unacceptable. What message are we sending to this neighborhood? So in the past, they had a neighborhood cleanup on Earth Day. The mayor and I cleaned Denny's at the beginning of April. We were out there with some other folks from the neighborhood.
Yeah, I cleaned
Quality
house
of
at
life
Denny's.
has
Oh, I'd love to see that
repeatedly
fight.
cleaned up Denny's
Fucking
for us,
nuts
which
on
is
a
above
moons over
and
Miami.
beyond the call. They're wonderful. And I know, city manager, I appreciate you.
I've blown up a
offering your
couple
clean
Denny's in
team.
my
Of
life.
course, Councilor Carlson has been an advocate for this neighborhood for years. My issue is we need more help. You have residents on that street who are paying people to clean up Denny's. I drive by it constantly and there is trash everywhere.
Yeah, after your kids
I
throw out
don't
the damn
know.
window.
I understand it's not the WRTA's job to clean up the bus stops, but it's becoming such an issue. You heard today from a resident that there's rats. It's awful. The people on Lincoln Street genuinely care about their neighborhood so much. They show up constantly. And I think the very least that we could do is keep Denny's clean until we can figure out who owns it, who's going to take care of Denny's, but just
there's
a
your
very,
campaign
very
slogan.
simple task of maybe a
Keep
couple
Denny's
trash
clean.
cans,
Keep
on
Denny's
the bus
clean.
stop, whatever it is, like something just has to give with Denny's. It's not fair to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we start a campaign to get Denny's replaced with a Waffle House?
Anyways.
Mm.
Okay.
Is this a bit? It is very, very dangerously close to a bit.
Okay, let me see. We held the next couple of items. We did that one. Okay, so we're on Q. Request a manager request public works review and redesign.
It was so cute when we pretended to be a real city with real city services for a second.
Safety, Council Toomey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for several years now, this has been.
I love when they put out
really
fake
not
trash
only
cans
just
on
an
set
eyesore,
because
but,
they just
actually
think of how much real
very
trash they have to clean up
I've spoken
because
with
people
a
just
number
use
of
them as trash
people
cans.
who
Right.
have not been able to see this
It's also what happens if somebody uses a
night,
fake toilet on a set. Guess what?
identifiable by any sort of
It gets
request.
used?
I mean, it really
Every
makes it
single
easy.
time.
Ah, jeez.
Recently had several people talk to
I think
me
Kate
about
has
this.
changed
So,
conditioners.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about because I ran over
Yeah.
one night too. So it really does need to be addressed as sooner rather than
It
later. Thank you.
looks like
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so.
how I
carried.
looked in Key
12E,
West after my
City
6 or
Council
7
City
tiki
Wizards
drink.
hereby urge the Massachusetts General Court and the leadership of both chambers to view the pending paint stewardship.
Just walking
legislation
around, my
favorably
shirt
and take
fully
whatever
unbuttoned,
actions are necessary
trying to go into bars
pass
or
the
tell me
paint
to button it
stewardship
up.
bills into law, including voting favorably out of any of the committees. The paint stewardship law will begin relieving municipalities and
Oh, Raising Cane's is
subsidizing
great.
solid waste management costs, significantly reduce the toxic waste going to landfills, and decrease greenhouse gases generated by the paint industry by 4%. And so I can get down
We're
on this,
so
but we can
close to
just
the
vote
end
it
unless
and,
something gets fucked up.
anybody have any questions? Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, now we have table on the privilege. Request the City Council Committee on Municipal Operations review the rules of City Council titled Conduct of.
Who are you now,
Council,
Brian?
Including but not limited.
We lost Brian.
Yeah. I'm the former Bryan O'Donnell.
That was genuine
Passed away.
sleep. Genuine sleep. We love to see it.
There was a couple times tonight where I was genuinely asleep, but not that time. That was just exasperation and exhaustion.
As it reads.
Okay, Council King.
Mr. Chairman, certainly appreciate this being held. This particular item really undermines
There we go,
and
another 20
usurps
minutes.
the
Another 20
chair
minutes.
of the council and the role that's played.
The later the night gets, the less clothes Christian is
by
wearing.
the mayor chairing.
This is going to be genuine sleep.
And
Or it's gonna
the
turn
fact
into a
that we've
sexy,
been
sexy
down this
stream.
road before, it's extremely important.
I don't think so,
that
Travis.
We, as a
Is that a
council,
coffee stain on his shirt?
I'm gonna
to
keep
govern,
watching
and
regardless.
it's very extremely
I'm
important.
I'm
that we're
a
not trying to
completionist at this
silence
point.
Individual colleagues, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Brendan, that is a
I
gnarly
would say
coffee.
with
There's some
regards
kind of
to this,
stain.
That
A coffee stain on your shirt, or are you just happy to see me?
one thing, but the record in terms of
It's a
the number
slug.
of iterations of this sort of order that's come before us over the last 3 or 4 years. Mr. Chairman.
Funny you mention that. He's average height.
So
The
The microphones are really weird.
Thank you
doesn't
for
matter.
being here.
Should
The
be
microphones
filed,
are
Mr. Chairman.
set up
I
for Bilbo
believe
Baggins.
that, the chair of the council.
We're not making fun of
has
you, Wise
made
Kanye
great
West.
efforts,
We've just commented
to
about this for
ensure the
years,
rules
and
of
it's
city
just
council
very
are
funny that other
followed
people notice it still.
pertaining to speaking, and there've been liberal times, there've been times that have been not liberal. But I think overall, The way this committee has been chaired has been in the right spirit, Mr. Chairman. So I'm gonna
Every
ask-
counselor has a different style for how they handle it.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say one thing? Sorry.
Council Corio?
I think you did this in, through the chair, with the school committee.
She has
You
risen.
revise and look over some of the rules. That's just all I'm asking for.
So we looked at all the rules in school committee?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay,
so very similar. Thank you.
okay. So the first motion is.
I did chat up Marco tonight about his workout regimen. He is shredded, by the way, too. This is not just some sort of like weird TV trick.
Motion to file, Council Burke.
Yo, it was actually kind of intimidating. He was sitting on the
No.
other side of the desk,
Councilor
staring
Diaz.
at me while I was talking, and you just
Yes.
see him like rolling his
Councilor
shoulders.
Carlson.
It was a lot.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Did he flex?
Ojeda.
Yes.
In the hallway, before I wasn't able to see if he was flexing while I was talking, but
Councilor
did flex
Toomey.
for me out in the hallway.
Mayor Petty.
No.
Mr. Mayor, that motion fails.
So send it to committee. Council Russell?
Could we amend it to just for discussion about all rules?
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, she said not limited to those.
That's what I- That's what I, as opposed to pointing out
Yeah.
specific rules that they just, if they.
Transparent isn't the word that I would use,
Look at all the.
Kanye.
We already
To the-
voted it.
Through the chair, through the chair, I'm
But
sorry.
I guess opposed to like not being able
Language
to
is in
see
there.
it,
It says not limited to.
not being able to
So
see the
it's
spectacle.
exactly what you say.
Okay, so send that to committee. Close, roll call.
Yes. Bergman. Yes. Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor Haji. Councilor King.
No.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
No.
Councilor Ojeda.
No.
Councilor Pasillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. With that, I think that brings, unless you want to go back to budget.
What a jokester. What a trickster.
We have to
Oh,
adjourn
we have to go back.
council.
Okay, we're going to go back into budget for
Go
2
back to
seconds.
budget for 2 seconds to hold everything and then we can.
So the motion is to go back into budget for the purpose of, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. This is for the purpose of holding the items, hang on.
Okay.
8A, B, and 9A.
All right, we're done.
In favor, opposed, so ordered.
Motion to adjourn.
And now we have, come out of the budget, back into council. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Wow.
You guys ever try and get Joe to be a dungeon master for one of your D&D games?
I would rather sit through that meeting again. But I'm willing to try it for charity. If anybody wants to try and get the mayor to run a Dungeons and Dragons game, I will be willing to play. I will be the worst player, though. I will absolutely be a murder hobo the entire time.
So what do we learn tonight?
That we wasted our lives.
Yeah, then we need new hobbies.
Fred Nathan is a simp.
Oh yeah, that he held your motorcycle helmet and he fawned over you.
That's so cool.
I really wish I brought him a magnet.
I think I still have.
Just
all
whip
those.
one at him next time you see him standing in the street.
Little kids doing shit with their shirts on
Mhm.
camera is very funny. Let's talk about that. Oh yeah. Definitely, I need to go back and pull the
Balderdash of the highest order. I have a little
Balderdash of the highest order was a highlight moment for sure. Politically, Mo Bergman got his ass kicked, and it was really embarrassing for him. So that's cool. That's great. That's really the only thing that sort of
nothing else
happened.
springs to mind.
Yeah, we just Mill Street stayed the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Yahoo.
5 hours later, Mill Street stayed the way that it looks now, and will for the foreseeable future.
For at least 2 more weeks.
Yeah. George Russell angry. And that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
Let's go to bed.
Thank you everybody for sticking around tonight, for hanging out. for following and subscribing and giving out subscriptions. It's very, very cool. We love that about you guys. Yeah, Roman needs to go to bed. I got to bring him out to pee and then put both of us to bed. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for your service in measuring the flag at McDonald's. Make sure that you're following Worcester Sucks and I Love It. BillShaner.substack.com, WorcesterSucks.email. Follow at Worcester_sucks for cool jokes making fun of Mo Bergman.
You got a party coming up, don't you, Bill? I didn't upload
Oh,
that
that's so
flyer.
great that you reminded me. Yes, June 14th at Redemption Rock Brewery, 6 p.m. There's a flyer.
Mm-hmm. And we'll definitely post it online.
It's there already.
Some
you can
more.
find it in a bunch of places.
Hell yeah. Friday night, the Sort of Late Show with Shaun Connolly. We got reporter Matt Shearer from WBZ Radio, Ellen Benson from Woo Skates, Paul Henry, one of our favorite comedians in the world, and a musical performance by Jake McKelvey and a premiere of his new music video as well. And so much more. So much more. Join us at Off the Rails on Friday night. Get your tickets now on Off the Rails website or by hitting up Shaun and getting a physical ticket. Save yourself some money on the fees.
Yeah, and real tickets are cooler anyway.
Yeah. Travis,
Yeah,
tomorrow night.
Come hang with us. Wooden Bar, 6 to 8. I hear oysters are on the menu. I hear ribs are on the menu. It's going to be a cool time. And
Meat's
for
back
anybody...
on the menu.
Yeah, for anybody that wants to stick around, we're going to do a kind of a sneak peek of the studio gallery afterwards, which is within walking distance of Wooden Bar. So,
and I've been there, and it's cool.
Thanks, man. And thank you all for sticking around.
Yeah, you guys are the best. Follow us at WCT3000 on Instagram. Follow Wootinated Comedy. Subscribe to this channel. Look at that. Our Twitch channel. Again, we will find more and bigger things for Brendan to put in Fred Nathan's hands, especially if you buy a t-shirt at WCT3K.StoreEnvy.com.
When we make the bumper sticker, that's where it will be.
Yes. Balderdash of the highest order. Thank you all for sticking around tonight. We love you guys. And we will see you next Tuesday.
Have a great night.
Bye.